eventually can get back to sight. Yes, on 2 HP he makes it, but no, he goes down. He can get brought back up again though. They're never going to keep him down. Don't get the reference. That one went right over your head. Us 30-plus-year-olds that are watching will have got it. In the doorway, Tex with the shield. It's Tex's round. That bald head shines bright. It's not the Blitz shield that is blinding them, it's his head.
Oh my, always is a target dummy. As User sprints up library stairs, Dan gets 2 of his own. It's all up to Shepard. There's a minute left. What is this round, Jesse? Good assessment. Nice shot on that.
Or with the Dreadmine as well. This player with the shotgun. Point blank, Pambazoo. The 2v5 turns to 2v3.
As a defender and the counter disabled to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another.
Man, Benja's playing like a master baker.
Welcome to the last day of Phase 2 here at the Montreal Major. My name is Anne, and I'll be setting you up for all of the games today. We just had a recap of everything that happened yesterday, and due to yesterday's results, 3 more teams qualified themselves to SI, making our grand total of 13 teams qualified. We saw the players of Bleed, we saw SSG, and we saw Squars make it to SI as well. This is what we've had so far here at the Montreal Major. Play-ins have finished for the last day of our players, and our players are looking to qualify to the live finals at the Verdum Oratorium this weekend. As we just said, of course, SI is on the line as well for our players, and our graphic is here to show you what our games will be like today. 2 in 2, so 2 games won, 2 games lost for all of our teams participating here today, and they will be qualification games, sending them to the main stage or sending them home to the airport. We have our schedule here ahead of ourselves as well. These are our 3 games that we have in the right order, what you'll be seeing. And even that first game has some implications for SI. Let's pull up the qualified teams as well, so we can see who's already made it so far. 13 teams, like we said, in total. And with yesterday's results, the Bleed players and Scars and SSG qualified to SI as well. And this SI is in Boston. We all know that, right, Ambi? Ambi, we're doing wrong questions only. What's your name?
My name is Ambi. Wait. Oh.
So you think of anything but Ambi.
Okay. I know we're starting already. Okay. Okay. My bad.
No worries.
Sorry. Perfect.
You got this. You'll be fine. We good? Yep. So Ambi, we're doing wrong questions. What is your name?
Canadian.
What is your job?
Support.
When did you start playing the game?
2024.
Name a color.
The colors don't exist.
Name a defending gadget.
Clutch drone.
Where are we heading to for SI?
Arizona.
What did you have for breakfast today?
A full course McDonald's meal.
How did you get to the venue?
I walked.
And how is your favorite way to prep for a game?
I mainly just sleep through the games.
And who's winning this event?
I don't. Any team? Sonic. Wait. Virtus Pro.
Well, Ambi, if you do make it to SI, we hope you get on the right plane. But these 2 teams that we have in our first game today are still looking to book their tickets to SI as well. If you're out here today, that means you don't make it based on the points. And these 2 teams have actually never played against each other, which is funny because Chiefs have already played 5 games so far this event, and they haven't played an EU team yet. We're looking at Jigsaw being the standout player on this roster. He has played Lion for over a total of 40 times so far this event, really utilizing that global utility. We saw this team, however, have a sleepy start yesterday against Falcons. They said they weren't able to adapt enough to what Falcons was bringing out. They were playing too scared, making some mistakes, and it costed them the game. They have to do better today against Virtus.pro. They also suffered an 0-2 loss yesterday versus BDS. And we're looking at Dan here. He said yesterday, well, it's just a classical game against BDS. It's always an 8-7, and they always win. Luckily, he could laugh about it, but of course, today has to be a bit better. Joystick is having a pretty good event so far. Stats-wise, he's had some really important moments as well. But then yesterday, some of these rounds were trolled. According to Dan, they need to give all their power today. We spoke to the players ahead of this matchup as well, and this is what they had to say. Right, Joystick, yesterday's game didn't really go your way. Let's forget about that one, though. How are you feeling ahead of this game today?
We are feeling pretty good, especially like after yesterday's game. It was fine, like 8-7, 8-7 versus like the best team in Europe, in my opinion. So we are fine, we're good.
We saw that yesterday, of course. Classic BDS game, always 8-7, but they always win, as well as what Dan had to say. If you lose today, that means you're out of SI qualification by points. Is that weighing on your shoulders at all?
I think we have a little bit of pressure, but we don't think about it actually. And I think on me it doesn't affect at all. But I don't know what about my teammates I can say about them, but for me it's nothing.
I mean, you've been there, done that before. Yeah. How are you feeling about the match, or the maps you got coming for this match?
I think it's pretty good for our map pool. We are pretty strong on this map, so we are confident. And in my opinion, it's good for this game.
Sounds promising. Best of luck with the game as well.
Thank you.
Yesterday, Oda said you guys would be up at 4 a.m. today to prep. Is that actually what happened as well, or not really?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, we just knew that we're gonna have an early game again, so we just want to get up nice and early and just make sure we're ready for today.
Awesome, sounds good. It's also your first time playing an EU team at this event. How do you feel about that?
Confident. I think that's a big thing for us to be confident against these guys because they play style suits in our play style. So yeah, I'm really happy to actually play them because we haven't played one yet, so it's good. It's good fun.
Cool, I love to hear that. We talk about Virtus.pro's map pick being a weaker map pick and that being an issue for them as well. How do you feel about the maps that you got coming up?
Pretty good, like as maps that we expected to go to. It just depends, like, I can't really say too much because it depends on the day, but I think we're going to do pretty well here. So yeah, happy with map picks.
Cool, and talking about SI as well, you could overtake Gaming Gladiators in SI points. Maybe not today, but in the event in its totality. However, if you lose today, you're out of SI qualification by points. Does that play in the back of your mind?
Yeah, of course. It always does, but like that's not what we're focused on when we're in the moment. And like in the game, like it's just about, today. Like we're just focused on the series. And yeah, because if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't.
One step at a time. Thank you for your time and best of luck with the game. So what Quiz said is that he kind of expected the maps that they had today. Well, I hope they're cooking something because in my opinion, there is a bit of a surprise in our map picks. Let's roll them in and see what we got for our best of 3 elimination and qualification on the line for these teams. The first map pick is a clubhouse pick from Chiefs. They are 3-0 on it with a win against Scars on this event. And the last time we saw it from Virtus.pro was a loss against Wolves back in EU. The second map pick is Bank from Virtus.pro. And the special thing about this map is that we haven't seen it from them in almost a year. Everyone seems to ban this map against Virtus.pro, and they thought it was open, so they'd like to bring it out here today. We're looking at Chiefs, though. They have been 4-0 on this map with a victory against Elevate so far in this event. Our decider will be Chalet. Chiefs are going 4-6 out of these recent games on this map. Virtus.pro, 2-7, so not really all too good looking there. Maybe VP need to try and win this out in a 2-0. They do want to make it back to that main stage. We obviously spoke to Joystick, and he's been at that main stage so many times before, but he would love to make it back. I think our casters maybe would like to see Virtus.pro as well. Ace and there's maybe some slight EU copium coming in here, but how are we feeling about the maps?
Full of copium, that's how I'm feeling about them. Now, I think looking at it, it was expected, right? There are 3 permabans that VP had that you called out there in Sky, Labs and Lair. They take all of those away, so really Chiefs always had the pick of the litter almost there when it came around to the veto. So I actually think overall, they've read into that, forced that late ban out of one of the maps that the VP side always perma-ban away. I think it's pretty good for them, but it is VP you're against.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've spoken about for a long time. We know VP's map pool is limited. It's something that
They don't believe it, but it is.
It is. That's the reality of it, because they do have these permabans and teams can lean into it. It's no surprise to see Chiefs do that. But like you say, it just comes down to that age-old question with VP. Can you do it better than them? That's what it's going to come down to. And in all honesty, with the way they've looked so far, only losing to top teams along the way, it's not going to be an easy one.
I assume Anne's not coming. Oh, I was about to say Anne's not coming back then because we've gone full screen. I was like, wow,
come back?
production just jettisoned Anne off into the sun and said, see you later.
No. I wanted to ask you some more questions, because going back to that interview, we heard the players say our playstyles are a bit similar. We discussed about Jigsaw picking Lion a lot as well. How is this global utility working out for these teams, you think?
Yes, I can't disagree with the statement that they've got similar playstyles. Maybe how they assess it, that's true. But you look at the guys on Chiefs, they play a lot of things like Lion, Dokkaebi, they'll play Shields, they'll play Deimos. On the other side for Virtus Pro, they barely play Shields. They permaban Monty, for example. They don't really run Lion and Dokkaebi. So I actually think when you look at the playstyles, defensively, sure, they're a little bit similar, but the real bread and butter of any game of Siege, I think, is in the attack. So for me, they're very different on the attacking sides, and that's where this game will be determined.
Yeah, and I mean, Chiefs have got a little bit of a positive there. We spoke about it before coming out, Des. When we get to those operator bans, Monty has been a permaban for VP, and I expect that to continue. But when we were looking at some operator-specific stats yesterday, we identified that Chiefs have actually been extremely good when they've had the Deimos on side. They've also been very good when they've had the Monty on side. Tex playing the Monty has been probably one of the more successful players to be using that operator in terms of round win percentage when using. So it's a difficult one for VP. You take away the Monty, which they probably will, but you leave them the Deimos. You take away the Deimos, you leave them the Monty. And they've been using both of them very well, so that's definitely something to watch out for.
Sounds like you almost can't win in the operator ban phase then in that case. Looking at the positives from both these teams, who do we think is going to win this match today?
VP.
I think in reality, VP, let's be honest, we call it as we see it, it will be a bit of an upset, I think, if Chiefs come through. VP, they've lost the FaZe, they've lost the BDS, they've lost the very good teams. Chiefs, by contrast, I'm not sure that they've had that sort of... They've had some good games. They've gone up against, up against Falcons, who have made it through to the main stage. They've had some tough games. I honestly think this is going to be one of the biggest tests that they've had so far.
The big line that I pulled out is if 4 rounds had gone VP's way, they'd have beaten FaZe, they'd have beaten BDS, they'd already be qualified, and they'd be undefeated, right? That's just how close they are. This isn't like a slow, boring VP team that aren't quite there. They are that close to being the best team here. They're just a few rounds shy. I'll be really shocked if they don't win this 2-0, even though I think Chiefs have won the map veto.
All right, some big words coming out there. We saw how close the Virtus Pro was to tasting that main stage. Chiefs could throw a spanner in the work. We'll find out starting on Clubhouse.
Thank you very much, and indeed we shall. And what a map to start things off onto, a real classic when it comes to Siege. And between these two, there was an old saying a long time ago about the Team Empire and old school Virtus Pro is you don't take Russian teams to Clubhouse. And although Virtus Pro aren't massive Clubhouse merchants these days, you got to feel there's still some degree of truth in that statement, that they're a hard team to beat here anyway.
There's an interesting counter perspective. I've been saying for a few days when we've been talking about Virtus Pro, I said it, all the way back when we had the Phase 2 draw to Jesse and they were up against the Sonics, and there was a lot of expectation that the Sonics were going to win that game and Virtus Pro might struggle. I said at the time, look, Virtus Pro have a habit of performing to what's in front of them. And I think that is, very often the case. But what that means is they're always kind of beatable as well because, yes, when they come out against, the top teams in the world like FaZe, they'll put up a really good performance. But, and I'm not, sort of trying to discredit Chiefs here, but if they come up against, opposition that maybe you look at and think, they should beat this team, sometimes it's, again, closer than you think. It works both ways for Virtus Pro. When you think, they should get rolled over here, or you think, they should be the one doing the rolling over, it doesn't always pan out like that, and they often find themselves embroiled in very, very close matchups. And I think there is, in that perspective, a definite opportunity for Chiefs here to make life difficult for them. We've got our operator bans, no massive surprises on their days. We've got Monty, we've got Ying, we've got Tuburai, which is probably the biggest outlier, but I'll talk about that in a second, actually. We've got Azami coming in. So Tuburai being the pick for Chiefs, I think is largely down to how we saw Pasha using Tubarão the other day. Against BDS, we saw him using those auto canisters to basically stop himself getting tracked by Shaiko. And he wasted pretty much every one of Shaiko's Deimos tracks by just throwing the Zoto canister on the ground, freezing it out, and he couldn't be tracked. And we've said that Chiefs, you know, they're likely to use Deimos going forward. They haven't picked him up for this first round yet, but I would expect that there may be a little bit of attention when they get onto those later sites, the top floor sites, when you can start using that verticality a little bit more. You know, from underneath, I'd have expected that, and I think Chiefs have lent into that a little bit with the Tubarão. It also helps them on any of the breaching they need to do as well, so it's kind of like a double win-win, really.
It does, yeah. I think for here, if you think about vertical destruction mainly, that I mean immediately they're leaning in towards the ram here rather than, say, the book or a sledge. And that, I think, is what you'll probably see sticking throughout this map. I do think we'll see Deimos throughout the series. I don't know if you'll strictly see it here on Club. Mainly because, again, because of the vertical work that needs doing on a larger scale than just being able to hunt someone down. And because the map isn't, although it feels big compared to some of our newer maps, you think about maps like Lair, like Labs as well. They're much bigger to play around. There's a lot more that you can do with the Deimos, whereas I feel it's slightly more limited here on Clubhouse. Both teams have got the expectation of how this one is going to play out. No surprise there so far from Virtus.pro. Very, very dug-in, slow composition. They love playing this kind of lineup. The Kite will be the big one to work through, and it's why the Thatcher respect is being brought along by Chiefs, even though you don't see too much Thatcher at the moment.
Joystick just needed to be a little bit cautious there. I love this from Chiefs. They're getting aggressive quite early. The boogie drones are going in from outside, which is something that I like about the Ram. It offers you a little bit more safety than the Book potentially, because they can be thrown in there. They can run quite a long length and just make sure that you don't have to be stood on top of the area that's being breached. But they were also straight in through Strip, looking to get through showers. Joystick wasn't allowed to continue playing at the top of main stairs. They are not messing about here. Hatchers are going to be getting open. They've got the utility that they need with the Thatcher EMPs to make sure that that happens. It's all good stuff from Chiefs so far, and it's fast as well. We're a minute 10 in.
Yeah, they made sure the map is clear, which is the most important part, and I think Joystick was the only player hovering out towards main stairs. Main objective there is to contest early drones that come rolling on through. You can take away the information, and I do want to kind of point your attention towards the top left corner of your screen here, Tim. They've only got one drone out in the field and 8 are dead in the round. It's not the be-all and end-all drones, but having only 2 on side is pretty catastrophic with half a round still to play. This has just been for map clear itself, yet they're already basically entirely out of information, and therefore are going to start trying to pull off and execute a little bit blind here. You can use the intuition they've got around where these enemy players are going to be sat on this basement, but you forget, you miss one angle, you don't check a corner. Before you know it, you're getting shot in the back, and Virtus.pro will be able to win on the back of a lack of information. So keep a close eye here on how many free kills or free shots Virtus.pro get onto Chiefs players.
That's it, Virtus.pro just starting to build up a little bit of a picture of where this push is coming from now. We see the challenge out towards main stairs, so they know that they've got Jigsaw lurking around down there. 65 HP, taking a bit of chip damage, as has Quiz, but Pasha has on the other side as well, so not all plain sailing for either at the moment. 40 seconds left to go. Chiefs not really in a position. I often look at this stage and think, how close are you to having the control you need to put that diffuser down to get an execute, you know, successfully done? And the answer is not very.
Again, they've got no information, Tim. They're going in blind onto this one. Yes, intuition will carry you through, but the advantage sits with Virtus.pro. Last 20 seconds here. Zoda gets at least one, and the plant is going down, but they know, and surely there's a C4 in back pocket somewhere. Shepard's got it, but they can't find the man. They get the hatch. There's 2 players still sat at back sight, and they've got to get something back. Joystick collecting one as we get to the last 10 seconds, with 2 players still on either side. Quiz coming in behind. Pasha's found his man, and Jigsaw has got no choice but to try and stick. Virtus.pro hold their ground and take the first round.
There was good passages of play from both teams during that round there, and Virtus.pro have done well ultimately to get that over the line. They've had a lot of patience, not overcommitted, not panicked when they've heard that diffuser going down, but it was a nice little collapse from Chiefs around the same time. They know that Virtus.pro have to make a move. They can't really allow the diffuser to go down because they're going to scurry somebody back up main stairs more than likely and hold it from kitchen. It's going to then be a very difficult post plant for Virtus.pro to be able to win back, to retake, but very good stuff overall from Virtus.pro to not get drawn into that too much, you know, to play that quite calmly, took their opportunity to take order down when it presented itself, and good stuff from both sides. A promising start to Clubhouse.
For me, again, it was all about the intel game in that round. I don't know how on earth Chiefs had lost 8 drones inside 90 seconds when they barely looked at the site and every VP player was sat downstairs, whether it was being a little bit too keen on collecting, I don't want to call it wasted information early in the round, but just one of those things where I'd like to see them rein that in a little bit here. Haven't got to go throwing those drones away, because it does mean a couple of those fights they got into were blind in the execute, which could have gone a bit differently with a cheeky drone sat on the hatch, for example, or somewhere tucked away downstairs later in the round. It's one of those things that you can look at and maybe improve on in future rounds. Gym Bedroom are going to head to for round number 2. And Shock Horror Team, we have this extension out towards the east side of the map. And the reason why you see teams doing this, in case you haven't really seen it before, is to protect the south balcony below these 2 bomb sites. Otherwise, attackers can sit on those windows for free, really restrict movement inside of it itself. And this way, you are able to contest outside of the west window, inside of this room that we're currently trying to open up. That gives you a good angle on towards that south balcony where you can very comfortably challenge players. So naturally, the attackers want to get control of this so they can stop defenders playing on that window and threatening their potential attack in towards the 2 sites themselves.
Quiz did tease the Deimos to begin with. He switched, but he was on the Ash. He teased the Deimos in the 6th pick, and then he's gone back to the Ash. And this is a site, it's one of the 2 where I thought we might see a little bit of Deimos. A lot of verticality can be done if you secure yourself bar and pool table. You can get in under there, use those tracks, shoot up through the floor, and potentially find somebody. But at the minute, just opting to bring the soft breach instead. So we'll see just, you know, where the use is for that particularly. How effectively does it get used, and maybe could the Deimos have been any extra use? Pasha managing to take down Tex. Great start from Virtus Pro.
You can't be missing those shots as Tex. He even had the first shot onto his opposite man, but just couldn't bring him down. For Pasha, it's an easy step to the right, pop, and off goes his head. Again, a freebie you really can't be giving away. Half the round's gone though, Tim. We haven't yet broken open this Cash DC extension. As I say that, cast the curse. 2 kills fly on through, and now Chiefs have got the control they were looking for. Dan being a little bit of a rat on the downstairs though, Tim. Obviously, C4 not in hand here, got the barbed out instead. It's only the C4 in the back pocket of Shepard. But do you think he's going to have a massive backstab effect here? I'm not too sure.
I don't think so. He's just taken out a drone there, so that really should be screaming to the Chiefs that we've got somebody downstairs. We've lost the drone down there. They've got Tex who's dead. He's just cycling through those drones, so they should be well aware of Dan. If anything, Chiefs should be hitting the accelerator pedal at this point. They know they're 4v2 on site. They know that Dan is going to have to come up main stairs, so they've got Virtus Pro pressured in towards the back end of site, and this is definitely doable, and it's no surprise to see them hopping on it and looking to get aggressive. Going to deal with that mirror window as well. This is looking good for Chiefs at the moment.
You say that, and now Dan's behind them in garage, and that's again this extension they opened up to be able to protect that window is no longer an option, but no one's playing there now. Pasha getting a second, and just like in the last round, Virtus Pro plant their feet and say, come and get some if you want some, and they're shutting Chiefs down when it comes round to actually taking the site itself.
And I think that's going to be the concern for Chiefs going throughout the game is, as I said, Virtus Pro are going to play that mentality of we can just do this better than you can counter it, and at the moment in the first couple of rounds it is sort of seeming to be true.
No!
Find ourselves now 2v1, 12 seconds left to go. This is the right move, I think. Order taking the opportunity to get Cairo back on his feet.
My God!
Finds the kill, and what a turnaround for Chiefs. Just as I'm saying Virtus Pro can do it better, it would appear not.
I don't speak Russian, but I guarantee they're saying, how did he see me? How did he see me? Like, he was through smoke and got a freebie. That's what opened that up. You can paint it down to luck if you want as well. A lot of it is just timing and being in those situations so many times over. But to get that kill was what really opened this up. Otherwise, there's that constant threat of the mirror being inside a secret, and you can't go and play in sight. You can't recover the player. He's the sliced man down the middle. Super well played, and maybe you'd have to maybe why the mirror exposed themselves. It wasn't a necessity to do, but fair play to Chiefs. They do get themselves over the line here. Naughty.
Absolutely beautiful stuff to finish out the round, and Virtus Pro maybe just falling foul of a little bit of overconfidence. There's maybe a little bit of an overpeak there, as you say. Not really any need to do it, but one way or another they lose the round. Chiefs level things up, and we continue on. Round 3, we're going to be over to the other side of the top floor this time. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. And once again, no Deimos. Quiz opting for the Ash. Having a good round last time, managed to get that kill up at the top of red stairs, so continue with what's working. I think one thing Chiefs need to be aware of, that flank from Dan last time around, you're aware that he's out in the map. It's a fairly easy map to shut flanks down on. You're either coming through lounge or you're coming up main stairs if you're down at the bottom, so really you should be able to hold that down. They had 4 men on the board at that point. They were unable to, so just something that they need to be aware of.
I was going to say, they read this well. I was going to say there's no one actually playing inside a garage for the side of Virtus Pro. Like, look, he now got a warden out there. He's just moved through and vaulted out through the windows, so he's now down inside of there. But for the start of this round, there was no one in position. In fact, the stacking of players is mainly out towards construction and gym and bedroom side here. That's where they've got most of their resources set up, as you can see with the vault cams being down, a couple of them out towards that side of the map. They're almost anticipating that Chiefs are going to start on the west here and and not bother really trying to focus on getting garage control. And they'd be right. There are 3 or 4 players from Chiefs currently all starting to surround this west side of the map. So that's where I imagine you'll see a little bit of early resistance. If nothing else, just taking down intel on the other side, taking drones away from this Chiefs side like we saw in round 1 is plenty fine.
Order just going to be opening up on the far side. Try and get moved on in when he's sure that it is secure to do so. Just checking that there's nobody moving around for free out there as well. Tech's established now inside of Logic, so Chiefs can really start applying a little bit of pressure out towards this construction side. Just making sure that there's no Valkyrie cameras that they need to deal with. I think one was just taken out there as we were watching them walk on through, so that's going to be, as you've said already, Des, becoming a real battle of intel this game and denying it away from the other team. Halfway through, Chiefs just feel like they've stalled out a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through they managed to get themselves inside of construction. That's the most important part. Getting that main breach opened up on this west side is really, really key for them. It's also about what the backstab potential is, though. Who else is making a play? Because you've got no one pushing in towards garage. You've got no one trying to work in through that east breach. You have got a line of Jigsaw currently sat hovering on towards the cache windows. You can see here, sorry, the CC window. He's there more for the backstab threat than anything else to try and get Shepard, but he'll get contested by Pasha, who's on catwalks. It's this game of chess where everyone's got each other kind of accounted for. And in fact, now we've got the second player. The ace now moves over towards the main breach, and they've got rid of Quiz, one of the top fraggers for this team. That's a kind of good start for Virtus Pro, but I feel like Chiefs are getting the pieces in the right place here, Tim.
Certainly seems that we're just going to be spraying in through the wall, trying to work that barricade, soften sight up a little bit, and they're going to do exactly that as Tex manages to take down Shepard, but the Toxic Babe canisters coming out onto the main breach will slow things down a little, as will always, as he manages to find Cairo looking for more, but going to be shut down by Order. 3 versus 3. Chiefs, 20 seconds left to go. You got to fall in. Order with a beautiful second there to take Dan down. That opens up the top red, and now there is a potential for Chiefs to move on in as soon as this smoke dissipates, but they're not going to have too much time at all.
And that's what they've got to do now. They've got this numbers advantage. The thing is that they've got a C4 in back pocket here with the Valkyrie. They know this plant's going down on default. Guess what happens? Hits him. As long as it hits him, the round is cooked. Right idea, though. I love actually how both teams reacted in that execute, because on Virtus Pro side, sorry, they knew they were about to get a 4 or 5 man swamping towards site, and they were going to get overwhelmed. So 2 of their players inside a cache start swinging on towards those construction players and trying to basically take away threat from the top side so they can worry more about what's happening inside of main site itself a little bit later on down the line. Either way, Chiefs, when they did say the word go, did get the kills. They came down to a 2 versus 1. It was really well played by them. Sadly, the clock was not their friend, and interestingly, despite Virtus Pro being up 2-1, they've called in a TAC timeout.
Yeah, I think not a bad time, to be honest with you. There's maybe I think they're going to feel like there's a couple of opportunities that they've missed there. This definitely could be 2-1. They tried to get that diffuser down in the basement. They had to push into site late. They just need to be getting, ahead of themselves a little bit in terms of moving quicker, giving themselves that extra 20-30 seconds when they're trying to get that plant down with 10 seconds left to go. There's no second roll of the dice, there's no second opportunity, and that's where Virtus Pro are proving to be really difficult, because they're able to focus their attention specifically towards that attempt, towards what's going on. They've got the utility in hand. We saw it perfectly in round 3. Joystick, he's got that nitro already. He knows where the plant's going to go down. He doesn't need to worry about killing everybody because there's only 5 seconds left to go. And so for me, Chiefs, they've been doing good work in the early round. They've been getting the hatches open for the basement attack, for example. 1 minute 10 into the round, they're confident that they've got control. They're then just faltering in that mid-round and burning too much time.
I think it's a lot of the very passive work being done by Virtus Pro in the early round, right? Like, look back to round 1 when we were down here in the basement. We spoke about how many drones have been chewed up and spat out so quickly. Virtus Pro don't play these like hyper-aggressive roaming compositions very often either as well. They remind me of BDS in that regard, to be honest. A team that don't want to get aggressive against windows and doorways and be running out and jumping out on you and trying to play high-risk, high-reward gameplay early on. You can see that in their lineup here. Like, all these operators are extremely slow except for the Fenrir. So their game plan really is to turtle down and try and force you into a grind that when it comes around to an execute later in the round with limited information and limited time, that's when they're really going to punish you. So that's what you've got to watch out for, and that's why Chiefs, I think, at least need to leave themselves more time in these round-end situations so they aren't against the clock as well as 5 players on the other side.
Chiefs so far have got a 50% attacker win rate there or thereabouts in the side of the tournament, so they're going to be looking to come away with a 3-3 half here. If they can do, really, on Clubhouse, you're not looking too bad because there's always a strong argument for getting that 4-2 on defence. So Virtus.pro definitely need to make sure they're doubling down on the foundations that they've already laid and not giving away any of these next 3 rounds.
I do want to point at the difference here, right? Look at Joystick, how quickly he got pressured on main stairs there. Inside, what, 40 seconds? He had 2 players. He had the Lions to the above and one also trying to look around main stairs to put him under pressure, and it's forced him back on towards site. Last time round, he was given a whole like 75 seconds to hover on main stairs and pick off drones, and I keep on coming back to that intel denial that came against them. For context, last time round we were in this situation, 8 drones were dead. Here, only 3. So Chiefs done a lot better at correcting that problem of not being able to have information in the execute, and that does set them better up for the later part of this round. Now we're getting in towards the mid part.
Intel game much better this time than last Des. You picked up on it in round 1. Only 2 drones left available. This time 7 to their name, 5 actively out at the moment. So they're going to have a much better picture of what's going on inside. I want that to go hand in hand with the clock. They should be able to move quicker. They know what's going on. They know the utility that needs clearing, and they know the pressure positions that they need to pay some attention to. They're doing a good job of that now, getting rid of that Goyo canister early. There's still 1:05 left on the clock. Really, I want Chiefs now to be pushing in towards that plant at maybe 30 seconds remaining, 25 seconds remaining. So if it goes wrong, if they lose that player, they've got time to send somebody else on in there.
Interested in bringing the Carly along here as well, of course, has helped them at range to get rid of the bulletproof and also to take the jammers off the wall on the church wall here and now start to get it opened up and start the march on forward. But look who's tucked in towards the right here, Tim. It's Pasha up nice and close. And do they know that he's here? I don't think they do. And that clock is running down. We'll come into the last 30, and he's got a Goyo canister straight to his left. They can lock off Moto here if he gets a nice play.
Pasha's going to swing, he's going to get the kill, and then he's going to pop that canister. And like you say, it'll just completely lock off Moto. They do have the bottom of church wall open. Jigsaw's holding a much longer angle here than being aware of Pasha. Flashbang comes in, too easy. He can take a second, and then he triggers the canister as well. I didn't think he'd get as lucky as 2, but he does. Always gets in on the party, but once again, here comes Chiefs late in the round. There's 3 quick kills effectively, but no, always steps up. 3 versus 1, it's chaos. Tactics down, and again, Chiefs just can't get it done with the time that's left available to them. As close as it is, Virtus.pro don't care because they are just holding on to that last 10 seconds every single time.
It's been the same thing for 3 of these 4 rounds. Oh. I mean, the one they won in gym and bedroom, obviously we had that freaky kill on towards the mirror through smoke that let them get the revive. Otherwise, that round was cooked. Like, on paper, that one was done as well. Like, you're looking at what really, outside of a lucky shot, should be a 4-0 to Virtus.pro at this point. And we expected they'd play well. They're a very good defensive team when they're really up to it, as they've been over the last couple of days. A flawless 6-0 defensive half against SSG on Cafe yesterday, for example. And I just think you're seeing them build into that again today, admittedly with the help of the clock, because these round ends are coming close. It's just the Chiefs are against 5 players, and I mentioned earlier on, the clock also on side too.
It's interesting to look at the entry statistics as well. Coming into this for Virtus.pro, about a 47% entry rate and struggling to get that big start into the round, struggling to get that man advantage. And, you know, maybe that's played a little bit of a part in those close games that we look at where a few rounds here or there could have changed things against BDS or FaZe. Now they've got all 4 so far. They're getting the entry every time. They're converting rounds off the back of it as well. 3 of those, 75% conversion rate for them. So keep an eye on that coming into these next couple of rounds. If Chiefs, again, keep losing that manpower early, it just plays further into this problem with time, because you lose the first death, you're then having to take more time, you're then having to reposition utility, and you've then got maybe a little bit less available come the end of the round to get yourself on in there, and you're having to take these risks, having to go in and hope that you can just come away with more kills.
Where Chiefs have found the most success on the entry, admittedly, is the only 2 players that are positive, both on KD and on entry so far, and that's Jigsaw and Quiz. But they've been their standout players throughout the competition. You turn towards them and say, right, you're the ones to shine. This game so far, it's Oda who's putting up big numbers, and it's always good having extra players in the backseat that can do that. But like you say, Tim, if you're not finding these early round entries, or, you know, that's what an early round, just the first kill in a round to really get yourself off to a man advantage situation, you're going to struggle to convert rounds more often than not. And while I don't think that's the primary cause why they've been falling behind, it's mainly down to the intel gain, the time gain. That's what's really been hurting them so far. And it again comes back to the kind of comps that Virtus.pro will run. It's about slowing things down. they've really got to move this a little bit quicker.
It all contributes, though. You lose that player, you've got less time to work with because everybody else has to do more. You've potentially got less intel because you lose drones, you lose utility with them. Joystick, once again, we're talking about the entry. Manages to pick up Jigsaw. He's having a tough time. Like you say, one of the top players so far. They need these players to step up now. They need them to start finding those kills.
I think Joystick got saw on a drone as well, so they thought they had him for free, and Tex, I'm afraid you're about 5 to 10 seconds too late, mate. The fact he stepped away after being pinged on a yellow ping and then got the kill on a player trying to hunt him down just speaks volumes, really. Joystick having a good game so far, set up at 5-1. You know, it's been warmed into the tournament as time has gone by, though. You look at the whole Virtus.pro side, their stats overall, I think I was looking at it this morning. Across 5 maps, the best KD they've got is a +7, the worst a -2. The team is very, very condensed in terms of spread of kills and entries, and they're playing as a team is the most important part. But I feel to really go on and win an event like this, you need to find who those pointy ends of the spears are going to be, and Joystick is really starting to shape up into that player.
Managed to take away the mirror window from Always, so that's going to force him potentially to risk himself if he wants to take a peek out onto that balcony and see what's going on outside of the breach. They did fall foul of that last time, Virtus.pro, so I don't think they'll be making the same mistake this time. Quiz does manage to pick up Always. Could be an opportunity for Tex to hop on in, but the longer they leave it, the more bodies drop and the more they fall in favour of Virtus.pro. Joystick and Shepard finding one apiece, and all of a sudden in a heartbeat it's now up to Quiz and Tex. Quiz, he's going to try and throw this diffuser down. I just don't know that Tex has confidently got the cover.
Quiz
does manage to get a double though before Pasha trades it out. 1v1. Tex is going to run out of time. He needs to go for the kill realistically, but he's got no choice other than to try and stick this down. It's going to be an easy mop-up for Pasha as he comes around the corner. Quiz almost had it done there, but Pasha to the rescue, I think, really.
Another round to time. It's a real stinger that it keeps coming down to this. I mean, Quiz walked to 4K there. He could have been on for an ace to get that valuable second round over the line for his team.
I don't know what the difference
but
is, though.
Unfortunately, even though they might be coming down to these 1v1s, these 1v2s, whatever it might shape up to be, still falling short when it matters most. VP flying high so far at 4-1. And Chiefs, I do worry we'll even see them getting a second round here, in which case you're then going into the second half where you've got to hold on for 5 rounds straight to get anywhere near being able to sniff even towards something like overtime.
I think, you know, either way that you look at it, Chiefs are certainly going to be content with their performance so far at the Major, getting through to the last day of Phase 2, but they are definitely going to want a lot more than that. But like you say, it needs to start nowadays. You know, attack throughout the tournament, they've had it's 49.2%, but they should be looking towards a 3-3 half particularly. You start looking now, though, and you think, this is one of those tough games. Chiefs, you know, they lost against Liquid. They lost against Falcons, they've lost against those bigger teams, and it's just starting to look like they've come up against another one of them.
The big thing for me is, like we spoke a lot about in the pre-game, they play meta. They play Deimos, they play Lion, they play Dokkaebi, they play Monty. Obviously Monty taken away, in which case you swap in the Blitz, fine. We've only really seen the Lion this entire half, and part of that's going to be the map, you know, the need for 2 hard breachers, for example, normally a way to get round mute jammers, electrification. You do need that, so you've only really got 1 slot free, in which case you might have a more utility pick coming along. Something like, in this case, the Ash to deal with mirrors on the other side. So maybe part of it is the map choice, not forgetting they chose to come here, but we're not seeing Chiefs play those operators that they played all tournament long, and found pretty good success with. They're here, as you say, with a chance to make it to the main stage, to be that first host team to do it, since Fnatic did all those years ago. And I don't know, I want to see them playing the things that they've had really good success on so far, and just feel the map is really restricting them, despite it being a choice they made to come here.
Yeah, the Deimos, I'd agree with that. I think the Deimos is the one that I'm looking towards. I mentioned
you banned the Tuber out,
I mentioned it in the bans. You've banned the Tuber out. Yes, that can be focused towards the breaching as well, but it helps you. It gives you that opportunity. Virtus.pro haven't really been playing mute. They haven't needed to. And what have Virtus.pro been doing? Where have they been winning these rounds from, Des? They've been winning them from inside of sight. We saw 1 flank from Dan. Otherwise, they've been playing inside of sight. So what do? Get a Deimos underneath. Get a track onto Joystick. Get a track onto Always Pasha. You know they're going to be in sight. Start shooting up through the floor. Make life difficult for them. And like you say, Chiefs just really haven't lent into that. They've repeatedly kept bringing the Ash. I know that Quiz is getting the kills, but it's just not really doing the job. There's other operators. They're wanting to deal with the mirror. I get that, but it's not working for you. So, you know, round 5, round 6, maybe switch it up. Maybe bring that Deimos. See if it does anything.
Well, obviously, this is now their last chance to make it happen. Got about 60 seconds left on the clock here. No one's gone down too early on, which is definitely a plus for both sides. Intel slowly being dragged away, I was going to say, which means things like this could happen, where you start walking into these corners that aren't droned out and almost start paying the price. I do like we've got a player under below, though. Jigsaw here last time round, it's where we saw Joystick on the Valkyrie get underneath for that round-ending C4, giving early control there, I think, will stop him being able to move around so freely. It's why Virtus.pro have got 3 players currently sat around red stairs. It is a whole party going on in there. Get some music on, you got yourself a good time. And now Joystick stepped down, found himself one out because Jigsaw was downed, and always has found a second. It feels like they're cooked here before the round can even really get started. What is going on?
We've got some interesting Maverick strategy there. Order does manage to get the job done eventually. The mirror window at top red still causing a little bit of an issue potentially. Hasn't been dealt with at this stage. One of the few on this map that cannot be dealt with from below. Deal with Shepard, moves up red stairs, starts to take a little bit of ground by taking Dan out as well. Order can plant, and this might just be that second round for Chiefs that they've been looking for. He's just going to lift off for the time being, get himself into a new position, but there's Joystick once again with a vertical nitro. However, surely in a 2v1, Chiefs can hold up to this, but no! Joystick finds a way with the Deagle!
This is... The Valcams are still standing in the round and they execute as well, and you look, they come down towards time again. Killer.
If you're a Chiefs fan, it's painful to watch.
Jigsaw, I don't know if he was getting a little bit too confident and trying to take his gunfights up through the floor, but him being down, he was there covered below. And Tex, fair play, he stepped up and replaced him essentially, but the problem is then, they send every player up to the top floor. How did you lose it last time? You lost to a C4 from below. Yet none of those 3 players that are still standing in this 3v2 opt to go and play on the downstairs to contest that. And I feel again, it's these, they aren't massive mistakes, but they are mistakes that are costing rounds, whether it comes down to leaving it too late to go for an execute, whether it's not being able to cover off the player below. These are things that have cost you throughout that first half. And it's really frustrating because we've seen some brilliant passages of play from both teams, as you said, Tim. This was great from Tex to spot the gap and just take out 2 players and suddenly almost win the round for your team. Just suddenly not quite enough for them, and Virtus.pro sit at 5-1. However, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. We could see a drastic change of fortunes here going into that second half. Really keen to see what Virtus.pro bring out and equally how Chiefs can respond.
Virtus.pro have not been as good on the attack. We know this. We saw them against SSG the other day. 5-1 on Cafe, a map that Virtus.pro love. They weren't really able to get many rounds or anything going on the attack. I'm wondering if Chiefs are going to have read into what SSG did. And the tactics that SSG used particularly to make life difficult for Virtus.pro on the attack was create chaos and deny them intel and time through the first half of the round. Mozzie, Mute were played in combination. Virtus.pro couldn't draw into the top floor. Players like Benja had an absolute field day, peeking out of windows, picking up early kills, and then SSG would just drop themselves away back to site with a minute and a half left to go, and all of a sudden Virtus.pro had an entire round's worth of work to do in that half a round after losing bodies as well, and it was just too much for them. It was a great technique, great tactic that worked from SSG. Chiefs at the minute don't seem to be leaning into that same style too much. They do have the Vigil out there. Jigsaw could prove to be that nuisance, that bit of chaos at the beginning of the round, but saying that, I'm just not sure how much of an effect it's going to have.
Yeah, it's a double denial for me in the Bandit and the Kai being the big one. Castle obviously somewhat gets in the way to begin with, but look at that, here we are, straight in towards site. Is Shepard charging on through, a couple of kills back and forth, a 2K for Shepard as well. Great tournament he's having and a great start to the round.
Going to be looking for more as the push continues. Dan does manage to find Jigsaw, so that might just create a little bit of space here. Late rotation opened up just to offer a little bit of flexibility for the defenders that are remaining in sight, but 2v3, they need to get fighting towards this potential plant spot. How about that? Caro manages to take back a little bit of space at the bottom of main stairs. Great double from him. Might just rescue the round. It could be the completed 1v3 here as it's down to him versus Joystick, but there is an age left on the clock.
And it's Joystick, he's having one hell of a game so far, but this is the kill that will matter the most. It decides whether or not they get this round. And I think, as you say, Tim, a minute and 20 to play with is a bucket load of time to make this work. It's more about the waiting game, though. 60 seconds to play is tons, as you said. Drones are available for Joystick, but doesn't want to use it here. More of trying to isolate out this 1 versus 1 and not give him any room to breathe. Even he's conscious, though, of drones, and sure enough now, spotted the one that had the eyes on him.
I think Joystick knows exactly where he is now at this point. Joystick's been going through a little bit of a systematic process of moving through Church. Where are the shots coming from? Where is he likely to be? Joystick just playing at the minute, just toying with Cairo! Cairo manages to give him the old left-right, the 1-2, finds his man, kills at the end of the round, and what a great hold from Chiefs there. They had to really dig deep to find that one, but they get it done, and that was unusual from Virtus.pro. You don't expect that sort of quick play. They're in sight inside of a minute practically, looking for those kills, but it still didn't work out for them.
For me, the fact it was Shepard. Shepard being the slow player normally, he's the support for them, right? He's not the kind of guy making those plays, yet Area's rocking up with a 3K. Not that that's kind of the deciding factor for it, of course, there's more to it than comes into that, but just nice seeing a change in pace for them. The Chiefs, I think they responded well to this rapid aggression because all kind of hell breaks loose in team comps when that kind of play happens and you've suddenly lost your entire backline inside of the main site on this downstairs piece. So, good stuff. I think Chiefs held off really well. Cairo are going to feel very emboldened by that, no doubt, as well. It's one of those games, again, though, where I feel like every player is getting involved and making themselves known. You'd maybe look towards Dan and point at, okay, he's got 3 kills, but he's still getting himself involved. He's got 4 assists on board as well, for example. It really is team games starting to form here, as you'd expect at this later stage in the tournament. Single-player heroics are not going to win you games at this point, although it will make a difference when it comes round to those live stage games.
Here we go then. It's going to be the second defensive round for Chiefs. This time it's up to Jim and Bedroom. They can't necessarily rely on what worked for them last time, which was that Cairo 3-kill, just to try and hold on to things at the end of what was an absolute bloodbath at the beginning of the round, but they will, I'm sure, try to take the fight to Virtus.pro a little bit more here. They'll be aware of that potential for a rush, but Chiefs have got themselves set up out towards Cash. They've got Quiz at top red, so they really are trying to defend that entire top floor and make sure Virtus.pro can't get in and get any space. I'm not sure, was it successful? I think it did take out the Fenrir gadget, did the Twitch drone, but did not find the Electroclaw. So how are they going to clear out that wall? They've got the EMPs in place. They at least knew where the gadget was, so that's job done well from Virtus.pro, and removing an FNAT along the way to make that walk-in a little bit safer.
It was quite pulled back, though, the Electrical, for that exact purpose, to try and dodge the micro EMP, but I think it still finds it out regardless. And as you can see, that wall is now opened up. Still, though, pressure needs to come in on towards this east side. We spoke about its extension last time around. You've got 2 players here around Cash EC. You've got Jigsaw sat inside of construction, ready to give an assist as well. They want to make sure they've got this control to stop that south breach being played. It's currently Cairo is dancing around that, and I love this to block the drones away, but also the ability to slow players down if they do try and step on through or get themselves sat on drones just around the corner.
Yeah, just seeing a great example there from Cairo of exactly why Virtus.pro need to be getting a hold of CCTV Cash, because they want to play on the windows if they want to be able to get a plant inside a gym, which opening the Jacuzzi breach would facilitate, but in order to play on those windows, they've got to have the security of CCTV. They can't have Cairo going and peeking down that balcony constantly. So the pressure is now going to start mounting. The challenge down in lounge. Who comes out on top? Jigsaw, he wants a piece of this. He's not going to give it up too easily. Joystick dips away for a second for the reload. Dan does manage to find Tex elsewhere. This battle will continue, but no, Jigsaw, he's just dipped himself away to bar. He's just trying to change up his angle, sprays through the stop wall, but he's not going to leave this one alone for now.
Joystick played this really well because Quiz also then came down red stairs. Good team play from Chiefs there to try and force a 2 versus 1, but he backed his way in towards stock to avoid getting pinted on either side, and now he lives and gets to keep on fighting and exerting this pressure. Good little move from him there, and again, just showing that experience that he's got. Quiz falling down finally. Cairo gets one elsewhere, though. It's still a Virtus.pro advantage, but with only 30 seconds on the clock, Tim, they're about to feel the pain of the clock.
Yeah, that's it. It could be exactly the same problems with time, but Virtus.pro are in a position to potentially get a plant down now. Shepard's moving across balcony whilst Jigsaw's watching to Jacuzzi balcony. There's nobody there. He needs to focus on the gym window, and that's where he switches himself to. But his attention drifts. It drifts to the left, and he gets hit from the window. Shepard is able to get in and start putting that diffuser down, but it doesn't matter because Pasha's there, and he finds the final kill. And Jigsaw's so unfortunate on that Jacuzzi breach, just conscious that somebody may have been in sight from Master Bedroom. His aim moves across and he gets hit from the window he'd been watching. Virtus.pro go 6-2, and that was a really nice attack from them. They used the space well. They just forced Chiefs away from everything that they wanted to hold. They forced them back from Cash. They forced them out of construction. They got kills inside a site whilst all these rotations actions were happening. And then they went in and got that plant, or were very close to getting that plant down, but for the final kill coming in. So unfortunate, he just thinks that he's on the left of the window, but he's not. So unfortunate for Jigsaw, but Virtus.pro 6-2 and looking pretty comfortable.
I just love how at the start of the round I was saying, oh, it's a real team game. You know, Dan's the lowest down there at 3 kills, and now suddenly he's up to 6 off the back of a 4K. Go figure. For me, that was textbook Virtus.pro as a round, right? Like, we often say that they're quite a slow team. They can be, you know, I wouldn't say easy to beat, but it feels like they're quite readable in terms of map bans. We spoke about this at the start of the series. Overall, they feel readable, but it's not like you can really do a whole ton about it. It took them 1 minute and 45 seconds to get both breaches opened up, and I was thinking, wow, these guys are really playing this one slow. They're going to run out of time at some point. But it was that disorder that Joystick started sowing from below that was soaking the attention of 2, maybe even 3 players and keeping them busy and focused on him, that let the rest of his team then start moving elsewhere around the map. And even down to the bitter end, Dan just being super diligent on those window plays as well. Once they know they've got some kind of pressure going in towards Cash and CC, everything just moves like clockwork with them, and it's really hard to beat, even when you know that it's coming, because of how well drilled they are at playing out those moments. Really good stuff to see.
At the minute, Virtus.pro are immediately stacking up towards the CCTV breach side. Not necessarily as we would always expect. We have seen in this game, of course, Chiefs try the opposing take, coming through master bedroom and getting construction wall open. But for the time being, it looks like it'll be fairly textbook from Virtus.pro. Try and get this breach open, get control of Garage Catwalk. They've got Pasha on Capitao for that reason. Just force the players out of there and then be able to come through and get that plant down. Needing to move very carefully there with the Claymore through the drone hole.
Oh, I love it. It's good play. You see this sort of stuff from Zofia so often. Normally it's actually getting inside of storage and then working your way underneath and blowing it from there. But inside of stock works too, as you saw at long angle. Unfortunately, not able to get enough damage down to Tex to see him going down or under any real threat, but certainly enough to move him away from this wall. And now it's opened up and they almost managed to get rid of Oda as well. Sat on towards Catwalk. I can't imagine he'll be too keen to peek back on this breach again.
The big problem there is with Oda taking that damage, the Capitao on site, his job is now a little bit easier. They're going to go for the smoke approach to see if Glaz can find anything here, but if not, you just get those fire arrows in there, and he has to move. He's on 17 HP. They know where he is. The second one will get the kill. There you go. Really great play from Virtus.pro, and it all came down to that damage that Dan picked up to begin with.
Exactly that. The pressure on main breach, you force a player across, he gets pinned down by a Glaz, and Capitao comes on through. So hard to stop a well-drilled team like this, even when you know what is going to be coming. They at least get one back. Shepard taken offline the Thermite, but arguably his job's already been done to him. They've got the breach opened up.
Quiz has just worked his way into bottom garage. This could be a really smart move. They can't give up the catwalk too easily because that's where Virtus.pro are going to want to work from to get the diffuser down. They're aware of his position though. I just wondered about whether Virtus.pro knew that he was there. Joystick continues the great game that he's having, Des. He gets one. He swings for a second at bottom red. Chiefs had no choice but to challenge underneath. It's all there for Virtus.pro. They just need to walk in and take it, and they will do. As always, hits Jigsaw with the pistol to close out round 1, and that's going to be Virtus.pro winning on Chiefs' map pick of Clubhouse.
They just look so well drilled in those attacks, as I mentioned. They look ready for it, they look prepared. All these little set piece plays, the communication looked like it was really, obviously we can't hear it, but it looked like it was super tightly put together. Really impressive stuff, and this is why yesterday BDS versus VP was a really hard one to call. It went 8-7, 8-7. Yeah, BDS got the 2-0, but you dig a bit deeper, and it was a really tight game. And outside of FaZe and BDS, VP have not lost to anyone so far, and they've looked very convincing against both of those two teams. As I said, 4 rounds go differently. They could already have been qualified and be undefeated so far. They're looking really good, and truthfully, I'll say it now, I do think they can make a real deep run at this competition, if not already be finalists, to be honest.
Virtus.pro were super slick on that last attack. You know, we look at it, it's a site that we've seen attacked many, many times over the years. There's nothing it doesn't need to be too complicated. No. Get yourself catwalk, get yourself breach, get lounge control, and the diffuser can go down almost every single time.
Not that they needed the diffuser in the end.
No, not that they needed it. They got the kills along the way, but they got the kills because they were starting to successfully complete those steps. So what can Chiefs do? They have to throw bodies at it. Quiz has to take a risk of going into garage to try and retake catwalk to prevent that. You know, they have to take the risk of coming down red stairs to challenge for lounge, and it just put them in a position whereby they were easy kills for Joystick and the rest of Virtus.pro to mop up.
Again, just very cozy and composed. And talking about
I
Chiefs for
love
a
that.
second as well. Yeah, that's just like
I
textbook.
love that.
And what I love about things, that's one of them things where it showcases, again, Siege in its essence.
Yeah.
I think it's beautiful stuff to watch. But to talk about Chiefs for a second, I know in that first half we were saying, look, they're really slow here. The intel game isn't quite on point. And I was a little bit nervous they weren't playing these operators that they've done so well with throughout the tournament. Yeah, Jigsaw's on Lion. That's all he's played all tournament. I'm pretty sure if you go and look at the stats, 95% of attacking rounds, he has played Lion.
Yep.
But there was no real Deimos with Ramar. There was no shields coming in on side. We've got to see more of those picks coming out, and I really hope it was just a map thing, and we see them bringing it out in map 2.
Well, Lion and Deimos are such a dream duo, really. You put the Lion scan out, anybody moves, they get picked up, and then Deimos can start scanning them. Without that secondary, use for that gadget coming in from another operator like Deimos, I'm asking, how much value is there in that Lion scan? Yeah, it's freezing them in place for a couple of seconds, but Virtus.pro played around it very well, and it didn't really seem to gain Chiefs very much.
That second map being Bank, I think, is really interesting as well, because
Really
instead,
tough,
like,
twitchy.
no one ever lets Virtus.pro play there. They banned it away. It's been banned against them 26 times this year. They have not banned it once. They wanted to play it in every single series, no matter who the opponent was, if they were good at Bank or not. They didn't care. The question now you're going to find is it all scrim energy that's really scaring people off, and are they actually good in officials? That's what I can't wait to see coming out from this side, because I think Chiefs coming in and saying, you know what, actually, we'll be that first team this year that says we feel we can take you on Bank, because they've got a good record on it, 4-0 over the last 90 days or so. They look strong.
I want to see a Pasha Tubarão Rome out on Bank where he just keeps himself off Deimos's grid and causes an absolute nightmare.
If it's not banned away. We'll find out there, of course. We've got a short break to go to. When we come back, Bank awaits. See you in a few.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. If you're only just joining us, you'll be forgiven. That was a very quick first map, a 7-2 to Virtus Pro over on Clubhouse. And now we step into a map that is going to be very difficult, I think, for Chiefs to fight their way back in on, given it has been a map that every other team this year has banned away from Virtus Pro. No doubt some tough decisions or tough conversations being taking place outside there, Tim, between those maps, because for Chiefs, they're on the back foot here. They need to find a way back into it, but the odds are stacked against them.
The two things that I want to see out of the Chiefs, well, maybe three things that I want to see out of the
Only
Chiefs.
Three?
Just the three. Just a better aim,
Wow.
Better aim, better intel. No, look, three of the things that I want to see out of the Chiefs particularly is thinking about the operators that they bring in. Bring in the tools for the job. We saw a big contrast there. Virtus Pro get on the attack. They've got the Capitao they need to clear out. They've got Grim. They've got, they've got the things that they need for the attack. I think that's something that was, not really evident from the attacks of Chiefs. We spoke about it. Lion, but no Dokkaebi, no Deimos, no counterplay.
No shields,
no counterplay with those operators, and it just didn't really work out for them. So I'd like to see them bringing the tools for the job. I'd like to see them working a bit quicker, making sure they were actually pretty good. I said, if you remember through a few rounds, they were pretty good at getting to the mid-round. They were pretty good at working through that early round, getting the map clearance, getting a bit of control, opening the hatches, and then they just kind of shut down and it waited to the last 10-20 seconds to get on into sight. So they need to, the third thing which ties into that is be more decisive, be more confident, to be like, right, we've got everything we need, there's 30 seconds to go, this is the plan and we're going for it, and to get it done and make sure that they're not falling down to those basics like trying to plant default when you know there's nitros on the cards. Joystick denied it twice like that. You can't let him get away with it.
I love how Dan's played Twitch twice, frazzled them with it, and they've just banned it away.
Get rid of it.
And the Valkyrie, I'm also not too surprised by. We did see Joystick running that in a couple of rounds to pretty strong effect. I think we saw it ourselves. The pings coming through multiple times when they had the diffuser going down, for example. It was just a bit of a nuisance to deal with. And they're not a team that really want to run the IQ. They ran it once and then immediately dropped away from it straight after. So then the band's a bit more engineered here based on what they've already seen, but this is a different map and no doubt a very different game. As mentioned, maybe you're not going to be as bound by the requirements for a specific operator lineup on this map as you would be back on Club. So this is where Chiefs and me can flex the muscles a little bit, show us a little bit of the strengths that we know that you've got. Jigsaw, are you really going to betray us here and play the Ash? I don't think you are. I think you're going back to the Lion, mate. I did ask him the other day, actually. I was like, mate, you've played Lion 21 times. You've played Ash twice and IQ once. Why is that? He was like, oh, those three operator picks were accidents. I didn't mean to pick them. I wanted to stay on Lion. I was like, oh, okay. So it'd be surprising if he does. And maybe they're expecting a mirror to be a thing here again. But I think for Virtus Pro, you'll find it more on specific sites rather than absolutely everywhere. And to be fair, down on this site is where you might expect to see a mirror, but they've chosen to leave it away.
I've been begging for a Lion alongside the Deimos. They bring the Deimos.
It's an Ash?
They bring the Deimos and don't bring the Lion.
Give it time, give it time.
Chief,
they've got the
please
grip.
help me out.
They've got the Grim, which is what I do like as an option here as well. I think for this site especially, it's really effective. You get a couple of those Grim B gadgets down in towards gold or in towards red or orange, whatever you want to call it. Once it's in there, you do restrict the ability for C4s to come flying through. The thing is, Tim, with the new lot, I say new, they've been around a while now, the ability to line up gadgets and kind of see the arc they'll travel down makes things like throwing smokes so much easier, or C4s. You can afford to sit deep in B site and still manage to get a smoke down to the spot where you'd normally plant on A. So we've seen teams doing that with some really cool lineups behind the bomb chassis and all sorts. So not too sure how effective it'll be for them, but time will tell.
We did see a little bit of presence on that mid floor from Virtus Pro. I don't think there's too much work left for Chiefs to do, though. I think largely they've returned themselves back. There's going to be 1 or 2 in open area, as we would expect. Joystick and Pasha are going to be the 2 playing in behind those Kiba barricades, just trying to keep those hatches safe for as long as possible. But immediately we can see the pressure coming towards that area. The Deimos in there, using those tracks. It's going to force Pasha back towards site. Joystick can stay there for the time being, just to try and burn a little bit more time. But a good start from Chiefs there. They've got a good vision of what's happening around the map, the areas they need to clear out, and they're using the tools. I said they need to bring the right tools for the job. They're using the tools they've got to try and clear those areas.
What are one of the 3 things that you wanted them to get better at?
Intel does.
Yes, and they've lost 7 drones in half a round.
Well, I can't fix everything.
I know it feels really reductionist.
I can't fix everything. They've got the tools.
It feels really reductionist saying, oh, well, drones are down, therefore they've got no intel, because they could have got intel with those drones. It's more the kind of wasted time of trying to preserve those drones that can be a problem. But I come back to that same problem of it. You have to start relying on intuition in the late round to really get anything done, which on Bank, you know there's going to be a smoke somewhere. You know there's a C4 waiting nearby. You know there's someone probably set off towards Vault side as well. You've got the right sort of ideas, but you don't know. It's not a guarantee, and as we saw last time around back on Club, you lose lives for free because of it.
Once again, Chiefs early and mid-round has been pretty decent. They've got them cleared away. They've got control of hatches. Now, I want to see that decisiveness that I spoke about. Decisiveness and confidence. They've got order in position with the diffuser inside of servers. There's an opportunity to go and get a plant down. They're burning through that utility, but I don't want to see it take them forever to get this done. There's 1 more Goyo canister that could potentially hold them off, but they could pressure this from the hatch potentially. I think Hatch is just watching for that hatch drop, so that prevents that. But when the chance is there, get in and get this diffuser down.
They've still got 3 smokes to play with, Tim. They've even smoked behind Chassis here because they've got that much liberty to play behind. They're going to have to run deep. They've got to run deep to try and make this plant happen. They do not have enough time left, and you've still got the Yokais on side is one thing to be afraid of. You can see it now. Shepard sat on it. There is no way they get this out unless they kill everyone now.
And this is where it comes down to that decisiveness and confidence. Pasha and Always managed to take 2. It looks like that's going to be how the round ends. Once again, like you said, Des, it's recognising that situation. They'd done the decent early and mid-round, got themselves into position, but then just didn't execute at the end. They were desperate for that default plant spot inside of the wall. They didn't take the recognition of, that's not going to happen, we have to do something else here. They just continued beating the head against that wall, and it didn't work out for them. Like you said, they need to be trying to manipulate a situation then where you can push deep. They need to, you know, potentially they've opened other hatches, be thinking outside the box. Do we drop an elevator here? Do we, you know, what do we do to try and cause a bit of chaos so that Virtus Pro can't hold these angles?
I think Chiefs have probably been really great at playing R6 Extraction. They look like they're playing a PvE game here in those first 2 minutes. It's running around and getting some drones through, losing them out, opening up hatches. Yeah, great. That looks good. It looks like you're doing your prep work and you're getting done what needs to be done. But as soon as you have to start, like, interacting with these Virtus Pro players, there are others in the server? No way. That's when things start falling apart. I spoke about these multiple layers there. They had C4s, still had 2 smokes in back pocket, a Goyo canister, Yokai drones. They were literally left with no option but to try and force and run through and try and get kills. And it's all too easy then for Virtus Pro to say, oh, guess what? There's 5 seconds on the clock. Just shoot them as they run in towards site. And it was genuinely all too easy. I haven't seen a fix yet to those things that we spoke about back on Club. And at this point, it's hard to see how they get a drastic fix in place. I think for that basement site especially, that was real rough.
It was, and like we say, it's coming down to that final stage, that stage 3, that execute, that creating space, and having the confidence to go in there. Sometimes you've just got to go in and get a couple of kills, is the reality. You've just got to create that space.
Just get kills.
I know that it's easy to say.
Next time we're playing ranked, I'm going to say that to you. Tim, just go and get a couple of kills. It's so easy.
I get plenty of kills, though, you worry,
do you?
Yeah.
If I get on your tab stats right now, what am I seeing?
Don't worry about that.
I didn't think so.
I don't think I'm on there.
For good reason.
Stop bringing it up. Stop bringing it up.
I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to
Stop bringing it up.
Tabs. No, I won't do it to you.
What you'll see is a decent win rate.
And that's what counts.
Because I'm a team player. And you'll see me queuing with a lot of people who can get a lot of kills. No, like, you've got it, like you said, it does unfortunately come down to to that sometimes. It is, you know, how do you create that space inside a site there? You need to be either pressuring garage, elevator, a vault drop. If you're meeting that brick wall for getting through into servers' default plant spot, which they were, the reason that we're struggling there is because your player is entrenched in red. Can you drop red hatch? No, because Pasha is on garage ramp and he's opened up the wall, so he's going to kill you as soon as you drop red hatch. So you've kind of got to problem solve through it. You've got to work your way backwards, and you've got to say, right, well, how do we put pressure onto red then? Maybe we need to take garage. Maybe we need somebody pushing over that side so that Pasha can't just sit there comfortably. You know, we've got to have these other options, and it was just a little bit too much one-dimensional for my view of what Chiefs were doing there. They got themselves server, they got themselves their hatches, and they thought that would be enough, and it wasn't.
Yeah. The thing for me is, like, you've gone away from this map and obviously had the conversations about what's gone wrong, and we were talking about it. It's this, I don't want to say it's purely down to operator selection, but a lot of how they're then playing out the later stages of the round with the drones, with the information, with the clock, that hasn't been rectified, and those are the biggest problems that did need to be addressed. So I do worry that going into these next 5 rounds, you may just see the same streak continuing where VP looked dominant. And let's not take away from Chiefs either. Like, to get this far in the competition, massive success. And things could turn around in the second half, I don't know. But there's a reason, as we've already said, why VP, if they'd won 4 rounds differently against FaZe and against BDS, they would have been undefeated. They'd have beaten all the top teams they've come up against, and they'd probably be one of the favourites to now go on and win the whole thing. They are one of our top 3 or 4 teams at this competition, I think. So it was always going to be a tall order, but I don't want to say it's fully self-inflicted, but a lot of the problems we're seeing are self-inflicted.
Yeah, it's certainly things that... I would also say it's certainly things that they should be recognising themselves. You know, they should be... that. Like I say, it's all about that strategy of, right, why hasn't that last round worked? Well, it hasn't worked because we didn't backtrack the problems. Why can't we get into default plant spot? Because of red and because of Pasha on garage ramp. So how do we solve them? And they've got to go through that process. But the thing is, they've got to go through it quickly, Des, because they don't have time. VP will run away with Bank very, very quickly. There is a reason that Virtus.pro are regularly banned from playing Bank by everybody who plays against them. And so, unfortunately for Chiefs, they don't have time to figure it out. They've got to start doing it on the fly. Now, interesting, we're going to get him back into the game any second. Virtus.pro, you will see.
Wow, you pressed the button at the exact time you said that. How convenient.
It's as if I've done. It's as if I'm in control of it.
Brilliant.
Open area, it's an interesting second site choice. We would usually see teams going up to top floor, but I actually like this from Virtus.pro. I think I'm not a big fan of the top floor sites lately, to be honest. I say the same on Nighthaven Labs. I say the same on Cafe. I say the same on CEO. The problem often with the top floor sites is it doesn't give you a lot of opportunity to play away from the site, to play those extensions. You're pretty much just stuck to the lateral. I know that we can have operators like Pulse, we can have the Nitros below, we can have the Mozzies playing down there, but it's not often that we see too much success with the verticality going in that way. I know we saw Joystick in, you know, the first map of Clubhouse picking up 2 denials with Nitros from below, but we were critical of it because you shouldn't be getting allowed to do it. So it's interesting to see Virtus.pro kind of leaning into that. We're going to take open area instead. We can have a top floor presence. We can create more problems for Chiefs to solve, which is maybe not what they've been doing too well at so far. But they've got Grim and they've got Deimos.
They have.
And they've got Dokkaebi.
I mean, at this point, Jigsaw's already walked his way in pretty quickly, as you can see. He's got himself in towards Archives, which, of course, is right next to the site at this point. And the probably key thing to note about the side of Virtus.pro, at least to begin with, is a couple of roamers are up on this top floor. You do occasionally see, like you saw on Clubhouse, them roaming around different parts of the map, but they'll fall back pretty quickly. They're very conservative in not wanting to lose players too early on. And so I do think you'll see that. However, here comes that Dokkaebi that we spoke about wanting to see coming online. Always blocked out by the mute jammer. Everyone else is ringing on through, and they know there's a player here. He sees the tip of the gun, sees the man himself, but cannot find the kill. This is where you need a second player coming on the backstab from Copy here, really, Tim. But they've got to punish them some way or somehow. Everyone else is unchecked for now and it's okay to sit on site and say, cool, no problem, no bother.
That's it, just a little bit of an exchange there to begin with. I think we've got Joystick drop back towards site as well. So this is, again, I'm saying the same things about Chiefs. It's not a bad start from them. They've gone in there, they've got that top floor control, they've forced Joystick away from Janitor. They're now able to start working towards site. What we need to see better from them, again, is what comes beyond the mid-round. They're going to be getting walls open. We've just seen them setting the hard breach utility up. They're going to be looking for those long angles into site and to try and cause problems, but it is, again, that late round that is always the problem for them.
Yeah, be okay, Tim.
Not through my headset, I don't think.
My headset's dead. I think I'm screwed.
I'll continue for now. Going to have Dan picking up order and Cairo managing to take down Dan. And that's going to give us the 4 versus 4 as the Deimos is just trying to hold those long angles into sight. But 45 seconds left to go. And does the clock become a factor for Chiefs once again? Always just holding this angle inside of the breach here. He's going to get aggressive. He's going to get a freebie. It's Intel again, Des. They don't know that he's there. It's so easy for Always to just step across and pick up the Deimos. 4 versus 3 as Tex is just rotating around. He's going to have to take up that position now. Try and recover that diffuser. Try and put some pressure on towards site here. But I think with 18 seconds left on the clock, it's unlikely to happen as Always continues to have an impact from here. Jigsaw managing to get a double though. 2 versus 2 now, as we've got 4 seconds left to go. They have to force their way in. Chiefs might just do it in the late round. Can they find Always? No! Once again, Des, it comes down to the clock.
It's crazy that it keeps on happening across these two maps. The previous round, this one, the vast majority on the previous, it just keeps on happening. I mean, for Always, fair play. Big 3K for himself there. Otherwise, that round is done. If he's the last man left alive and he gets picked off in any of those 3 fights that he has, it's theirs.
Again, I'm looking at this situation that we've spoken about. We spoke about coming in and them not having the tools for the job. So what did they need there? For me, they needed better hard breaching. They didn't have an ace, they didn't have a thermite, didn't have a Hibana. They'd relied on those secondary hard breach gadgets. And on a wall that size, you're not making a massive hole in it. And so Always was able to just keep himself in that position. He gets the kill onto order. They never managed to move him after that. If those are a couple of ace charges, for example, that have gone off on the wall, Always isn't going to be able to continue playing in that position necessarily. So again, I'm just looking at it and, you know, yes, they had the Dokkaebi, the Grim, the Deimos. It did a great job for them clearing out that top floor. But then they didn't have the further utility necessarily that they needed to be able to clear Always' position. And again, I think Chiefs have just missed one operator in the lineup potentially that could have made a big difference to the round.
Unfortunate, but
have had an Ash in there again.
Like I said, it's unfortunate, but history does have a really weird habit of repeating itself in this series, it turns out. Let's see how they shape up this time around. Again, pretty slow comp coming out from the side of BP, and it being up on the top floor, there is less for you to worry about here as the attackers for Chiefs, right? So a bit more pace, a little bit more gusto in the earlier mid-round. Like I say, Tim, PvE-wise, they're doing a great job.
I think they've actually been fine through the first half. It's that
to a degree.
It's the second half. You watch, they'll get towards a point where they're looking towards site and creating space to execute with about a minute left to go. And that should always be enough time if you have a minute left on the clock to get that final execute done. It's then that they just start dithering and not going in with that confidence.
At least they had a trade or two in that previous attack, which is the most important part, just time being the main stinger for them. There's another window though. Castle barricades need to get opened up, and that'll be the main focus here. I expect making uses to cover for now, if nothing else, to get yourself inside, but they'll be very, very aware as he rounds on towards Banana. The play up towards his left, I was going to say, it slipped away, but has got in and found out Joystick. That's the kind of spotting a gap and taking it that you need to be exploiting. Not aware of it. This is the thing, like, you do all the hard work at the beginning, and then a lack of droning or losing so many drones comes back to bite you. What a stinger.
Yeah, exactly that. I can't fault Order. It was a great play, taking that onus to get in there and try and get something going for Chiefs. But again, Virtus.pro stand up to it. However, Cairo manages to get across and find that headshot. This needs to be the round that Chiefs find. They've managed to walk on into sight. Jigsaw, he knows there's a man there. He takes the fight. He can't quite find it. But if nothing else, it's a bit of intel. It's a bit of something they can work on. You try on the flank? Absolutely not, says Jigsaw. Takes down Always.
No.
Pasha, however, he manages to get 2. It brings us back to a 1v1. Quiz, he's got a minute, Des. Just short to be able to do something about this, but no drones that he can actively control.
There's this spot last time around where they did come out on top. Sees his man, but Pasha doesn't quite find the shots. Now actually changing places in a sense. You've got Quiz inside the site and Pasha working his way down Whitehall, just doing a little bit of ring around the roses with each other, where Janitor seems to be the middle pivot. Now Quiz is in, diffuser in hand, waiting for his man to step up. Pasha again just keep on coming near each other, but not quite connecting shots yet.
Pasha's playing this absolutely beautifully, just keeping as much distance as he can. He's going to flip to the shotgun right now. He's trying to play for time. If he gets pushed, he's got that short-range engagement. If not, he can force the plant to try and go down. He doesn't want to take this challenge. He knows that he doesn't really need to. As he comes, shotgun, it's as easy as that. Pasha has played that absolutely perfectly. He just kept that distance to begin with when it was 50 seconds left on the clock. He's burnt it all the way down to 20 seconds. I think he had a little bit of intel. We saw some yellow pings coming out there for him that maybe were just giving him that, you know, yeah, he's got the diffuser now, just that bit of information. But again, picked his spot to fight it out really, really well. Gave himself every advantage.
Experience on Pasha's side there. Chiefs already calling an early tack timeout. Not surprising given how these 3 rounds have played out. A couple of moments where it's come close, round 2 and round 3, but it's just always VP getting it over the line. And for Cairo there, look, hindsight is 20/20, but you've got sight, you've got diffuser, you know that a man's got a shotgun. Do you really want to go and push a tight angle against him? You can bait out, force him to come to you, force him to play with the SMG at mid-range. Go for a planting behind the bomb chassis. There were so many options available to him there, but he chose to go for the kill against the shotgun on a close corner. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose that unless you hit a miraculous headshot on your first bullet round the corner. So whether that's an experience thing or just other awareness in that round that we weren't fully aware of, to me at least, that looks like Cairo really could have played that out a little bit better and forced Pasha to have to come and fight him.
I kind of feel for Chiefs a little bit there on that round. They tried to be decisive, to be confident, these things that I've, you know, picked up on and said that they need to be working on, improving when that gap is there, take the opportunity, get in there. Order did that fantastically well through the windows. If you remember at the beginning of the round, as I said, they'll do the first bit of the round pretty well, they'll have a minute left to go, and then they'll end up not winning the round. And it is, again, that same situation. A minute left to go, yeah, granted, it's a 1v1 in that case, but still, like you say, not necessarily doing everything they could to be able to give themselves the advantage. Like when we look at Pasha's play and the way he played that, he played to what he knew his strengths were. Get in behind that hard wall. Any angle that he can challenge me on is now a short angle that I win with the shotgun. Like you said, that's where the counterplay needs to come in to say, actually, I'm going to force you out of that comfort zone rather than playing on into it. But Chiefs find themselves 3 down, VP looking real comfortable at the minute on bank.
Hard to beat, very difficult to beat. You know, there's a reason, like I keep on saying, they are probably a finalist shout. I
think
look really good. To make it to a grand final would not surprise me in the slightest with how they've been playing so far. And being truthful, I've always been a bit of a critic of VP. I've always thought their gameplay's been really slow, really dull, and when they don't hit their shots on a day, they look absolutely appalling, because that's often what makes their slower, more composed game style work so well, is they can hit their shots too. When they aren't doing that, they're like a team that's really unconfident, not really up to the gunplay on the day. They just look awful, frankly. But when they're playing like they are now, as a team too, when everyone's delivering, that's when they look so unstoppable.
Chiefs, again, really good early progress. They've got a lot of control here. They've got servers. They can start almost thinking about pushing towards site. They've still got 1 on the mid-level. I'm just, you know, we question that intel game. Do they find him? Do they know that they're there? Do they make sure that they get that cleared out? I think they have done at this point. So, now, what is the answer to the problems that they had last time? They couldn't get in because of red and because of garage ramp, and that stopped them getting onto the default plant spot. So, do they have a solution to that this time? The more immediate question, though, is do they have a solution to Jigsaw, who's roaming around? I'm not sure they're aware that he's upstairs.
No, I mean, for me, nothing else. The fact they've got the Azami in this round as well. They've got Jaeger on side, looking to keep themselves busy out and about around the map and just keep wasting Chiefs' time. Half the round's gone here. They haven't fully stiffed them out yet. Please! Come on, boys! Like, this is the kind of stuff you should have figured out. You've got a Dokkaebi on side for a start. You know that VP are more likely to be inside of sight. That's all the more reason to be doubly careful in case there is any kind of hijinks like this coming out the second time you go back to a site. How they've let this happen is beyond me.
The call does now come out, and Joystick...
Too late.
It's just exactly that. Joystick is too reactionary, is the play. Joystick is now in a position... I still don't think they're aware of Joystick's position. They just know that he's on the top floor. Does take out a little bit of utility there. The top and bottom of it is they have to kill Joystick now without losing another body. If they do, it's a failure. However, he's going to take down Tex. It's so easy for Joystick at the minute. He is winning fight after fight, and Chiefs can do nothing about this round until they get that kill. Order manages to secure secure it. They've got Diffuser in hand, but do they now have enough utility and time to get the plant down?
Goyo, Smoke, Yokais, they do not have enough time to. They've only just thrown out the first smoke, and there's 30 seconds still to play. Think about how it stalled out last time with the Goyos down, and that's without assuming and forgetting that VP have got guns, Tim, and they're bringing him in big time yet again. They've got always back up on his feet at the same time. Quiz has got it all to do on the IQ. This round is cooked thanks to one man, and it was Joystick on the top floor. If you cannot punish a single roamer being out by himself, despite having Godoka be on side, it's going to fall apart from there. Secures himself one, secures him two, but at this point, it's more of a consolation prize. VP are going to find themselves going up 4-0 here, and Chiefs very quickly running out of time.
Yeah, exactly that. Dan's on his way to deal with this, and will do. VP looking very comfortable. I don't want to, necessarily fixate on what's going wrong for Chiefs either. We've got to say that VP are playing this very, very well. They're leaning into everything that they know about Chiefs, everything that they've seen so far. Struggling with the intel game? Right, get Jaeger up on top floor, see if we can get away, see if he can slip through those drones. Does exactly that, and it's round defining, and it's really, really good play from Virtus Pro.
It is. I mean, Joystick, at the end of the day, you put a player out in the roam, if you can't secure 2 kills in 1v1s, then at that point, it doesn't matter how good your own game is. But of course, he's that guy. When you put him in a spot to fly, that's exactly what he's going to do. Again, for me, just what frustrates me a little bit is you had the Doka be on side. You've already used that first call. You've had 7 drones up on the field still, and you still didn't manage to find him out in time to do anything about it. It's a real kicker, and I'll come back to what I've said so many times already. I really want these boys to lean into what's worked historically. Leaning in towards the Deimos. Sat behind shields if you must as well. The Doka be in the line, like put all these things together, and you've had some really good, solid performances with those all playing together, and teams have really struggled to beat Chiefs at times. And I just feel you kind of, whether it's a bit of fear of VP here and trying to adapt to what they think is the right thing to deal with VP or not, I don't know. But it's not quite the Chiefs that we've seen play well throughout this competition so far. And that's a really sad thing to see, that they'll go out here with barely a whimper against VP when they're literally at the final hurdle.
We go back to open area as the second choice side for Virtus Pro. Last time around, I did sort of mention the limited options that they had for hard breach. They have only 2 hard breach gadgets with them once again. Always was able to win it from inside of that big old reinforced wall inside a cafeteria. For the time being, though, Chiefs need to get themselves this top floor control. They did it well last time. They did force them back quite quickly, make sure that they were on top of things. So
oh, no,
let's see if they're able to again, but no. Yeah, everybody knows you've got to be so careful standing around outside of square double door because there's the angle from stock. You've got to be careful standing outside stock windows because there's the angle from top square.
If only he knew.
And they've been punished.
They'll have no chance of getting away with it. Sees the second, the step out comes across. Surely finds Joystick, but no, he drops away. Still alive on the ward, and of course not really too much to worry about. It sets flashes and a couple of smokes to come out of this one, but he's done the damage there, Tim, and again goes undroned and punishes them for it.
Chiefs have got themselves securely above now, starting to do that vertical work, looking to make sure that Archives and Tellers is clear and that they can move on down. I'm interested whether they're going to go for the hatch drop and the metal door push, or whether it's going to be looking towards that wall that Always is playing behind at the minute. I would have expected the former, to be honest. I would have thought they'd be looking potentially for a little bit of Archives control, open up the wall into small office and create the space for the hatch drop, because like I said, they're very limited in terms of that hard breach option that they've got when it comes to trying to deal with the quad wall.
So now I've got to try and make this work inside 60 seconds with 4 players on side, one of which is a shot away from death. It's not the prettiest situation to be in. On the plus side, they've got this vertical. They've forced away these players up from that top floor. Hope to God they remember that there is the diffuser at the top of White Stairs here, and that they aren't expected to run inside and then go, oh, no one's got the diffuser. Sure enough, they can pick it up now, so thank God for that. And start thinking about what an execute could look like. But my battle, Tim, is there's every single player on Virtus Pro still standing. They've got the Warden still online to deal with those flashes and the smokes that I mentioned. There is just enough here to work with that I struggle to see where they get the win from.
Caro still working his way underneath, concerned of any potential flank down there. We often see it up the blue stairs. I think the questions are answered about where the execution is going to be attempted here. It is going to be a hatch drop and metal door. Pasha managing to find another, and like you say, Virtus Pro very comfortable to just hold on at the minute. Dan has got the door covered, takes down Quiz, Order finding Joystick, but it doesn't matter. The final kills come in for Virtus Pro, and they are just like a brick wall at the minute, Des. They are like that cliff face, and Chiefs are the ocean, smashing themselves up against it without any hope of really making any big indent. VP are just so settled here on Bank.
They're looking extremely comfortable, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not really much more to say than that. Like, they're having to, for the most part, play the standard style of game that we know VP can play. 5 players on site, a little bit of an extension early in the round to pick off some drones and maybe get a freebie. And Joystick, in the last round, committing out to a full, sorry, back in round 4, with a full roam, got 2 players, and the last one found one for himself and got back pretty much unscathed. And I don't want to say it's unforgivable, Tim, but making that kind of error there when you know you could have a roamer upstairs, and the very good likelihood is there will be someone trying to slow you down upstairs. Leaving yourself exposed to that angle, you can't be making that mistake at this level. Not if you want to be a top 8 team here at the Major.
All you've got to do is drone from rooftop.
Just drone from rooftop. That's it.
Just get yourself up onto the roof and drone from the roof.
It's where most players sit as well, if nothing else, on top of the wooden slats as well.
That whole courtyard is just a kill box, essentially, because you've got the door and the windows on either side of it. It's very, very difficult to play in there unless your gun's up, actively ready to go in. So, but I'm sure that Chiefs will learn from that. Hey, maybe they get the last round here. It was 1v1 on this site. Last time around, it was close. Order took a great opportunity to get in and get a couple of kills. We love that opportunity spotting. So maybe they can do something. Maybe they can create themselves a little bit of space. As I say, holding on to top floor can be more difficult. You're going to have less of an impact on the roam. There's less time that you can waste. So Chiefs can at least lean into that. They're going to be clearing those castles out really quickly. They've brought the Kali along to deal with that utility. So again, good, explosive, you know, confident start from Chiefs at the beginning of the round to start clearing that utility out.
She'll be the main one for the Wardens takeaway. You're going to got to deal with the mute here. You mentioned it back actually on Club. I mentioned before as well, VP, like per round, have the highest mute pick rate out of any team here at the competition. Back on Club, they only played it in 3 of their defensive rounds. They actually stepped away from it quite a lot. I'll tell you what, bit of clay pigeon shooting is a fun way to certainly play the game, Tex, but unfortunately, once again, there are players looking to pressure and hassle up on this top floor. Of course, there would be. They're defending upstairs on this site. But more towards stock itself, trying to give a little bit of bothering towards it. Just to slow Chiefs down again, because we spoke about it last time we attacked on towards this site. There isn't as much map control to get. So actually where Chiefs find themselves running up against the clock late round, you expect it to be less of a problem here, as it was before. It was Pasha in that 1v1. There was a good 60 seconds that he still had against Cairo, and of course he won it out. This site is as close as they've got to a win on this map so far. If it's going to happen anywhere, Tim, it's going to be here.
Dad manages to pick up Tex, and Joystick is still a problem here. He's holding on to that stock area, not allowing them to get the jump in. Jigsaw does manage to pick him up though as he tries to make his move. 4 versus 4. Looks like they're aware of the potential for a little bit of movement underneath as well, but how long will it hold their attention? Pasha is going to drop away for now. We'll see whether he comes back later in the round. Yellow ping is there, so Chiefs, the intel game, they are doing it. They are getting that information through.
Yeah, at this point, you've got Tex basically perma-watching square for Jigsaw as well, so he should not be getting himself shot in the back at any point on this step forward. Pasha tries to go up main stairs, and Cairo's got him, so a good bit of teamwork actually coming out from Chiefs to punish the would-be roamer. Don't think he realises that Pasha was the roamer that was coming for him, and then Quiz just steps in and gets his life away for free. That's unfortunate.
Once again, always is... Sorry, VP are just able to sit themselves inside a site and pick up those kills as it comes. I'm looking at this Virtus Pro defense, kind of, you know, I've used like an onion metaphor before, that it's just layers, and right now Chiefs have never been able to really get anywhere near the core of that defense. Yeah, they can strip away a couple of those layers as they go, they can get a couple of kills. It was great team play onto Pasha. They know he has to come back up some stairs, so they're expecting it, and it's easy for them, but then, like you say, playing into that utility of Virtus Pro, not taking out the Kiba barricade. As soon as you strafe across there, your legs are visible, and it's an easy pickup for Virtus Pro that are in that core of the defense, inside a site, holding their angles, and just never really being pressured.
Well, it's going to be a G2-esque scoreline here, Tim. It could be a 14-2. G2 sent back in home after a very disappointing performance against Sonics on a very much identical scoreline, and it's building up to a fever pitch here for Virtus Pro. They would need to lose the next 6 rounds in a row on the attack of Bank. Somehow giving us that map that they never ban and is always banned away against them. They haven't played it in over 200 days. It doesn't look like the kind of map they're going to be unable to take a single attack on.
Right, it starts here and now then for Chiefs.
At least you got the tuber out, Tim.
At least.
You got to see the tuber out, yay!
I expect the hatches to stay closed for a little while at least.
I don't think that's going to stop VP, I won't lie.
No, neither do I. There's no Deimos to play into, so the Tuburai won't be any use to prevent any tracks. But then again, that's not really why you're bringing it on a basement, because there's no verticality for the Deimos to use. But the hatches, like I say, will be a little bit of a target, I would have thought, for Jigsaw. He's going to want to keep them close for a little while at least. But in all honesty, I think we're going to see Virtus Pro moving quite quickly to the map. They're not going to mess about. The drones are already racing through. There's not too much to stop them there. They can at least take top floor immediately and then start working towards. I don't think the Tuburai is going to be able to have too significant an impact on keeping those hatches close for too long. I would still expect by a minute left on the clock maybe that Virtus Pro will have that verticality that they can get down into side.
Granted, they're doing the due diligence and working from the top floor down here, which does open up some more opportunities for Chiefs to slow them down. Unexpected, well, as you'd have come to expect, it's going to take unexpectedly. I was like, actually, no, it's very expected that you'd have a player inside of open area, and that's exactly for now where Jigsaw has got himself planted. You've got Cairo playing across and towards Kitchen. C4 going skyward, finds absolutely no one, and Joystick gets one through the floor. Jigsaw gone, and open area now with only Cairo in place. He probably needs to be looking to get back to site here. In fact, to say that, and he gets Joystick, that's the kind of thing you're looking for. Not bad, but can he stay alive? Because now his hatch drop is cut off. Goes for the fight and loses it. Pasha finds his man. He's on a mission to make these live stages, Tim.
Yeah, I don't think Cairo was in the wrong there. I think it's at that point you're 6-0 down. You got to make a move. You got to do something. You got to find answers to these problems, and kills are always going to be answers when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. So taking down Joystick, yes, a good start. Unfortunate for Cairo that he couldn't find the second onto Pasha. Did do a good chunk of damage. That might well come back to bite Pasha later in the round. We will see how it progresses. But if you remember, Des, I said I expected with a minute left to go at the latest that the hatches would be open and that Virtus Pro would be working towards site. There's a minute left on the clock, and that's exactly the position that Chiefs are in. It looks like this race is run, Des.
Unfortunate for the Aussie fans and fans of the Chiefs, but an emphatic 2-0 coming out of Virtus Pro. 14-2 across the two maps, secure themselves a spot in our live games on Friday.
What a performance it has been from Virtus Pro. They've really stretched their legs there. They've taken advantage of every little mistake from Chiefs, every opportunity that they've had to slip through the cracks, to keep themselves off the radar, to really punish them. They have done it almost every single time, and Virtus Pro's ability to hold on to the core of sites and to win those late round gunfights has been phenomenal throughout.
If I had to pick a single word to describe that performance from Virtus Pro, clinical is what comes to mind.
It has been. It's been fantastic.
Very few mistakes being made throughout. Sure, some close rounds that Chiefs could have got over the line, but none, I think, that would have really given them enough of an advantage to win one of these two maps. Again, looking at that score at the bottom of your screen, you can see just how dominant it was. Really excited to see how Virtus Pro can come from here, though. I think, again, coming up against big teams, we'll get to see how close they can get. Against FaZe, 2 rounds away from beating them. BDS, 2 rounds away from beating them. They've shown they can tangle with the best, and I think that kind of performance shows exactly why.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, you know, what do you do against a Virtus Pro team that even when you do everything sort of right through the first half, as soon as you start trying to pressure in towards site, you're just going to find yourself getting gunned down time after time after time. And Virtus Pro showing a real skill and ability to hold on to those sites today. So fantastic stuff from them. I don't think at this point that anybody's going to be too keen to match up against Virtus Pro in the quarterfinals, I'll be honest.
They're one of those teams that, like, we always remark about. They'll play operators of their own concern. They barely play Shields. They barely play Lion, Dokkaebi, Deimos. It's not just their thing. They play what they're comfortable on. They'll always ban out the same maps, so you know what you're going to come up against. But they do it so well and with such precision that it doesn't matter how well prepped you are. They will always seem to find a way through. Certainly helped out by some mistakes that were made by Chiefs in this game, no doubt. But as you said, I think any team would really fear playing against them when they're playing in this kind of form.
We've got to offer commiserations to Chiefs as well. You've certainly played your part in the tournament. It's been a fantastic watch as you've worked your way through Phase 1 and 2 and just slowly won those games that maybe people expected to go the other way, to get yourself all the way to the final day of Phase 2 here. Chiefs have certainly played their part. I think I said it to a couple of the others as well. I think ultimately they just came to the end of the road today, realistically, of what they were going to be able to do here in Montreal.
That's it. You come up against some big teams at some point and they're going to really shut you down. And to be fair to Chiefs, they've also played, prior to coming into this series, 12 maps. Virtus.pro had only played 5. It has been a good run for Chiefs. You really can't take that away from them. But in case you're wondering exactly how the stats stack up across this series, well, look no further. Pasha, as mentioned, he was on one today. He was determined to make it to Friday. 19-9, and unfortunately, on the other side, not a single player went positive.
35 and 18.
Look at the entries as well.
Just absolute, yeah, I mean, I picked up on it on Clubhouse and it just continued from there on in, to be honest. It was just phenomenal stuff from Virtus.pro to give themselves the advantage in the rounds and to just be picking up those first kills almost every single time. Chiefs just had the backs to the wall from minute 1.
They did. And I hear the man of the moment, Pasha, is standing by for an interview with Anne, so let's throw over to them now.
Yes, he is. Well, we get to congratulate Pasha on making main stage, but also on making SI, because you won this game. You'll be at SI in Boston as well. That must be an amazing feeling.
Thank you so much. That's actually an amazing feeling, but I'm quite shaky right now. Can't really describe emotions, honestly, because was pretty focused on the game, but I'm pretty happy. Even though you can't see, I'm pretty happy.
Let's talk about those emotions as well. I mean, we had a great game from you, and then you got to match point on this map. There was a really loud scream from you then.
I mean, I honestly didn't even know that this match exactly will qualify us, but I felt like we need to win one more game in the quarters. But I don't know. Well, I'm the only screaming guy in the team, so it's just my job. I have to do it. That's it.
It's just your job. I love that as well. Now let's talk about Bank, because we haven't seen this map from you guys in a long time. Were you surprised they let it through in the map veto today?
No, actually everything was pretty readable yesterday. It's like, I don't know, just sometimes you just see the maps even though you doesn't know the ban phase before. So it was pretty readable today. And Bank, last time we played it in February last year. So I was pretty happy that I'm finally back home.
Yeah, because everyone bans this map against you, so I assume you were quite happy to finally play it again.
Yeah, Europe just hates it. I don't know, like Europe never let us play on the Bank.
Well, we saw why.
They will not let us do it again, like for a year maybe.
I was gonna say, we saw
on Bank next year, guys.
One more year. We saw why a 7-0 is a very dominant game here. Anything you want to say to the fans as well after qualifying to SI?
Thank you so much for support. That's very important to me, honestly, and for everyone in my team. We all read the messages you send us. That's very important, and don't forget to buy the skin. That's very important too. And thank you for support. I hope you guys enjoyed our gameplay. We played top 1 EU, top 1 Brazil, top 1 NA, and now we're on the stage. That's it.
Awesome, Pasha. Some great words for the fans as well. Thank you so much for your time, and of course, best of luck on the main stage as well. Great first game here over on the A stream. We got to send Virtus.pro not only to SI, but also to the main stage. They're going to play live in front of an audience. Unfortunately, this is where it ends for Chiefs. They will not be making it back to the main stage. Have to wait just a little bit longer for another possibility. But we have another game here over on the A stream, because it's our only stream today. We have Black Dragons and SSG coming up after a break.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. I'm glad we get to speak to the Chiefs one more time before we unfortunately have to say goodbye to them. I'm sitting next to Nate. Now, sorry, my Aussie accent isn't as good as yours probably. But let's talk about this game. I think definitely the beginning of this game showed that you could compete with Virtus.pro. How are you feeling about the match in general?
Yeah, I feel like it was, even yesterday's game, I feel like we could compete in both of those games, but it got very much like off the railway kind of thing. Like we lost a bit, we lost track, and then it snowballed, very much snowballed through those late rounds. Because I feel like even in that Virtus.pro game, like it was very, very close even in the late rounds, and I feel like we just got very unlucky.
Yeah, especially the late rounds, indeed. One thing I want to talk about is the map Veto as well. Bank is a map that we haven't seen from Virtus.pro in a long time. You let it through today. Was there a specific idea behind that?
I think it was more just like we knew they were going to be very good on Bank, but we also trusted our Bank a lot. It obviously didn't work out, but I mean, you have to take risk, especially when you're versing a very good team like them. And I feel like on another day, we could have been a lot closer, or we could have even won that map.
Well, let's talk about the positives as well. This roster, as it currently is, has only been together for about a month or something. What are you most proud of when it comes to the players at this event?
Oh, I think overall I'm very proud of the boys. Even through the stage, it was very, we had trials and tribulations, but they got over it, and then obviously we made it here. And even how they, achieved what they achieved here. I think we were the underdog in every single game, but that was never on our mind. We were playing that very much, in our favour, I guess, like that underdog mentality, underestimate us, and then obviously we made 2-2, can get 3-2, but hey, unlucky.
Underdog mentality. What is your favourite moment, like your highlights of this event as well?
I think, being the last remaining APAC team is a good highlight. We had 2 people, this is their first event, and we managed to make it all the way to the end, and I think the best game was definitely beating Elevate, so yeah.
Awesome. Always good to keep thinking about the positives as well. Once again, thank you so much, and we wish you best of luck with the preparation for the future events.
Awesome, thank you.
My gamer tag. I was back on Xbox. I had like one of my best friends from school. He named himself Jaeger or whatever. It was O and then capital J and then it was Jaeger because he always played Jaeger. And then I was 11, 12 at the time, and so I copied him. And obviously it was Ash Jaeger at the time. During back then during Siege. So just kind of stuck with it. It was O and then it was Ash, and then I switched to PC and just cut it off. It was just Ashen. So there's a story behind the operator, but I just been rolling with it for 6, 7 years now. So.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that, and what direction do you think you'd go?
I have given a little thought because I never wanted a gamer tag that was with Siege or whatever, because I kind of like gamer tags that are they don't involve the game. I don't think I'm gonna change it, but I think if for some reason I were to, it would definitely be something that didn't involve Siege, but something that was cool.
Moving on to our second elimination and qualification game over here in Montreal. These two teams have never played against each other, and whilst SSG have already qualified, Black Dragons need to keep themselves in the running for SI. Of course, we're talking about in the grand scheme of things. We saw SSG qualify, Black Dragons have not done that yet, but let's talk about them as well. A 2-1 versus Scars to keep themselves in the race, and the unsung hero on this roster has to be Florio. We saw him get 4 clutches yesterday against Scars. A really impressive performance in the top 5 for clutches and plans as well. We love to see that. One of the rookies on this team, actually. 4 players have not been at an international event before, so for them to make that main stage would be absolutely huge. Let's talk about SSG on the other side as well. When we're looking at this roster, we saw a really close 3-mapper versus Dark Zero yesterday, just managing to win it out in the regulation on that final map. And they're just showing once again how good they are at those comebacks, showing that resilience as well. And Ashen is doing a lot of talking once again, but he was backing up that talking with his performance yesterday as well. A quad kill that we saw from him against DZ. And one thing that we had to keep in mind is when we spoke to the players yesterday, they said, well, you know, our cards might be on the table. We have already played against Dark Zero in a scrim, or sorry, against Black Dragons in a scrim. So we asked them about this as well. Okay, so Benja, you haven't even played a single round today, but we can already congratulate you because of yesterday you qualified to SI. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it's good, you know. Yeah, now that's safe, so yeah, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Give us a bit more comfort coming into this game. When we spoke to Forrest yesterday, he said you guys have already scrimmed Black Dragons. Did you learn anything from that you can use today?
To be honest, I don't think we've scrimmed them, so at least I cannot remember, so yeah.
Maybe the game went too fast for you to remember that. How are you feeling about the maps you got on this best of 3?
I mean, we're going to play Sky. We haven't played Sky for a long time, so I don't think they have any prep on us on that one. And, you know, Border, we like Border, so it's going to be good.
Awesome, sounds like a good matchup then. Thanks so much for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Goodo, we didn't get to talk to you yesterday because your game was on the B stream. What was the main takeaway from that game you played?
Maybe we were so confident and we were like chill, and that's it, basically.
Awesome. Well, this is your first event. You have a chance of making the main stage at your first event. What does that mean to you?
I think that means like all the things, yeah. Like the first participation and like can be in the main stage is like awesome, and we are like confident a lot.
That's very good to hear. If you lose today, that means you won't make it to SI based on points. Does that play in the back of your mind?
Not at all. We are like just focus in the like step by step and one game at the time, and yeah.
Awesome. One game at a time starting today. Best of luck and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
One game at a time is the approach for these players. Technically, only one game they have to win to make it to that main stage. Seeing the players in their final bits of preparation, just a little bit of aim training to get ready for this matchup. And let us remind you, it is a best of 3. Let's have a look at the maps as well that we have for this scenario here. SSG come with the first map pick of a border. We haven't actually seen this map yet from them at this event, and we're looking at a Black Dragons pick of a skyscraper. Not to spoil anything, but Benja already said it in the interview. They haven't played this one in a little while, so of course looking forward to see that one being brought out. Our decider for this series will be a chalet, and that one we did see yesterday from SSG. A 7-5 against Dark Zero, winning that one out just in regulation. We haven't really seen it in recent history, at least not yesterday, from Black Dragons. So maybe they are trying to keep their cards a little bit more up their sleeve coming into this oh so important matchup. But now that you know the maps and now that you know everything about these two teams, let's bring in our casters as well. We once again are joined by Ace and Des. Hello guys, how are we feeling about this matchup?
Pretty good. I can't wait to get into our first siege match of the day. That last one was so quick. It was unbelievable.
Did they know the last game started?
What last game?
All right, well, I mean,
Get
the game...
great.
Oh, you feel great? Well, that's wonderful. Love to hear that. But just because the game is ready as well, we'll send it to you guys for this elimination or qualification game on Border.
Lovely, thank you very much, Anne. Yeah, I was looking at the veto, and you heard Benja speaking about in his interview a second ago as well. I'm a little bit surprised. I'm very surprised that Sky is a map that's been brought out here, because even he was confused. He was like, well, we haven't played it in forever, so what the hell have they got on us? And Black Dragons don't really play it either. And Border, like one of them maps that you just don't really know what's going to come out of it, but it's definitely a preferred map. It's their favourite map, if nothing else, for SSG. For Black Dragons, not really the case. They lost it 7-2 to MIBR in the stage, so this could be another 2-0, Tim. And honestly, I'm leaning pretty hard towards SSG at this point.
I think a lot of people will be. I don't know. It's nothing more. I've absolutely nothing to back it up, Des. I've just got a gut feeling that this one is going to be a bit closer than we expect. Let's not forget the story of Black Dragons. I'm going to call it a miracle run that they're on at the moment, really. 1 point. 1 point is all they gained in Stage 2. You and I covered a lot of Stage 2.
We did.
And they were not great, Des.
No, they were not.
They were not great. 1 point was all they gained, and then they came out and had this run in Last Chance qualifiers and just looked like a different team. I'd said up to that point, it kind of felt like two teams, and I'm not saying that, you know, one half was good and one half was bad, but you kind of had Ask and Hornet doing this work and then everybody else doing that work. And in Last Chance qualifiers, it really seemed to come together for them. They played as a 5 better, the teamwork was better, and it really showed. They even managed to knock out reigning world champions Furia in the final, of course. So they've got it in the tank. Can they deliver it in the server is another question. Our bands come on through for Border. Ying, Blitz, Azami, Valkyrie, nothing too wild there.
No, and very specific bans as well to some level, because where SSG have found a lot of success was with that Blitz. Equally, Black Dragons have too. Nutska's ran it an awful lot throughout the tournament, so I think actually both teams are hurt by that ban, but it does mean you may well see the Monty coming on through. Ying, I think we all know by now, a pretty typical ban, as is the Azami and the Valkyrie. Does open up some opportunities here, and I don't think you really see it on this map, admittedly, when SSG are on the defense, to see things like Mute and Mozzie coming out. They've really hurt teams this tournament playing Mute and Mozzie. In fact, I believe those two operators, from a quick look, are their two most played operators on the defensive side. They're really leaning into the buff that came through to Mozzie recently and smothering intel away from their opponents when SSG are on the defense. I don't think it's going to be as effective here on Border because of how small and gunfight heavy the map is. You haven't got a lot of ground that you need to cover, so therefore intel blackout isn't quite as effective as it normally would be. But it does mean you can get some fun things like a Doc coming along, Tim. And why wouldn't Ashen start out, no doubt, another very loud series for himself with running the Doc?
See, I love a bit of Doc play. You've got that ability.
You play Doc yourself?
I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, quite a lot at the minute. Great gun, barbed wire, bailiff for opening up little rotations and lines of sight, ability to heal yourself and others, 3 shots, 3 stim shots. Doc's are, we don't see too much at pro level because it's difficult to say what utility are you going to lose, by not having Doc in. But honestly, I think Doc's a fine pick.
Well, see how fine it proves to be here in this first round. Already they're getting quite aggressive and straight up again. Oh no! Thought they'd found Nux there for a second. It would have been the shield taken down immediately. Like I said, with the Blitz ban coming away, I think you're going to see a lot of Monty getting brought out here, especially by Black Dragons. And to lose a Monty off the rip would have been heartbreaking to start this game.
The shields are particularly powerful on Border for creating space. Places like CCTV, places like Office that are difficult to get into, that are going to be heavily defended, you can send your shield on in, just get aggressive, force them out, and that's half the battle for attackers on Border, is getting yourself established. It's a very small map. Once you're in, once you've got that beachhead, attackers will often win rounds from there. It's creating that initial space. So it's, you're right. We're likely to see the shields almost every single round, I would expect here, in order to just bully out the defenders from those top floor holes. You've got to be able to deal with them, and Benja shows how you do it. Nitro over the top, bada bing, takes him down, and that's advantage SSG.
Another real cute bit of team play there, knowing full well that Monty would have to step back because of the smoke, and he goes straight into the dream line of sight for the C4 and gets a freebie. Benja, of course, then going to collect a second onto Hornet. The Ash was playing out towards that doorway as well. Suddenly, there's only one player left trying to push on towards these east stairs, and now he's been down as well. Benja onto a third. The titan of these east stairs, nothing more to be said. J9 will get brought down, but at this point the damage has been done, I'm afraid. 2 players left standing and 4 to bring down on the other side in all about 75 seconds. It's a tough and tall order. I mean,
I was just going to say, Benja had a quiet day yesterday, and today he's woken up and chosen violence. He's decided there will be no more quiet days for Benja. He wants to get through to that main stage. He knows where this last player is. He definitely wants the ace. Is he going to find it? That's the question. He's waiting for the hop out, the left, the right. Which way are they going to go? I think he sees the barrel. He's going to hear the hatch drop. Surely no. He's not aware, but it's surely a matter of time until Gutto gets picked up. The only question is...
By Benja, surely. He's going stairs.
The only question is it Benja that picks him up? It looks like it probably will be.
An ace to start things off would be lovely for him. Finds his man too. Starts with an ace in round 1. Really, all of it, though, started off at that very beginning with the smoke and the C4 plan towards the Monty. Otherwise, I feel Nux would have made their life hell. But that really probably sets the pace and the tone for what we expect to see in this defensive first half from SSG. Black Dragons not really being present at all in that first round.
Can we just talk about Fultz throwing the toxic babe at Benja at the end of the round there?
Why not?
When he was just about to get his ace.
He's like, no, you can't have it. It's not allowed.
I don't know if that was a call of he's pushing up his stairs, so the toxic babe went out as a precautionary measure, or whether it was a little bit of trolling of Benja, who was on for an ace. I'm not sure.
The law runs deep when you think about it. Actually, it wasn't Benja back in the day. It was Rampy, actually, the first of a round that you and I cast in Montreal was back in 2020 at SI back then. Rampy walks an ace on Clubhouse to get the whole thing underway.
Navi.
And then Benja has just started it here, admittedly against Black Dragons and later on in the tournament, but it's a great start to the series for them. Benson Workshop going to be our second sight. Probably going to see more of the same, where SSG will hold upstairs to some degree here. Want to make sure you can contest angles from above, stop the defenders, or the attackers, sorry, being able to just walk straight into sight and get that diffuser down. So it invites the attackers to have to come and clear this top floor first. Although it won't be as heavy a setup on this top floor, you are still going to have a lot of presence up there, which means Black Dragons need to attack the map the same as they did last time around, get these defenders off the top floor, and then worry about an execute later into the round.
They need to be keeping that shield alive. It was a big problem for them last time. It enabled Benja to just, remain in position. It was beautifully done by SSG, don't get me wrong. It was fantastic teamwork, as you said, forcing the shield back out with the Toxic Babe, sending the Nitro in behind him. Absolutely beautiful stuff, but they have to figure that out. The Black Dragons is the reality, and they need to make sure that they're getting themselves in and pressuring those positions. Some sort of confident control of an area of top floor is going to be really important here. They didn't get it last time. They were never really inside of the map. They were playing from the balconies the whole time. And like I said, that's the big question for the attackers here. Can you get inside or not?
You know where he is. Oh, and he's still got a freebie. Aska's been one of them players that's been playing so well for Black Dragons as well, but J9O, as casual as anything, steps out, finds him. You've still got Hornet down, who I imagine will get picked up here. There we go. Out towards the Archives door, but again, just not an ideal start to this round. That's your Deimos offline, which you were looking to pair up with the Lion.
Still trying to work their way in towards Breaker. Said it only a moment ago, they struggled to get inside of the map last time, and it is proving to be exactly the same this time around again. Fultz, Ash and J9O have all fallen back into Fountain for the time being, and joined by Benjamaster as well, all trying to still hold on to this top floor, and Black Dragons right now don't really have an answer to it. Gutto looks to move in a little bit more laterally, but he's going to be taken down by Forrest, who's playing inside of Showers at the minute, just watching for that office window jump in. And right now, Black Dragons, they just can't remove a single piece of this puzzle. SSG, they've come to play today.
Yeah, it's looking real tough for them to find a way into the game, and as you say, Black Dragons, it's not Black Dragons, SSG just looks so well prepared, very comfortable. So far, really unbothered by what the other side has brought at them. Like this, it's a warden behind a shield. It's a flash that'll do nothing for you. It's 2 kills potentially coming on through. In fact, no, J9O steals one away. Benja cursing that he doesn't get to collect any more in the round. But he'll find the last, and it's a flawless round. So we've had an ace, and we've had a flawless round. I think attack timeout early on might be the play.
I'm wondering, is it going to be one of those games whereby you've got teams just running away with their own maps? SSG have picked Border.
And there it is.
And they're absolutely dominating on it. Black Dragons have picked Sky, which
they won't dominate.
Isn't
they picked it. SSG start on defense. It's going to be a 5-1 half.
I'm really trying to find something for him, Des, after those first couple of rounds. SSG don't play it too often. A little bit of a surprise for them, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, at the minute, SSG are just head and shoulders above. It's very much a mirror, very much the same as what we saw in that first game with Virtus Pro. Just so confident, taking every single fight that's offered to them, and Right now, Black Dragons have just been absolutely nowhere near sides.
I just love how Ashen has used his tac timeout, not to have a chat with anyone, but just to talk shit towards Black Dragons the whole time. He's calling them bad in Portuguese, he's asking, ask where he is, just laying it on thick. So while they're trying to really compose and get their heads together, he's trying to break it apart again. It's great.
It's just about winning every single second in the server, isn't it, really?
It's mental warfare as well as siege warfare, it is, yes.
It's just, you know, if you're not in the action phase and you can't win the round inside of the server, then you try and win it elsewhere and just give yourself every small advantage that you can gain. But yeah, right now, SSG are looking phenomenal over those first 2 rounds. Only 1 kill out of a possible 10 for Black Dragons. It was Ask who managed to pick somebody up in the first round. Nobody has been able to do anything else so far. So we move to our third site. It's going to be Bathroom and Tellers. It's going to be much the same as we saw from the previous hold. It's going to be about holding on to Office, Fountain, Archives. Just try and keep hold of as much of that area for as long as possible if you're SSG.
I feel like I'm really being tested today, Tim.
You're being pushed by the... I assume you're not talking about the quality of the siege, Des.
Oh, I am, 100%. Because...
I thought you might be.
Between the games, I went out to the green room and... you won't mind me saying it. Stokes was like, you're going to be more negative, Des? I was just like, what do you mean? He's just like, nothing really. I was like, well, yeah, we were kind of criticising Chiefs quite a bit in the last game. I'll give him that. He weren't saying it to be horrible. He was having a bit of fun. And I was like, yeah, no. And I thought, you know what, I'll come into this game and I'm gonna really back Black Dragons here. They're a team that, you know, with Cass, 1 point, they've really battled their way through. They're here on elimination day. They can do this, I'm sure. And the first 2 rounds of those car crash first 2 rounds on being tested. Ask, at least, has answered the question that Ashen was asking, where are you? Turns out at front door, taking your skull clean off your shoulders. Goodvins finally get the 2nd kill of the game. And it's a good start to the 3rd round.
As always, Des, we are desperate to cheer these teams on. We are desperate to see fantastic siege. And
I don't come into a game wanting to talk shit about people. No, I want to see them do well.
But this is it, and it's difficult when, you know, the mistakes
when they're not
evident. But Black Dragons, hopefully, this could be it. This will be the catalyst, the spark in the powder keg that will fire them up into a bit of better action. Hornet has managed to get himself inside a CCTV, but he's going to take an awful lot of damage there. J9 does take a little bit in response as well. So Black Dragons still not really managing to press this man advantage up on the top floor at the moment. However, Gutto does manage to take down J9 as I think he tries to rotate away from that fight, and Black Dragons a little bit of an opportunity starting to develop now.
Starting to ball, but just like that, Benja's undone all their hard work. 2 kills, completely unchecked, not caught on a drone, and looking for the 3rd. Off towards your right, Benja. Benja, please spin. Whew, gets taken down at the very least. Nux has found his man, and now they're into a 3 versus 1. How the hell has a clash gone down here? That is not ideal for them, but it's great for Gutto, who walks a 3K in the round and gets them over the line. Okay.
Ghost is returning fire over to Ashen at that point.
I love it. I mean, I think what he also realises there is his players are probably a little bit flat after that start. It's been a bit slow. That's why they had the early, post-2nd round tac timeout. You don't get a tac timeout after 2 rounds unless it's a literal car crash. That's why he steps in so soon. And just injecting a little bit of energy, like, come on, boys, we've got this. Let's go. You're so good. It can be enough to get them fired up now. And hopefully, they carry on firing. Border's one of those maps. In fact, I put some stats out about it yesterday, about the defensive win rate. Border is our most attack-leaning map. Shock horror at the whole event. So you've got to see Black Dragons having a good half here. I really want to, at some point, just get a Brazilian coach who can be my personal life hype man. Like, if I don't ever feel like getting out of bed in the morning or something, I'm just there like, oh, I really can't bother today. And some guy comes in, Vamos! You'd just be like, whoa, I'm up, let's go. Your day would start then, wouldn't it? With a heart attack, no less, but wow.
I don't know how well it'd start. I think I'd be in a constant state of being on edge.
A perpetual state of anxiety, yep, for sure, but your day would move.
Oh, dear me. Right, back to the top floor we go then. It's going to be Armory and Archives again for SSG. A better round from Black Dragons. We won't quite overlook the little bit of a mistake at main door. I think there was a little bit of a lack of intel there. Benja was able to slip in and get a double, including Asku, who was just coming herring out of Archives. He was at full sprint and could do nothing about the challenge that he found. He had absolutely no idea that Benja was stood at bottom metal. But from there, it was a better round from Black Dragons. They were able to to get aggressive onto SSG, deal with a clash, force them out of position, and it was good stuff from them. They didn't really necessarily have top floor control completely, and they still got the job done without it. So good stuff, and we will see if they can continue it in round 4.
Nice little poke here as well with the Ossa being set up. Of course, I've got to be mindful of any, well, all the C4s in back pocket here. 2 of them to play behind is the main thing you're being fearful of. All about that control below as well, making sure no one's lurking around downstairs, looking to be disruptive, of which we can't currently see, which is a good thing. So means everything else, you'll be careful that the one's coming from, say, half wall. Look at this underneath here, I tell you what. Floro's about to get a second as well after finding Ashen, but he's also getting return fire back his way. Not going to lose his life or any HP, though. Good start to the round.
Forrest and J9 have both taken...
Go fishing again, go again!
They've both taken chip damage along the way, so SSG definitely on the back foot a little bit here. Tubarão gone is just going to open up a few options potentially for Black Dragons and is going to give them more time, importantly. They're not going to be, or shouldn't be at least, racing around at the end of this one. Grim Bees will come on in, start forcing them players back, and they're in a position here to put a diffuser down after an absolute beauty from Nux behind the Talon shield. Wonderful stuff, secures the plant. SSG are all at sea in round 4.
Yeah, C4s were just not ready to fly there. The Grimbees keeping the Kaid at bay. And look at this. Black Dragons really have woken up. A 4v1 to close things out. And Fultz, well, he's not got a dog's chance in hell at this point. Hornet with the close, and Ghost is going again.
Deixa o fronteira open, caralho! Horríveis do caralho! Porra! Deixa open, caralho!
I'm not sure SSG are going to understand, but I think they'll get the tone.
Stop drinking caffeine, bro. You've got enough. Jesus. It just keeps going. I love how the players are just so
If
chill.
this goes to 3 maps, Ghost is going to be exhausted by the end of it.
He is. It's
going to be absolutely...
But he also knows what it means, because I spoke to him before the tournament, and he was like, you know, we're very aware we got 1 point, and like our transformation's been really good, and we're just so excited now that we can go on and prove something real special here. It's a dream storyline given how well so many other teams are playing, but imagine if Black Dragons were to make it to a final or something crazy. Oh.
Forget the final. Imagine if Black Dragons are able to get the win here and get to main stage, Des. I'd have to go back through, but I'm not sure anybody's ever got 1 point in a stage and then got to the main stage for that major. Like, that is absolutely an unreal turnaround. And if you remember, Des, I said coming into this, when we saw them struggling, it often felt like you had these 2 teams. You had Ask and Hornet, and then you had everybody else. So far today, over those last couple of rounds, Gutto, Nux, both getting involved, both having really big parts of those plays. Florio underneath, chasing people out of position. And this is what I mean about them working together as a 5, looking like one complete team and everybody delivering. And Black Dragons have looked completely different in round 3 and 4 than they did in the first 2. They've woken up, they've switched on, and this could be a real matchup ahead of us.
You're talking about the coach Ghost. I want to talk about the SSG Ghost. They've been disappearing for the last 2 rounds, unfortunately. Tim Benja went off to a flying start with 9 kills in 2 rounds. Haven't secured a single one in the last couple. And it has been a very different tale since that tack timeout. Just goes to show sometimes a coach getting you a little bit more amped up, having a few words after a couple of rounds and they haven't gone according to plan, really can turn your fortunes around. And Forrest is certainly trying to make something happen on the Bandit. Everyone out clearly wasn't quite the one to make happen, nor is it going to stick. Finds himself down already.
Yeah, Black Dragons having that one on lock, making sure that they weren't getting caught out. They've not really got themselves too much control inside of the map, which is going to be the next one, and just start maybe using those verticals. But for the time being, it's potentially just going to be Monty straight in through the window. SSG are still above, but Ask manages to find J9O. Ask finds another before being shut down. 4v2. They can't prevent the plant. The smoke covered it beautifully. Benja does find one. Ashen was too late to the punch. It's now a 3v2. Diffuser down with a Monty. This should be a Black Dragons round all day long.
Absolutely phenomenal. The 2 players, the Amara coming up through the hatch, and then also you've got the West Wall being pushed at the same time. 2 kills come out of, I'd say nowhere, but they clearly weren't nowhere. There were 2 brilliant kills that came flying on through, and there's no response that SSG can make because they've now lost top floor. Plant's gone down. They just cannot retake this. It's almost like an unofficial timeout for themselves, I imagine, here. Let this round tick down a little bit. In fact, they're trying to make a play, but we know how this one ends.
Esse porra, esse caralho! Porra! Eu tô falando, caralho! Tem que confiar, porra! Caralho!
It's even at his own guys. I love it.
You know what I love? It's like so many of these moments are just like meme moments where the players sat there drinking coffee as calm as anything, and you got a guy screaming at you.
Smacking you on the back.
That is like 100% a meme template ready to be made somewhere. That is class.
Black Dragons then 3 rounds in a row, and that one was a textbook attack, really. Excellent stuff, like you say, just forcing SSG only away from as much as they needed to.
Yeah.
They weren't worried about getting the whole of top floor. They weren't worried about getting all the kills. They know when it's a ventilation site, all they need to do is clear out half wall, and they can potentially be looking at getting a plant down inside of the smoke on ventilation door, because there's nowhere else it can be challenged from. It was really good from them.
It was more the combination of everything coming together at once.
Yeah.
Like the
Just efficiency of effort.
Smoke's going down, Ass being on that West main, you have one coming in from Archives as well. There was like 3 or 4 things all happening at once. And for SSG, I think naturally we all have this in ranked. You hear Amaru, first thing you do is drop your pants and go, oh my God, where the hell is she? What hatch is she? What window is she in? Where am I getting pushed from? That's all good if that's the only thing happening, but there's 2 or 3 other things going on at the same time. Comms become chaos, players end up looking the wrong way, and you pay the price for it. Fantastic round, and Black Dragons 3 in a row. This is the kind of performance we were hoping to see. And now SSG, we move over to that comp I was speaking about earlier, Tim. That Mute and Mozzie, the 2 most played operators for this team at the Major. They have really oppressed information from so many teams so far using this. I'm glad to see them finally bringing it out.
Detention's going to be getting opened early on. That'll just provide a little bit of potential lateral pressure. Phantom, if nothing else. It'll just mean that SSG need to be aware of the potential for the entry coming on in through there. But really feel like SSG need to be picking up this round and getting the 3-3 at least. Black Dragons finding some serious momentum over the last couple. Ashen is going to be charged with holding on to this top floor. Pressure mounting already as the book is going to open the barricade. Surely this is one for Ashen. If he peeks his head around, Ashen is prepped, waiting and ready. But no, he's going to get caught out by Guto, who manages to find a second onto J9. Oh, he's just walked in and taken what he wanted.
Team play. Identifying where Ashen was and pinching. It doesn't matter about the Mute and Mozzie denying intel away. They've just managed to make a really good push there. And I love the patience coming out of the book as well. Full credit to Ass there. Didn't get egotistical about it. Want to put Ashen in a grave. He wanted to instead wait for his teammates to join him and then make it a 2 versus 1. And fair play to Guto. Then spinning and winning the second one onto the player out towards Fountain. That gives them all the control they need up here on this top floor. Just got to be mindful now. Benja downstairs with the C4 in hand. Quite deadly with these explosives. Historically, the best nade player we had, and now it turns out also a fantastic C4 player as well. Gets Guto gone after his 2 kills that started the round.
SSG do try to fight back, but they get caught out with Forest inside a break. Kills in a matter of minutes. Hornet for a double. Nuts for the last one. And another good round from Black Dragons. SSG just getting caught out, like you said, on that top floor. Guto able to walk in. Ask makes a lot of noise over here, while Guto walks in over there and gets himself 2. Great stuff. And SSG certainly a little bit quieter at the minute, Des.
It's just every single time we cut to the cams and it's Florio sat there just sipping a cup of coffee and Ghost is over like ready to basically grab him and suplex him onto the ground. And he's just like, bro, chill, I've got a coffee, please. But whatever he's doing, it's working. They've won 4 rounds in a row after what can only be described as a car crash start to the game. Does feel like, Tim, that this one's going to be, I think it's fair to say, a bit more competitive than our last.
You got to remember what's at stake here. The winner goes through to the main stage, the loser goes home. All of the games today are for, as we like to say, all of the marbles. It is winner takes all, and right now Black Dragons are taking all 4 rounds in a row. They found themselves 4-2 up, moving on to the defense, and we come to that age-old question now. Can they keep the attackers, SSG in this case, out of the building? It's something that SSG have struggled with a little bit more over the last few rounds. Black Dragons have played around it very well, just going direct to site, for example, not really worrying about getting everywhere under control on the map. Will SSG go with a similar technique, or will they be looking to secure those spots? They haven't got a shield on side, which, as I said, can be great for creating space on border, for bullying your way into these difficult spots like CCTV. So keep an eye on the first half of the round. How do SSG go when it comes to gaining map control?
I guess the thing is, for SSG, they're massively blitz players, and obviously with the blitz being banned away, I don't think you'll see too much shield play coming out of them. It's not they don't play it or wouldn't play it. It's just that here, that's not been their go-to shield operator. So I think you might see them try and stick things with more like the Deimos, maybe see a Dokkaebi coming out at some point as well. Things in that sort of ilk and that sort of vein. I'm looking at this like defensive lineup coming out of Black Dragons. It is very VP in look, isn't it? almost like a carbon-cut copy of what you saw from the majority of VP in that last series we just had. So it is a little bit more dug back. It is quite defensive. As you can see, it gives SSG a lot of problems to have to work through and stops them playing at the sort of breakneck speed that sometimes they employ to catch teams off guard.
For the time being, Black Dragons, at least for the first minute, still reasonably comfortable in their positions. The Deimos tracks are going to start raining on through. It's, again, a good choice potentially to clear them out, and a missed opportunity from Florio there. Misses a few shots that is just going to leave Forest on the board. Only 22 HP now, but can still continue in the round so long as he can keep himself alive and not get hunted down any further. The first kill did come in, and it did go to Black Dragons once again. 5 versus 4, Ashen off the board, and it's that Capitao Des. Big loss of utility potentially that you'd be looking towards that execute or clearing space.
I like it though, because the immediate response from Benja was to get underneath this soft flooring and stop this kind of disruption going on, which should free up the players trying to work on East Airs to step forward a little bit easier here to actually get that wall opened up that they were looking for that was being contested. Is the Ash Helmets not being able to do what they were there for. Still though, we're down to the last 60 seconds and SSG is still trying to get themselves set up, and that feels weird to say on a map like Border, Tim. It's not like there's millions of hurdles to jump over.
No, SSG still aren't in the map on the top floor. They've only been able to play inside of Customs. They've still got the castle playing above. He is going to be tracked now, and they're trying to chase Gutto down, but it's just not really doing the job.
It chased him off though, and he got caught in a line of fire there as well, so it immediately shut down. Ass now taken out by Fultz. Look at the HP bars on Black Dragons. They are starting to hurt here. Hornet's gone down as well. They see one more in, and J90 has taken this round by the horns. Will drive it over the finish line. It's a 3 versus 1. Nuts with it all to do, and I don't think they're going to give him any room to do that, Tim.
No, unlikely. Plant goes down.
Nice.
Hooks, it's an absolute beauty onto J90. 1v4 becomes 1v2. Thinks about the Nitro. Knows there's one behind Bomb Chassis, but he's unlikely to get this one now as they know exactly where he is. Fultz moves in on the flank, takes him down, and that's a nice final 40 seconds from SSG. I said they were struggling to get on into the map on the top floor. They'd been working from underneath for a while, but as you say, when they forced Gutto out of position and got that kill, it was the real catalyst for them. Straight into sight, no messing about. SSG getting aggro on the attack, and that puts them now 3-4 on the scoreboard, and it at least halts that little bit of a runaway train of momentum that Black Dragons had running.
That's it. I think the Capitao being brought along by Ashen there was a nice idea as well. Like, I love Capitao as an operator. I speak about it all the time. So I think he just brings so much, being a 3-speed, decent gun, gone 6 secondary. Obviously, had the ability to bring hard breach gadgets. You got fire, you got smoke. There is just so much packed into one operator there. He can nearly do everything himself. It's only really soft destruction where he'll struggle to be able to move through the map. But if that's your only weakness, you'll take it. It's a shame that he went down so early on, because I think that was going to be a big part of their execute. Not that ultimately they needed it, as a lot of the work was done out and about around the map with Black Dragon's extension out towards security being hard punished by the verticals being opened up and the use of the Deimos. So good stuff from SSG. That vertical play really coming into effect for them.
Round 8, it's going to be then. Black Dragons are going to be, I think, I won't say desperate, they're going to be very keen to get themselves a defensive round as soon as possible. They don't want to feel like SSG are getting that run back at them. It's going to be up on the top floor once again. I'd like to see Black Dragons maybe with a more confident plan for the bottom floor. Last time Florio was down there, he managed to damage the Deimos. If he gets that kill, maybe things go a little bit differently. Who knows? This time, it's going to be the responsibility of Ask down there. He's on the vigil with the Bosch G. He's going to be trying to keep those players out and make sure that they can hold on to CCTV. But I don't think that's going to be the game plan for SSG here. They don't have a lot of that vertical destruction this time. So it's just a bit of an interesting counterplay that we've got. It looks like Benja's going to be going in looking for the vigil to begin with. If they can get that kill, fantastic. But it's not essential really for them. And Ask has actually rotated himself back upstairs, I think recognising that there's not going to be too much pressure from the bottom floor. This is Archives written all over it. Benja's going into Workshop to make sure they're not playing underneath, and they're just going to get a plant down behind a Talon shield.
Can't see anything for now, but of course, I mentioned the Capitao is coming out here a little bit to help out with it. EMP elsewhere, so any C4s will not be able to catch it out. There's nothing to stop this going through. I was about to say almost nothing to stop it going through. 2 kills actually come their way off the back of it as well. SSG look very composed here. Florio might find one, but I think, Tim, at this point, we can see how this round's playing.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they managed to actively disable that diffuser down behind the Talon shield. It's not going to be an easy job whatsoever, given the position. They've managed to plant it right on the door. They've got out, they're holding the post plant. Really, just really basic stuff from SSG, but just fantastically well done. We see a couple of nice kills coming in at the end, but it's effectively a 1v3. Gutto's going to try to just tickle the diffuser there, but there's absolutely nothing he can do in reality. Like I said, it's absolute basics of an Archives attack. You make sure that it's clear underneath so that nobody's going to challenge you with a nitro or shooting through the floor. As soon as you know you've got to hold a workshop and there's nobody that can challenge from that area, you can just start then wandering in and getting yourself that diffuser down. It really was as easy as that. Hold it from Archives window so that nobody can swing around the desk. Job done, and SSG knew that. Black Dragons were not prepared for it, and it's a nice, easy attack. 4-4.
The sad thing is, those first 2 rounds where Black Dragons were really not at the races may be what determines how this map ends too. SSG have started out their first 2 attacks looking very comfortable. Black Dragons not really able to fight their way into, although the score at the top of the screen says 4-4 and you'd assume all things are even. It's quite clear to see that attackers really are having the run of things here. Outside of those 2 rounds that Black Dragons, didn't show up for, it has been all attack to this point, and you'd be remiss to think it was going to change any other way. Essentially, Monty coming online here as well for Forest to start the march on through the map. On the other side, Black Dragons, it's kind of hard to say what to do, where they tried to get aggressive around the map. They've been punished for it, as we saw in the extension in the prior round, back in round 7. In their previous round, they've been a bit more dug in towards site. Even then, they've been hard shut out by the utility dump coming out from SSG. So far, the North American side, they've got all the answers, Tim.
Little bit of a stronger hold on to Office, particularly. We've got the mirror window in there that's going to be played around Sandwich just to try and prevent any pressure coming from 90 corridor. They're also looking to expend a lot of utility, keeping it so that it's difficult to get into Archives as well. If SSG can break this top floor hold, then the round is almost certainly going to be done for Black Dragons, because it will pull them apart. There's not too much utility left available for sight, given everything they've invested in that top floor. For the time being, SSG are looking to get into the opposite side of things, get into break, get into CCTV, and work across from there. They need to be aware, though, that Gutto is currently playing inside of there on the Mozzie. This drone should find him.
Yeah, at least being somewhat diligent about this as well, because don't forget, Benja nailed that ace in the first round off the back of this kind of play, just dancing around break room, going in towards waiting area, and just collecting kills for free. Like, it was a real problem that Black Dragons struggled to deal with. So SSG, at least I'll say, showing that respect towards Black Dragons and saying, like, if anyone is there, we need to know about it. We need to not be getting caught out in the early rounds. So far, the entry into the map looking pretty comfortable for them.
SSG, smart play there, knowing that Gutto was in CCTV. They deployed a smoke onto the wall that they wanted to breach with the ace charge, of course, making it more difficult for him to see and do anything with that. Benja has managed to walk his way into Workshop here. I'm not sure if he's aware exactly where the player is. It'll be, I think, Nux on the... Nux just on the far side of that reinforcement, but Genano is going to be the one to take him out. Benja was there if he moved the other way, so a nice little pinch from SSG gets them an opener, 5 versus 4, and now there's going to be a lot of pressure mounting on this top floor, and it's too easy for Benja. He's inside a site, he's got himself 2.
And that's all you really need. Like that, there is no one on site anymore, so Black Dragons, assuming they can clear top floor, need to do a retake. They've killed 3, Tim, what? 2 left at this point, almost Hornet potentially finding onto a 4th as well, but no. Ashen and J9O holding on for now. They're the ones who've got the lion's share of control of the map as well. It's just Hornet.
SSG don't have the diffuser in hand at the minute, I don't believe, so they have got a little bit of work to do. Hornet here with 40 seconds left to go is in a position that, whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both deaths without barely moving his feet. Hornet goes right, goes left, picks them both up, and that's terrible timing from SSG.
Oh, just when it looked like it was going so right, it all went so wrong. Benja cleared out sight. They had a couple left on top floor and thought, great, 4v2, we can't be giving this away. And then one of the 2 men of the moment, as the case has been throughout this whole tournament, Ask and Hornet have been their 2 big players, and thankfully one of the 2 was there to bring out a big clutch. Bit of a saving grace for Black Dragons, it feels, because this half so far has been all SSG, but that's one of the crucial 2 rounds that Black Dragons need to at least guarantee we get to overtime.
SSG just got caught out having a look around, essentially. They were too separate from each other. They obviously didn't know where Hornet was. They didn't have the intel, and so they're kind of just wandering around looking for him. But if you're gonna do that, you've got to do it as a pair. You've got 40 seconds left. You've got to be able to challenge together, to be able to impact on the other one's death. We talk about trades so often. The absolute dream for somebody in a 1vx situation like that is to be given those fights one at once. You don't want to find yourself in a lose-lose whereby you're getting challenged from two separate sides at once and you can't possibly win. And Hornet, everything was set up for him to knock it out of the park, and he just stepped up and smashed that one into the stands. 5-4 now, Black Dragons, and they are keeping SSG on their toes here on Border.
Black Dragons are one of these teams where they're a little bit of a Vigil merchant team. Not too many teams run Vigil because, as we always say, he's quite a selfish operator. His gadget doesn't really help his team in any way. There's not a lot that he can really do to assist his team during setup either, outside of a couple of impacts he can make use of. But I think across stage 2 in this major so far, they've played Vigil about 27 times between them, this whole team. No real surprise to who the main two players may well be, of course. Again, the players that I spoke about earlier in Ask and Hornet. But Boss G, I always think it's filthy. I'm pretty sure Ask walked to 4K at one point and I was there in tears by the end of the round. It's just so disgusting to watch. Hasn't yet managed to find anyone in the round, but almost found out himself. That's one thing he's got to be very careful of.
Droning will continue for SSG for the time being. Benja is inside of the building at the moment. Just a little bit of utility taken out there as we are attacking onto that top floor. Benja on the book. We've seen the power that he can bring. How about that, though? Jin, I know, gets sat down by Hornet.
That is horrific. Oh. He's hitting some shots today, Tim. That's all that can really be said. Up to 10 and 5 he now steps, and SSG, compared to last round where they managed to get a pretty quick and efficient control of this top floor, are really struggling to even get inside of CC at this point. It's looking like a bit of a battle. They have got these two vertical players again in the Deimos and the Buckhorn side, though. Forrest and Benja taking up those responsibilities. They've managed to punish roamers on the Black Dragon side doing this before, but this time around they've tightened up a little bit and are really giving nothing over to the North American side.
No, exactly that. SSG just sitting back at this point and looking to find that little bit of extra intel before going in for any final push onto site. They do at least have Ask and Hornet both on very low HP. They can't take any damage whatsoever without it being the end of the round for them. So that's something for SSG. 55 seconds left to go, and they're looking to make a little bit of progress moving forward here, having to take out some utility, but by the sounds of it, it's going to be looking for a push from the office side to try and get in towards Archives. They find the man inside a fountain. Benja looks to push forward, sends the flash over the top, just trying to work in behind that utility, but he's there again, Des. Hornet stinging faults, and 5 versus 3 now for Black Dragons.
I was about to say, he should not be able to find this kill on the window, but no, Ashen picks him off. Not that it matters too much, because elsewhere, kills have flown on through, but Benja is a man on a mission. 15 up to 16, surely he finds it. A 2 versus 1, him and Ashen to face off against Florio. Got to hold this longer angle, but the plant now going down means that is moot. Out comes the impact. It will do 40 damage, but Benja is a man on a mission today.
Hey, don't choke it, ass! You fucking pencil neck!
Não tem sentido você dar a cara nesse nível 2, tá todo nunca. Por favor, velho. Mano, só faz isso, velho. Vamos.
He comes out with some insults, doesn't he?
Coming into round 11, and the temperature in this one is obviously heating up between these two. It's honestly, I came into this one saying I was expecting a close game, saying that it might be, you know, one that actually goes the distance, and what a performance we're seeing from both of these two teams at the minute. They are both throwing absolutely everything at this one. Both having huge moments. That was a really nice turnaround from SSG there. Hornet gets some great kills to kick things off. It's 3 versus 5, but they're able to get themselves back into it. SSG's showing something that is so important for teams at this level, which is resilience, which is when the chips are down, are you able to fight back into it? And SSG show repeatedly that they can do. It's 5-5. We're going to get at least all 12 days, and I think there's a few more twists in this tale before we have a winner.
I'm glad you've held it together 30 seconds there, Tim. I've only just stopped laughing. We keep saying it. It's the mental warfare as well as the in-game warfare that's just... It's unique to Ashen. It's probably the only way I can describe it. But it brings a lot of entertainment and joy, so please keep it up, good sir. I'm enjoying this. Almost we step then. As you said, it will guarantee we see at least all 12 rounds playing out here. And now there is another player on Black Dragons. Hornet probably feels like, you know what, boys, I've hit some shots there. I think it's my turn with the boss G. They're passing it around between them. Everyone gets a little go in the half. We'll see if he can do anything more with it, because we sadly haven't seen the pop-off boss G like I think some of us have been terrorized by in ranked at different times throughout the years of playing Siege. I know at least one's tucked in towards the left here as well. It is the Castle of Guto. Don't think they have a way to figure him out, but a bit of breakneck speed. They might be able to punish him here if he stays tight too long.
Yeah, Benja desperately wants that kill, and it's no surprise. 17 and 6. He's just absolutely farming them at the minute. And to be honest, he's been the saviour of SSG a few times in these rounds by getting them. Benja will get another. However, you asked if we'd see a boss G. Yes, we will. Hornet there for the immediate trade. Takes down Benja, and that's going to be the Nomad. I don't know whether those air jabs have been deployed everywhere they wanted them, but that could be a big loss. When they're attacking onto that bottom floor site, you want to be locking down those staircases, making sure that you can't get flanked. That might not be the case anymore.
No, he died with all 3 air jabs in his back pocket, so they're not going to be available to the team to make use of, unfortunately, which does invite things like this. Hornets to get a little bit cheeky moving around. They know where he is, and he's not going to find the shot, though. Forest on East Stairs, right time, right place, and gets the trade back, again, albeit a little bit delayed.
I don't feel like Hornet needed to get aggressive in that position there. He's maybe just feeling himself a little bit. He's got a few kills over the last round. I'm going to go and get him. But really, you could have burnt a little bit more time up on the top floor. Just keep yourself inside of CCTV. Keep yourself back across there. Yes, the pressure's maybe going to come because you've got the verticals onto side. You can do a lot more potentially by keeping yourself alive. But 1 minute left to go. SSG are starting to apply the pressure in towards site now, using those verticals that I spoke about that Hornet kind of gave up a little bit.
I hate how he's just stood over the vertical reloading there, like exposing himself to a headshot from below. Fortunately, wasn't taken down, but certainly wasn't far away from it. He has also just stepped over one of the wee-woos. Now got himself in a spot where they know exactly where he is. Fox alarm's going up. C4 upwards, of course, not going to find him. He's on the other side of the wall, but for now, scaring him away. Forest dropping down, back on drones, like a good old trusted support for the rest of his team.
Drone not really gonna, I was going to say, the time is ticking down. The drone's not really telling them, it's telling them where people aren't, but not necessarily finding where they are at the minute. Pressure going to come directly then from SSG. Forest moving in through detention, sends one after another of those flashbangs in to try and create a bit of space to start putting this plant down. J9O with an important double. There is nothing that Nux can do inside a side, and SSG are going to get themselves a map point opportunity.
Good stuff there as well. The alignment of all the util being dumped into site at the same time meant that it didn't even matter that Forest saw him on his left as he came running on through. He couldn't see anything. And then it's just about the cover, the backstab push coming in, the player stepping in from Passport, just everything building up on top of itself, and a really well-coordinated execute. 6-5 to SSG and Black Dragons. Can they find that one round in the tank? They've already pulled one back, Tim, to make up for those 2 car crash first rounds they had, but they sorely need a second.
Yeah, you just get a feeling, it feels like that the balance might just have tipped a little bit here, Des. SSG looking very good in that last round, and now knowing that they only need one more. To be fair, Customs is a difficult site to hold on to. I would maybe question the site choice from Black Dragons there, you know, going down to that often unused site when we look at Border to try and get such an important round 1, but this time they're going to be heading back up to Armory and Archives. And we'll see whether they can hold on to the top floor. Just looking at their last defense there, it was in round 10. They were unsuccessful. SSG got the win despite Hornet's big start to the round. So Black Dragons maybe back to the drawing board for this one.
What I enjoy about this site in particular is that you see, I don't want to say it's always like the same, but they're relatively similar executes, but there's always something fun about them. It's like a little bit different. You see like Glaz and Ying being employed quite a lot. Util dumps in towards the site. We've seen Ossos, we've seen Monty's used for it. Capitals that we've got in this round. The vertical pressure that can come in from a Buck and a Deimos to move players around upstairs. It just it opens a lot of creativity for attackers to think about fun ways of getting things done. Just like this, trying to look up through a hatch and hoping there's someone here on the small office wall, of which there is not. But really here, keep an eye on the Capital of Forest. He's the one who'll be getting some smokes down, some fire down, and looking to make this plant happen. Benja going to punish Hornet there, trying to work his way down those east stairs, as Benja is now 1 kill of 20 kills on this map.
Yeah, it's a really big part of the defense as well, because what's happened now that Hornet isn't covering east stairs, Asker's had to rotate back into site, so that now gives CCTV and break over to SSG potentially. Guto is still in there for the time being, but he's going to be in a perilous position realistically, and I would expect to see him getting pressured. But that being said, SSG just waiting for that bit of explosiveness onto sandwich window, and it certainly looks like they prepped him ready to go. Forest has diffuser in hand. They need to move Ask, though.
It's Benji they're trying to get in position as well. Once he's underneath in the right spot, they'll make this move happen, I think. And now that he's got there, they can start pulling the trigger. Fire's going down first. Smoke should follow. More like trying to make players to move and catch them out, I think. But so far, Black Dragons have given nothing away. Just Ash taking a few points of damage, and he's found Ashen. Ashen was there for the catch underneath, but hasn't managed to pick his man off. A little bit of a car crash missed kill there by the Deimos.
Yeah, not looking as good as it was for SSG. They've had a little bit of space to work with, potentially, sort of top east and balcony, and maybe pressure into break and CCTV. They've chosen not to take it. Instead, they've moved to focusing now onto the archive site, onto that sandwich window, trying to get anything they can, looking for picks inside a site, but Black Dragons are giving them absolutely nothing at the minute. Are they aware of Guto? I think they are.
Oh,
yes. Fultz is able to take him down. Beautiful reactions.
Snaps straight to the skull and finds his man. He's now been taken down as well, but the plant's going down in 3 versus 3. Also got some pressure coming in from below from Bender. As long as they let his man go, this one should get stuck, and sure enough it will. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. SSG looking to close things up, and Benja, what a map he's turned around to have. 21 kills he finds himself on, and Florio try as he might, you tend not to get these ones retaken.
No, we wouldn't expect it from here. 41 HP, going to swing around, maybe start tickling the diffuser. Will not get the opportunity. The plan to Forest was out on the rappel and does manage to take the last man down. That was a nice turnaround from SSG at the end there. I think they were run a lot closer than many would have expected by Black Dragons, and there was moments even in that last round when Ash took Ashen down, you start thinking maybe Black Dragons hold on to this. But what SSG did really well for me there in that last round was adapt. It was to think, right, that's not quite working. This hasn't gone exactly how we wanted it to. How do we still achieve that same goal? How do we still get into position for that plan? And Fultz getting that kill on the door close to Guto really opened things up for them, because he was able to cut down past half wall and allow Forest in. Really nicely done from SSG.
Black Dragons may have had a Hornet, but SSG had a Benja. He was a man on a mission this game. So many multi-kills scattered throughout the game. Most it wasn't solely his efforts that got it over the line. You can't ignore the fact that it started off with an ace to really get them kicking. And it's a great example here of why those early timeouts are important to call. And sometimes you think, oh, why are you wasting it after 2 rounds? Not at all. Black Dragons being off kilter for 2 rounds is ultimately what cost them this game. Otherwise, this probably goes overtime, being honest with you, if not towards the Black Dragons win. Those first 2 rounds, in my opinion, is what's cost them, as well as both teams having, at least except for those first 2 rounds, really good attacking halves here on Border.
Yeah, I think, you know, both teams are going to take a lot away from that first map. It wasn't Black Dragon's choice, it was SSG's choice. They've come out and they've put up a good, you know, they've certainly had a good outing, and they can move away from that towards map 2 with a lot of confidence. And I think Black Dragons are going to be expecting to see 3 out of this one and go to that decider.
Yeah, the next map's an interesting one with it being Skyscraper. I was a little bit nervous about seeing it get brought up because I couldn't really fathom why. Like, even SSG were a little bit like, I mean, no one's seen us play it for a long time. Like, we don't mind playing it, but we haven't. Therefore, we're okay with this map, Vito. And I think with how it stands after a first map that, yes, was close, but still leaning SSG's way, honestly, I think it could end up as a 2-0 because SSG get to start on the defense on Sky.
The big question for me is, obviously Benja there had a huge impact on that game. If he doesn't come out with all those kills, maybe Black Dragons can get that one done. It's, you know, you're always ifs and buts, and maybe somebody else could have found him. But if they don't have that performance, is everybody else going to step up, or will Black Dragons get that opportunity?
They've got to show something magic on the attack either way, and that is no easy feat going into Skyscraper. However, the teams are having a break. We'll go and do the same. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to the last day of Phase 2 here at the Montreal Major. If you are just tuning in, welcome. We're in our second best of 3 of the day. There is still one more to come. With how this one's shaken down so far, a slow start on border by Black Dragons ultimately opened the door for SSG to take away a 7-5 win. There'll always be that question of what if they hadn't had those first 2 car crash rounds, Tim? But regardless, that is now behind us. Skyscraper awaits an SSG start on defense, which has me a little bit concerned because I think as many of us know, people hate attacking on this map.
It's tough, you know, it's tough. We look at the top 2 floors, you expect defenders to be winning there, T and Karaoke and Office and Exhibition, of course, and then your third site is a little bit of a bonus quite often, so there is a big expectation for a 4-2 half for the defenders, but Black Dragons surprised us in a few rounds last time. There's, like you say, it was a slow start, and it is these small differences that can cost you a round or 2 here and there, and all of a sudden it's 7-5 SSG. Maybe that could have gone the other way, but SSG, by contrast, they did a good job to close it out. The attack, particularly that they finished on, was very, very polished and well executed, and did a good job for them. So let's get into Skyscraper. Black Dragons versus SSG. First operator bands are coming on in. We've got the Ying, we've got the Blitz. Tick, tick.
Again, against SSG, you need to take the Blitz away. It's one of their most played operators. I've said that during the stage, they played Monty a few times. Here at the Major, they haven't played it once. They have it in the wheelhouse, but weren't really leaning towards it. So I think going for the Blitz consistently is a good idea. It almost guarantees that shields won't be a thing in the game until SSG decides, you know what, okay, now it's a Monty round, which I don't think we're really going to see too much of. Ying, I think, speaks for itself, and the two Brow, a bit of an interesting ban coming in here, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're just dying to see the Deimos thing happen.
I just really want to...
I really want to see it again.
I really want to see Tubarão out on the roam using the Zoto canister. Azami will be our final one. You know, we've seen, to be fair, we've seen Tubarão creeping up a little bit, and I don't think it's, you know, it's primarily it's going to be in relation to
slowing rounds down ultimately.
Yeah, it's slowing your rounds down. It's the breaching. It's, you know, just preventing that progress being made by the attackers, and certainly on an increased banning trend at the minute, but it is of course then allowing others through the ban. We're going to be getting on into things. There's round 1, it's Black Dragons, it's SSG. Black Dragons fighting for their very lives inside of the Major at Montreal here. If they lose, they are done. They will be on their way home. SSG, of course, as the winners, would be going through into that final in the venue. But, that being said, SSG have got themselves the grace of a lifeline here. If they don't win it here on Sky, they will get another opportunity on Chalet. They have seriously bought themselves a bit of breathing space.
I know there are some record watchers amongst you, and if you were watching the last map, you'll know Benjamin walked away with 21 kills to his name. Current record in a best of 3 on LAN is 50. That's what he's going to be beating in this series, so keep a close eye on his kills if you do want to follow along. We'll be keeping a close eye on it, assuming, of course, he starts his map the way that he started off the last one, which was an ace, and then a 4K in the second round. Definitely helped to getting towards that total of 21 by map end, and we'll see if he can repeat that performance. As mentioned, with them starting on the defensive side, I do worry a bit for Black Dragons here and how this could play out, and already Ben just taking a bit of a wash in bathroom and looking to be a bit of a rat Tim, waiting for someone to come in through house, and he'll be biting their head off at the first chance he gets.
Yeah, we heard a barricade being knocked over that side as well, so we might get a little bit of joy. We will send feedback should that happen. For the time being, the pressure is going to be applied early in the round from Black Dragons onto this exhibition and office side of things. It looks like we're going to see them going in there and trying to clear their way across the top of this map. It's Fultz that's trying to hold them off at the minute. Like you say, very aware of that potential jump out coming from Benja.
I think they know Benja's underneath at this point, which is why you've got 2 players waiting for him to try something a little bit crazy.
You don't need to, though.
I was going to say, you can just sit and play below here and just be a bit of a disruptor inside a house. If you're drawing 2 or 3 players' attention to the other side of the map here, that's a great spot to be in. You haven't got to risk your life for it and die out on this extension, but if you get back to site after drawing in a few drones and wasting a bit of time, that's a wonderful roam.
Yeah, we're halfway through the round and Black Dragons still aren't inside of the map. They've got a majority stacked over on the office side. Nitro goes out. Hornet's going to get away from that one. So a little bit of a coming together, but it's the first we've seen. But again, it just forces Black Dragons to take that backward step. They come together now. Benja does find the kill, will be drawn out a little bit too late, to be honest. Asher manages to find Ask, and this take from Office and Exhibition Des is falling apart before it's even begun. Florio's working over on his own over towards the sort of kitchen and geisha side, but nothing's happening for Black Dragons at the minute.
The painful thing about the fight with Benja there by Hornet is they had him on a drone the whole time. There was another player sat on drones around Benja's feet, no doubt calling out exactly where he is, yellow pings galore, you name it. And yet Hornet still really came in there with a gun down. He made a nice idea to cross to the other side of the display to try and surprise Benja a little bit. But I feel there they've just kind of given away a bit of a freebie despite the amount of team playing investment they've put in. And he could still be on to find another here. Surely.
Almost certainly will do. Drops the diffuser at his feet as well. We've spoken about how Black Dragons can often be like 2 teams, Ask and Hornet, and then everybody else right now. Everybody else needs to step up and start delivering that little bit extra that they showed us through LCQs. And they're doing it, Des. Florio and Nux getting kills and getting them back into this one.
I was going to say, Diffuser was on the other side of the map was the problem. Forget who it was that pushed into Benja there, but Diffuser went down in house while they were hitting site, and I was like, this is not the play that you need. And the worst part is they knew Benja was still out there. That's a massive risk to have the Diffuser in that position, because now you've got 10 seconds to make a push into site happen. Florio finds a 2, and they're about to... No way! 5 kills, Tim. You asked them to step up and make something happen. Florio and Nusk have done just that.
I've been saying it for the longest time. I've been saying it throughout Stage 2, Des. I said it when we saw them in the LCQs. When, like I said, I'm not saying that it's good players and bad players, that it's Ask and Hornet carrying everything. It's not really the case all of the time. Ask and Hornet put up some good numbers in terms of kills, but we've got lots of teams who have those focal points, and that's absolutely fine. It's when they can function together, when those other 3 can really step up in everything else they need to be doing, whether it be intel, whether it be clutching, whether it be, you know, getting a couple of kills here and there. It makes the difference for Black Dragons, and we've just seen it there. The first 2 to go were Ask and Hornet, and they still get it done. A great round from Florio, finishing off with a double at the end there. Just brilliant stuff, and it shows what this team are capable of, and you feel like it's just a matter of time, and as comfort grows, as confidence grows in each other, they too get stronger and stronger.
Well, it takes a bit of a clutch, but it's one of the 2 attacking rounds you'd argue a team needs on their attacking half of Skyscraper, and they've got 5 rounds to find one more. That is dream territory, even if it did come from the most unlikely of places. And this is a big thing. I think the talent we're talking about is actually in the green room between games, and we were talking about, you know, Ask and Hornet are the 2 players for Black Dragons. It's about who around them can step up, and obviously you've just seen a big round out of Florio and Nux, but I think it's building a little bit as the tournament has gone by. You're seeing that confidence start to grow, and these players are starting to contribute more. I know overall net, they're still like negative everyone else except for Ask and Hornet, but if this is the point where they start to hit form, Tim, you say it all the time, if this is the part of the tournament where you start to hit form, then that's completely fine.
Most important point of any team winning a tournament is form and when it hits. I also say every team will have a bad game or 2 along the way. There's only really Furia back in Copenhagen that went through without losing a game. That's the outlier. Generally, the teams that have won tournaments have lost a couple along the way, and it's about having those bad days at the right time. and then finding that form when it matters most. We are going to see Florio downed here, and that's the diffuser cold on the ground as well. We'll see whether his teammates are able to rescue him or both. That manages to find another. Ashen's there for the trade. We're going to see the wall opened up from Geisha. That's going to force Ashen away out of position. Needs to drop himself back down into Restaurant, and Black Dragons again doing a good job of chasing SSG away from those positions they want to hold.
I was going to say, surely they could save Florio here. He got sprayed through the softball by Benja, I believe, from backstairs, and that is why he's been sat down now inside a karaoke for the longest amount of time. I don't imagine they're going to abandon on him. Of course, Guto here going to be... I tell you what, if I had to kind of roll a dice and expect that anyone in our stack would come and get me up if I was down, it would be you that I'd expect to do it.
Do you think?
Yeah.
It's usually me that's getting picked up.
True, but in the case if I was down and you were still
I've usually gone into plant and the cover's been wobbly.
It's classic support blame, that is, isn't it? Cover sucks. I was doing my job.
Not I was doing it too soon, or we weren't ready for it. That can't be
What do you mean? The clash on side is, of course, going to be a big time waster for them here. So last 60 seconds we step into, that's going to be a point consideration for Black Dragons. Yes, they've got the man advantage, but they will be held at bay here. So that's what they've got to keep a close eye on. Got themselves towards the breach. You've got Hornet, who's currently set up here on this side. 2 players still out towards Geisha that need to really get a move on and start pushing in towards Terrace. I feel like they've got enough time to do this thing. I'm not really sure why Hornet is trying to take a challenge there. He's the only player anywhere near site. There can be no response to the immediate gunfight or the information that follows, and he's giving his life away there for free.
Ashen's in a tricky position for Black Dragons at the minute as well. He's just potentially getting on the flank. We can see him here moving around. It's going to be a freebie for him. It's just... timing doesn't help him, but he's still going to get it. You better believe it. 3 versus 1, though. There's a couple of kills coming quickly, and that flank might have just been a little bit too late. They know where he is, but Ashen can just play on top of the case. 10 seconds, he's going to run away. No choice but to go for the plant. Ashen won't be able to get back in time.
Can he get him below?
No, I don't think he can.
But he knows exactly where he is. Oh, and he's come off as well.
Get off the plane! Get off the plane! Get off the plane!
Yeah, KD saved there at the end.
That was so close. So Ashen was on that flank, and I was watching him on our top down, and I thought he's going to have a huge impact here. But then all of a sudden, the aggression from Black Dragons, I'm thinking there's a clash there. He's going to be between a rock and a hard place here. But bang, they get 2 kills. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v3 for Ashen, which he's able to win out.
An attack timeout for SSG. I imagine probably call out here soon enough, in the sense of those rounds have been a bit weird.
That was too close.
And so was the prior round in a way. Like, they could have won that round, yet managed to give it away. And that one they almost gave away, despite a brilliant flank coming out. Both rounds now, we've seen the diffuser go down away from sight for Black Dragons. They've had a player caught out, whether it's by Benja on the roam or an Ashen flank here, that they've almost managed to recover from, and in one case did, admittedly without the diffuser. It's been a scrappy start, and I think SSG realised we can't keep on letting rounds go this way when it's our defensive half on this map.
Definitely agree with you. Coming in, we spoke about it, and Skyscraper is one that you would expect to be winning 4 defensive rounds on more often than not. The big one for me is going to come at the point where SSG need to go for a tertiary site. If they win, we'll see which site they go for next. They may choose to just go there for round 3 anyway. They may go back to Karaoke and T. If they decide to go to that 3rd choice site, if they can get that 1, it kind of erases that loss of the first round. It doesn't matter that you lost Karaoke T then, because you've still got your 2-1, and you can move on and you can cycle back through. As it is, they're going to go to Karaoke T, and that's fine. If they can get this 1, you get your 2-1, but what it will do then is force them to that 3rd choice site in the next round, and that's where I say the problem comes in. It's really big sort of win or lose at that point. If you lose that 3rd choice site, it starts looking then maybe a little bit wobbly to get the 4-2.
Well, you'd expect after a tack timeout like that to now see a bit more composure coming out for the SSG boys, where it's not quite going to be as wobbly. However, Black Dragons are definitely trying to put them to the sword here with this comp team. This is pretty strong as well. 2 shields on side. Yeah, one's the Oscar, but you'll still take it. The Monty up front. You've also got the Grim helping with the execute and the Deimos on side, and of course some hard breach for good measure. Feels like quite an impressive comp, assuming of course they get into the right position. That's the key thing to watch out for here, is how they choose to play it. But this reminds me also of attacking onto that top floor of Border, where we see so many interesting executes around this site. Really keen to see what they bring along.
This lineup screams to me top black stairs.
Yeah.
Get yourself onto top black stairs balcony, get down in restaurant with your Deimos, see if you can find anybody from underneath. They'll put somebody onto karaoke window. I think we've already got the Grim of Florio there actually, so they're already positioning themselves most of this. You then bully your way into top black stairs with those Orsa shields, with the Monty, and ultimately you're aiming for a plant inside of Karaoke. That is going to be the plan here. Forest is a problem for them at the minute. Playing on the smoke, he's on those black stairs, and he's going to make it as difficult as possible for them to push in, and he's got the perfect tools to do it with those shields. They do spot the Legion. That allows them to get the track. So now Ashen, he's got a choice to make. How hard does he stick this, basically? How hard does he fight it? They need him there to prevent that shield just bullying Smoke out of position. But look at this. Benja able to fight around it, however, does get taken down. Ask managed to find Ashen as well. The round is opening up for Black Dragons. It doesn't matter too much that they've lost the Ossa. This is still doable.
See a little a little teaser from one of the Ubisoft accounts earlier, actually, about in the new season there being some potential shield changes coming in, which I'm excited to hear about. Of course, on Sunday, you tend to find we have those reveals, so stay tuned for that one. See what the changes coming in are. Should be exciting. And hopefully we're not quite in such a shield-dominant meta afterwards. Time will tell on that front. SSG, though, are down 2 players, only the one on the other side of the Ossa being taken offline. A bit of a stinger because, really, Ossa is a big part of this execute. It's why you bring along those shields quite specifically. It's the planting behind them, of course, to be able to feed information to the team. That not being available will hurt a little bit, but they've still got the monster they can make use of.
Yeah, Forest has been forced away, so they've now been able to take stairs. You've still got the Grim waiting on Karaoke Repel. You see in the distance Florio just moving his way up there. They've baited out 2 of those Toxic Babe canisters. 40 seconds left to go. Black Dragons have got almost everything that they need here. They've got the space inside of Karaoke to plant. They've got the cover from the window. They've got the Deimos underneath to make life difficult. This should be doable. They just need to choose exactly when they go for it. Hornet manages to find Fultz. Jane, I know that's big though. He takes the player off Karaoke window. That was an important part of the cover. It might change things up, and instead it looks like Black Dragons are pushing for kills, but they're going to find themselves now in a 1v1. Nux is going to try to throw this one down. Time dictates that he must. J9O moves through, can't quite see him. It's now a dance to the death, and it's going to be J9O. SSG able to clutch that one from the jaws of defeat once again. 2 rounds in a row that Black Dragons are going to be kicking themselves. It opened up, Des. It was all there for them. And then the Nitro onto the Karaoke window player just really changed the trajectory.
I don't think I've seen this before. Attack timeout from round 2 for SSG into attack timeout in round 3 from Black Dragons. I don't think I've ever seen 2 used back-to-back for 1, or, in fact, that's a lie. End of games you do, but after 3 rounds, never. I mean, you can look at...
I think that, you know, a picture tells a story, doesn't it? And ultimately, I think what we're seeing there is Black Dragons knowing that that round should have been theirs.
The last 2 should have been, really.
Should have been theirs, realistic. You know, okay.
It's mad to think you could be at 3-0.
The fact that Ashen gets the 1v3, you think he was on the flank, he was in a good position to do it, like, okay. But I think there were 4v2 at a point there. They have top black stairs control. They have the player on Karaoke window to prevent anybody cutting across and trying to prevent the plant going down. I'm not... The Monty kind of ended up in... I think he went down to Shrine window, and I'm looking thinking, why? I think they've been baited out by somebody who they thought they could maybe pick up on the flank. And I don't really see that there was much purpose to it. Just get yourself inside a site and start putting that diffuser down, because the more that they delayed, the more they gave the opportunity to SSG to hit them with a Nitro, to fight back and find kills. And then once that player goes off Karaoke window, you've got a position where you can't necessarily cover the plant properly, so they start having to play for kills. And Monty's coming in through Shrine and through T, and... the wheels have come off for me a little bit in that attack. I think Black Dragons had it.
That's exactly why there was attack timeout so early on. Again, I don't think I've ever seen 2 being used inside 3 rounds, but J9O's walked to 4K and won the 1 versus 3. And it's quite fair to say. I mean, Ast's reaction, as you say, tells 1,000 words. He needs to step in there, the coach, Ghost, and give them a little bit of a reset, I think. A bit of a mental reset. As we saw back at the start of Border, maybe this team's not quite got that resilience yet from being at too many events, and just as if you need to chalk him anymore, you hit him on the rip like that. Ben just found Ask. Not a great start for Black Dragons.
Yeah, and the big problem is to a degree, you've had SSG on the ropes in 2 rounds, you've failed to find the knockout punch, and now they're back into the fight and they're feeling confident. They've got themselves that lead that they wanted. The third choice site here can kind of go either way, because if they lose it, it's 2-2, but they can still cycle through the 2 top floor sites. So they're going to be fairly confident about potentially getting that 4-2 that they'll be looking for on defense.
Here we go.
As a minimum.
At the minimum. Jackal stepping on through, of course, the track now coming out. It's going to force this player back. Ashen forced back towards site itself now, joining up with his team, and this little hold-around drum. What I love is there are so many layers they've got to work through here as well. Like, you've had to first try and force them away from drum and up towards Shrine itself, then they'll have an extra layer to fall back to above site itself around Geisha. Then you've got sites itself to worry about as well. That's a lot to cut off in one round where you've already lost one player at the start of things. Like, you're kind of blessed that you've got the Dokkaebi and the Jackal on side, because they should help speed this up, but it's certainly still not going to make it easy for them.
Only going to get the single ping, I think, because, yeah, you get one more come in, and then that is it. So it'll at least give Forest position away on the vigil, but he's gone by now. That's the problem. So they send the drones over. Just going to be looking to see if it's clear. Benja going to be holding off that VIP push up house stairs. Just keeping a tight angle from behind the Dragon. He doesn't mind about that phone ringing. He'll let it go. He'll assume that they will know that he's trying to hold that position. Asher manages to pick up Gutto, and I feel like that last round's hit Black Dragons hard, to be honest with you, Des.
Just as the call comes out as well, that's the biggest stinger that I've been aware. However, 2 kills are swung back. Another one traded, as there was a good little bit of team play coming in here from below of the Jaeger stepping in and around. Now it's down to a 1v3. Nux with a lot of work to do here, and given SSG have been the clutch king so far, something tells me you aren't about to see a change of fortunes towards Black Dragons.
Nope, Nux gets aggressive with it, goes straight in, drops the hatch into start, looking to... He does have diffuser, he's no chance of putting it down realistically. Just going to take out that cam. That's smart, though. Forest tries to retake top floor. Nux aware of it and manages to pick up a beauty on the SMG of all things, but there's your answer. The Solus above makes it super difficult. Ashen finds that final kill, and any hope for Black Dragons of winning the round is extinguished with it. And that's going to be another one for SSG. 3-1 and looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Like I say, Black Dragons were looking at a potential 3-3 split. They were looking at really pushing SSG back on their own map pick, and now, in all honesty, they're going to be clinging on to hopes of a 2-4 half.
What kind of gets me with Black Dragons, and I'm not good enough to be on a team. The one thing that I look at and see here, because
you put yourself down, Dan.
Shut up, Tim. We've seen here in cast so many teams, and we've seen them on camera so many times, but the lack of energy, I think, is so apparent. It's like boiling out of the camera. It's weird. Like, even Nux then talking was the only one, but the rest look a little bit forlorn. No one's really chatting back and forth. You would never guess this is a series that can lead to you getting onto a live stage on Friday, despite the torrid time that you've had in the stage. It doesn't look like a team that wants to win it.
I think they've taken them 2 rounds really badly. I think they've probably taken them to heart. There was mistakes there. Yes, it was a 3v1, it was a 5v3. You know, they had everything they needed in both of them really to win them, and I think it's been a little bit of a hammer blow to the mentality. I think it's rattled them.
You hear teams talk about this where they'll say, you know, we don't care if we're down 6-0, we still play that next round like it's the first. It's about being able to forget about the last round, because Siege is a game. It's not like other shooters or other esports titles out there, and not all of them, but some of them, where a win in a round or a certain moment can lead to you being ahead the next time around you come together. You'll have more money, more items, depending on the game that you might play. Siege doesn't have that. So each round in itself is very unique and compartmentalized, except for what sites that you get to go to and play. And so it's really important to be able to get over that psychological block of, oh man, we've chalked 2 rounds, like, simply thinking that thought, you're just like, well, now we're already down while the mental communication comes down and everything starts collapsing. And maybe this is a piece for Black Dragons. Yeah, it's been one of their first big events. They've been to a lot of players here enjoying this for the first time. Maybe it's that growth piece they'll have to realize going into their next event. But you know, at this point, boys, you've come so far. Don't let it fall apart now.
The best teams are the ones that can just shrug those rounds off the quickest.
Compartmentalise, yeah.
You know, in reality, like you say, those are the best teams. It is easy to sit here and say, well, we'll just play it 1 round at a time. You know, these guys are pros, they've done it loads of time. But ultimately, you know, we're all human, and it does creep into your brain, it does creep into your thoughts, and it's the ones that can push them aside that do perform the best. So I was going to say,
please don't do it again.
Please don't send it straight in after it.
It's come off now, and they got rid of the frost that on the other side as well. More utility cleared away for them, so at least that start is going well for them. But I always call this kind of the PvE part, where you're worried about clearing away utility and figuring away into the map and not really worrying about gunfights too much. That's the place that they find themselves in now. it's when the guns start firing that it becomes a problem, because that's where SSG, at least so far this map, have been finding the advantage.
Ashen's on that Solus playing underneath at the moment. It's something that Black Dragons desperately need to be aware of, because of course he will be able to spot out that plant going down anywhere that it is, and he will be able to have an impact on it, provide that information to his team. He knows that he's being hunted down now, but no, he's not. I thought he was. It's going to be so free. He gets beaten to it. J9O manages to find Ass. Nux, though, walks in on Ashen and gets the kill. I'm not sure if that was the play from Ashen. Just getting baited into chasing up those stairs. He would have been more valuable underneath, but he's going to be rescued by his teammates. Forest and J9O pick up one apiece. Nux, however, yet again, bringing Black Dragons back into this one.
Him and Florio have been the two players really making things happen. Florio's going to say had to win this, but it's simply not going to happen. Another round going the way of SSG, but I look at it again where for Black Dragons throughout this game, it's happened so many times where a player will step in for a single 1v1 swing, and look, sometimes you've got to take those, but when you've got a whole round to play with and decent control at that point, I'd love to see more trade-based play coming on through. That's what SSG have been doing really well throughout these rounds, is always making sure there is a second player. Think about the push, for example, on towards Sushi Bar. There was a player that dropped down from top, and there was also a player coming in below to make sure it was a guaranteed 2v1. They would at least walk away for a 1-for-1 in the worst case scenario. Well, worst case being 0 and 2, but they were at least able to secure a trade, right? I haven't seen too much out of that out of Black Dragons, and I just worry that SSG are much more together as a team, and this is what I spoke about before, Tim. When mental is low and communication is down, these sort of things will start to fall away, and it really does start to have a massive impact on the outcome of rounds.
Final defense then for SSG. As I suggested, once they won that tertiary site, it means that they can just rotate through the top floor again. This could well be a 5-1 half, and honestly, if you're Black Dragons, I think you're walking away from that with a serious disappointment, and they'd be right to, Des. There's at least 2 more rounds that could have been theirs. It could have been 3-3. To walk away 5-1 will be a hammer blow to them in the chase of trying to get through to the venue. Last time around, Black Dragons had a really good start to this attack. They brought along everything they needed to try and get a plant inside of Karaoke via top black stairs. They haven't brought that same lineup this time, and interestingly, SSG have actually reinforced off the rotate into Karaoke this time. They haven't played with it open, so it will make it more difficult if they want to try that shield push up at the top. But saying that, we've got Horner already over the far side, looking to push Office and Exhibition, and he's going to be coming up against Fultz and Ashen when he tries to do so. I think Benja's over there as well, actually. So SSG really stacked up to deal with this Office Exhibition push.
At least well set for now, but it's how long the Monty lives for is a big one, right? Florio and Nux, the players we've been talking about a lot. Ask and Hornet, sadly, have vanished this map, nowhere to be seen, taking on the namesake of their coach, unfortunately. Keeping an eye on the Monty is the key part, though, really seeing where he wants to step in. The Os, if you recall those rounds ago, is the one that was alongside him, got picked off early on, and the Monty unfortunately couldn't win out the 1-versus-1, but did get into a good position. So I like they've kept that, and they've changed around things a little bit, but still kept that was one of the more successful parts of the attack for them.
Nux has now managed to take top black stairs. How well are they going to hold this off? J9O managing to pick up Guto. Ask is there for the trade though. 4-versus-3 Toxic Babes coming out. And it looks like they are going to hold on as the Monty goes down. Diffuser with him. 3-versus-3 now. And Black Dragons, they need to make a move. They need to find some kills. But it is trade for trade all the time. SSG just keeping themselves in the fight. Benja, he's still out over on the far side as well to potentially make his way back in to have an impact on this round, but for the time being, everything has just slowed down while Black Dragons reassess how they can play this 2v2.
You've got Hornet coming up through Geisha to give the cross for them, but I'm just worried at this point that they're going to let too much get away from them. They had really good site control, but have now conceded basically all of it and let SSG fight their way back in. So, I don't know, it's a bit of a weird impasse here, a bit of a stalemate where neither team can really make a move just yet, unless someone's willing to swing and take a massive risk.
Holding Karaoke window
like
isn't necessarily going to help you, because you need to be inside of the map to be able to have an impact on these fights, because otherwise, like that, you've given them 2-2v1s. SSG have been able to challenge together on both of those fights. SSG played that really, really well. Black Dragons, unfortunate to find themselves 5-1 down at the half.
Really unfortunate. There'll be 2 or 3 rounds in that half they'll look at.
It could be 3-3, easily. Could be 3-3.
And that would be a screamer of a storyline to go into the defensive skyscraper.
It's winnable.
And now they're down 5-1. I'm not so sure it will be. All it will take is a little bit of a frantic attack coming out from SSG to catch Black Dragons on the back foot, especially when comms are down and the team certainly don't look like themselves. And that'll be over and done in 2. I was concerned, as I mentioned at the start, coming into Skyscraper, that I was like, this doesn't really feel like the kind of map that Black Dragons want to step into. Even SSG, Benja in his pre-game interview was a little bit like, I mean, they picked Sky, so okay, we haven't played it in forever. They can't counter-prep us, so fine. They didn't seem too rattled by it. I think it's very clear that Astos, I think he's receiving, and he's definitely not responding well to the mental warfare being waged by SSG. It's definitely got him on the back foot. And again, when you need them most, sadly, the big players aren't stepping up the way they need to be.
We head into the second half of things then. Let's see if we get a slightly... I don't even want to say a different performance out of Black Dragons necessarily. There's been a couple of mistakes on their side, but they've been competitive in a lot of the rounds. And as we've said, they maybe are a little bit unfortunate to, you know, not at least be a 2-4 split and, you know, maybe chasing for a bit of overtime or something. But let's not write them off just yet. All things can happen in Siege whilst we continue playing. SSG, how about this though? Benja straight in through bathroom. Going to be looking potentially to challenge underneath. Knows that there's one there. Doesn't quite find Guto, who's playing. I think it was Hornet actually on the Solis that nearly got caught out from the window as well. Somehow he's still alive.
This is what I mean though. SSG's team play, their ability to play as a 2- or 3-man group and isolate players out and either guarantee a trade or get a free kill through pressure has been really good this series. We just haven't really seen too much of that coming out from Black Dragons, and lucky there to be alive, being honest with you. Hornet, like, I know he's in a spot where he wants to try and work some magic on the Solis, but the Deimos on the other side will be a real headache for him to deal with.
Going to be pressuring Geisha as well here, all stacking up over that side at the minute. SSG definitely looking to get control over Karaoke, I think, for the potential of getting Forest in there for a plant on the Monty. We can see the drones are positioned to watch the rotate, and all it's about now is baiting out that utility and forcing Black Dragons away. Forcing them away will come once the Monty starts walking in. They'll know that they have to play a little bit deeper at that point. They've got SSG, J9 is positioned on Karaoke window to try and cut off any rotates as well. So SSG ticking a lot of boxes for what they need on this attack.
Waiting out the smoke here as well. One more left in back pocket for Nux, and once that's done, well, it's then there's free to go and push in. Battle is, if he doesn't deploy one down at top Black at this point, he can get pushed from below and from the top, and then you're guaranteed to die. Again, the team play is a thing here. He's quite smart at moving himself really far down. They won't be aware if he's dipped in towards the map or what, so that's a consideration to make. But now the Monty is in, and he's giving this information that they need here. Can the smoke make something happen?
Yeah, that's the concern. What? How have they not dealt with that? They've relied on the Capitao fire arrows, but once they've burnt off, he's able to just walk back up. Benja was underneath, but didn't manage to get the kill onto the smoke, and that has just absolutely destroyed the tip of the spear for SSG.
There were 3 players hanging around here. Benja inside a barbecue kitchen, 2 players on the window rappel. They should know if he's crossed or not, and they have let Black Dragons get away with murder. Literal murder. 4 players gone, losing none of their own. A much better round from Black Dragons.
Yep, J9 is just going to sit on the rappel for the time being, see if he can catch any freebies, and he is going to have a little battle with one up above him, but at this point, 18 seconds left to go, 1v5. We all know which way this is going, and it's going to be a flawless round for Black Dragons. And what a comeback, Des. After a tough first half where, you know, they could be punishing themselves, really, when they're in their own thoughts, thinking about how things have gone wrong in a couple of rounds. They've come back really strong there to shake it off. As I said, resilience is an important factor of teams that are going to go a long way, that are going to be successful. They've shaken it off, they've had a good defense there, and they've really held them at bay. SSG, we've got to ask questions of them. Like you say, that's a big slip up to allow that smoke up Black stairs. You've got somebody who can hold from top. You've got people at bottom. Somehow he survives and just shoots him in the back. If I'm on the Monty, I'm screaming at that point.
That's the exact moment we're on about as well. But what I love is also the support you have from Ask up above, right? Made life so much easier for Nux.
Yeah.
Smart to move down in the first place to get away from the Capitao, the respect of, right, we know that this team play Capitao, they've got it on side, we're in danger, and the response was just really, really good. Not a mistake that I expect SSG will make again is the problem. It's still a bit of a mountain for Black Dragons to climb.
Black Dragons setting up a little bit of a hold on the far side as well, so likely expecting a bit of pressure towards Geisha and then the attack building from there. A couple of reinforcements just to help them in their efforts to do that. Mute jammer, so a little bit of utility over there. They should still have plenty to go at for the office and exhibition side. Really, Black Dragons need I would say the next 2. They just need to get that full defensive sweep, get the first 3, and it puts them back in touch. It sends the message to SSG then that even a 6-0 is possible. SSG have already been down that road against Virtus Pro, let's not forget. They had the 5-1 defensive half on Cafe. Virtus Pro ran it back and won 7-5. So there's a bit of a mental element to that as well. If you can start getting aggressive and winning these rounds and putting SSG in that position, maybe they start letting those thoughts creep into their mind. Not again.
Absolutely not, no. Can't be letting this one fall away from you now if you started so well in that previous round. E1D rings out, no one detected, but Forest looking to bully in his way with the Monty. Also one Drummy, Benji's in a great spot. I might get one. No, Florio spins on a dime and finds him first. Big shutdown, and once again SSG is down 2 players here. Make that 3. Are we seeing a build back from Black Dragons? It's a flawless round here in round 8. You'd never guess the players have got the flawless round done. You think it was Ghost all by himself?
I love the passion, love the passion. Certainly energising his team. Good start for Black Dragons, getting those first 2 defensive rounds. And like I said, it just starts raising those couple of question marks in the mind of the SSG players, especially the nature with which those rounds have been won. This is, for me, Des, we often talk about round 8, round 9, how we find these pivotal rounds around this stage of the game. And for me, this is one of them. Third choice site. Black Dragons, let's look at it in a simple way. If they win both of the primary sites, both times, that gets them 4 rounds. They need a minimum of 5 to take them to overtime. So they're going to have to win a third choice site at least once. If you can get that done now, like I say, you start really piling it onto SSG. They're going to start getting in their heads a little bit about, you know, this is now being run back. They're back within 1. They've got the full rotation. So for me, Black Dragons could potentially win or lose this game right here.
Well, Ask has battled his way back in, and I think for the first time actually at the end of that round, Tim, I saw him speaking this game, which is always a good thing to see, because again, not forgetting, he's had a bit of experience before being on Liquid for a while. Yeah. He is the senior player on this team. He's the one who's got that LAN experience, and he's the one that the others would no doubt look to as being a bit of kind of the stable mind for them, being the all-reliable, and when he's been off and he's been quiet, that is not going to help these rookies feel any more sure of themselves and more confident in what they're doing, so it's good to see him building back into things a little bit. Round 9, we spoke about so much historically as being such a pivotal round because SSG win this one, they go 6-3. 3 rounds feels like a bit too much of an of a stretch for Black Dragons to be able to fight back in. Black Dragons win, they're 1 round within striking distance. This one for me is where this game is won or lost. That's
really big from J90 picking up that first just to get things going. SSG are looking poised to get themselves into Geisha. We can hear the Selma charge has been applied, so they are looking for that verticality. They're looking to get themselves on in there and really rain down some bullets, rain down some discomfort onto the defenders inside of sight. There's still players up on the top floor that need to be shifted, but SSG are starting the process of doing that, and they're starting it well. At the minute, Florio is the big one on the Warden inside of Geisha.
Ready and waiting. His first smoke comes on through, and again, that's where you'd expect him to be winning out an early gunfight. The next kill will really settle it. I think the 5 versus 3 to SSG will feel like it's theirs for the taking. Black Dragons start balancing things back out, then it's a whole other conversation. We're only halfway into the round as well, it's worth stressing, Tim. It's not the execute's happening now, players are still getting in position for it.
Forrest needs to be careful, he knows that the verticals are going to be there onto the window. However, they can't do much about it, can they? Yes, they can. Horner, he manages to find Forrest, but that puts the diffuser down cold inside of sight. This just got a lot more difficult. However, Ask will get downed. I think it was Ashen playing out on the bathroom window. He rotates himself around, maybe can't confirm the kill just yet. He is going to get caught in a goo mine, so they should know that he's pushed in, and this is good from SSG. I like that they're changing it up, and they're attacking from multiple angles. Takes down Hornet with a beautiful shot. 4v3 now.
That pre-fire was amazing, and almost gets the second as well behind Sushi Bar, but almost sprayed from on high. Benji's going to get rid of Ask. 4v2 for SSG. It feels like it's theirs for the taking, Tim.
Yeah, I like what SSG are doing. They're just prodding from different sides and then dropping away. Ashen, he gets one from restaurant, then Benja comes in from delivery side. They don't know where they're going to be hit from next, but Florio, he stands up tall. He still has that vertical, manages to get one. Can he stop the plant though? I don't think he knows that it's going down. There's nothing that they can do about it. And now, even with top floor control. Black Dragons, they are in a difficult spot.
It was more they had no idea where it was going down as well. No information on site, no bulletproofs to help them out there. I mean, hacked away by the looks of it by the Bravo. You can see Forest sat on it now as a dead player. That's the real stinger for them, that they couldn't make use of this utility designed to give them this information. Tucked in the back corner. Got to stage a retake quickly. Got about 10 seconds to make this work, Tim. I don't think they're going to get away with it.
No, I very much doubt it. That kill seals it for me. Benja manages to find one, flips to the secondary, picks up the second, and SSG get themselves onto map point. I said that round was going to be pivotal. I now look at it and I think, can Black Dragons, when they are backs to the wall, not just in this matchup, but in the whole major, lose this and they go home? Can they win 3 in a row here on Skyscraper, including one of the offsides? I think it's a very big ask given the way that SSG have just played that last round. It was so nice from them. They were kind of like a tide, washing in and out. Ashen pushes here and then washes back. Benja pushes in and washes back, and they just ground them down one after another.
It'll be interesting to see if they carry on with the same form we saw in the previous quarter, where they start out with the 2 top floor wins. It's then that downstairs that becomes the point of concern. As you say, SSG played that one so well, but a lot can happen in the space of 3 rounds. You can see a couple of car crash rounds from SSG, and Black Dragons become full of spirit again. But as I said back when we first started this half for SSG, that for me, they're a team that are able to play the style, but all the more quicker style. They'll happily move between it and cause a little bit of chaos in enemy ranks. For me, that might be enough to see them get it done here in the next 3 and take that 2-0 and move on to our live stage finals on Friday.
It's been a long road for SSG, realistically. There's been some up and downs along the way, but I've got to say, I've found them an extremely entertaining team to watch, if nothing else, so far. The brand of siege that they're playing is exciting. They're willing to take risks. They're willing to try and create a bit of chaos within the map and get those early fights and play with aggression. They play with a lot of confidence. And I will enjoy seeing more from them should they make it through. Like I said, it certainly hasn't been easy for them, but great resilience has been shown along the way to get them to this point. Can they now get it over the line? They could be 2.5 minutes away from joining us, as you say, Des, for those live finals. It's Karaoke and Tea, and Black Dragons now, no more mistakes. They cannot lose another round, or they will be done. That's a good start. Florio, I think, just managing to bandit trick away some utility.
It's obviously a pretty tall order, being honest, to see them get to a point where they can pull this one back. If they do, let's send them with a shout of making SI Black Dragons. They'd have to make a pretty deep run, not just get out at this stage, I don't believe. They'd have to go further than that. SSG are already qualified for SI, so it's not a concern for them regardless of the outcome of this game. But obviously they definitely want a live stage game. Not quite on home soil, but very, very close to it here in Canada. I love the comp they've got here again. It's the sort of thing SSG are really cool at, to bring out these set plays, especially utilising Capitao. It's a big part of their wheelhouse. You've got the Glaz on side as well, the Monster, the Deimos that we always speak about. 4 operators there that if Black Dragons aren't careful, they'll just get run over by.
We've seen a lot of attempts over the course of this map to get Monty into the top of Black Stairs and make a push there, where you better believe that they're double drawn in them stairs and making sure that the smoke isn't there to pop up behind them. This time it's going to be the Echo trying to deal with the Monty, but there's nobody there to really support it and find those shots when the shield break is coming on him. But for the time being, at least, it's preventing him from pushing forward. But honestly, I think SSG might just have the space now to make this work.
Shokos could be cheeky, but there's still so much time to play with. I don't think they're really going to have a long-lasting effect to be able to stop this going on down. So it comes on through to delay at least a little bit more time. Any C4s to play behind, just the one in the back pocket here of Florio. So I think we're going to have to see Black Dragons be a bit more proactive than this and actually do something about it, because I think otherwise SSG have got enough time to play with.
Yeah, it is that exactly that. It's a matter of time until Forrest can get in and start putting this diffuser down. If he's got his shield on his back, it's going to be very difficult for Guto to do anything about it. He's kind of holding a long angle from gold bars to try and watch through and stop it going down, but it's going to be almost impossible. Glaz manages to find one. The plant will be successful. There's nothing Black Dragons can do. It's all about the post plant. 3 versus 2, and Hornet, he dives straight on it. I'm not sure they can do anything about this. He's gonna stick it in, and he does successfully keep Black Dragons in it for one more round. Smart play from Hornet.
The immediate reaction in that situation is going to be try and look for kills. Okay, we've got a couple. Can we find any more? But I love the composure from Hornet. Straight to that diffuser on the disable and not giving any room to the other side to fight their way back in. That's the kind of stuff that experience is going to give to you, I think. And SSG, that's one of those 3 rounds that they can afford to lose here. Well, one of 2, really. You don't want overtime to come through. Otherwise, Black Dragons are going to start on the defense. And given 2 defenses is all they need, I think we know how those would probably go down, Tim.
1 more round. That's all Black Dragons are going to be thinking. 1 more, and then we worry about the next one. You've just got the feeling straight away it's going to come down to that 3rd choice start. You've just got the feeling that Black Dragons are going to hold on to Exhibition Office as well. Smart play from Hornet. Look at this, J9O was a fraction away as well. Repels him from the window. You had the Deimos underneath, but just nothing that SSG could do to stop him. And it was because Hornet had acted so quickly, straight onto it. Sometimes, I spoke about it for the Chiefs game earlier against Virtus.pro, a lack of decisiveness, a lack of confidence to just say, this is the approach, this is it, this is what we're doing, and I'm gonna stick it. Really well played from Hornet. Black Dragons, great retake on the plant, and they find themselves in round 11.
Can they keep holding on? Exhibition Office, where we head to. See how things shape up. No craziness coming out from SSG in terms of their attack. It looks a little bit more standard Siege, a bit more bread and butter. Nothing really too easy to deal with the mirrors. The one thing I'm slightly quite aware of here, of course, unless the book can get below and their mirror windows are exposed, then in which case, yeah, that's completely fine. But no Ash, for example, the Sophia, instead of something they're leaning in towards here. Probably more to deny, as you'd expect, this wall from being bandit tricked away by Nux, and that has already been done without the Sophia even having to get involved.
Yeah, really quick progress, and it's really good for SSG. It now makes it very difficult for any of the defenders to play inside of VIP, pretty much impossible, but also playing around Dragon. And those areas, they need to be very careful. J9O manages to pick up Ask as well. That takes the Valkyrie down. Nitro goes off the board along with them. 5 versus 4. SSG, this could be your moment.
Artist Levi inside 45 seconds, they've realised, okay, there's a player below, got a C4 in back pocket, we're going to pinch him, and they had 2 players ready to take that fight. If that's backs away from the fight with J9O, Benja's there ready and waiting as well. Again, really good team play coming out of SSG, even 45 seconds into the round.
SSG have got themselves inside of Geisha as well, so we've got pressure mounting on both sides. J9O on the Zephyr is still off by Exhibition and Office, still playing around Sword's window and making things difficult for them, whilst the rest of his team are going to start working over from this side, trying to take Drum, Shrine, move across, just the land grab an inch at a time and force them back. But the player inside of Shrine is in a tough spot here. They're going to be very cautious. It's Hornet who needs to be careful about moving back through VIP to try and get himself back to site, because that wall's been open and maybe being watched. He doesn't know that.
Time slowly ticking away from them, though. Got to start making your moves at some point soon. The more wiggle room you give over to these Black Dragons players, the more they're going to punish you for it. Mirror window being gone is one of those key things I was looking to see taken down, because without an Ash on side, they do become quite a threat. One, at least, has been found. I'm not quite sure about the second. And the amount of utility still in SSG's back pockets, it is telling they've got everything to pull off a really good execute here.
So J9O's moved himself onto the rappel, as you can see there ahead of you, that looks in through VIP, but Hornet had already escaped from Shrine. However, he's moved too much. He's given himself away. He was tucked on house stairs, but he's exposed himself, and J9O was waiting to pounce. And here come SSG rolling through like a runaway train, Des. They roll right over the top of Black Dragons for a flawless round and take themselves through to the live venue games of the Montreal Major.
And so well deserved too. Border was extremely tight, and they definitely capitalised on a poor couple of rounds from Black Dragons. But I think it's fair to say, Tim, far from the poorest team here on Skyscraper. Played it incredibly well, and for me, it was the trade play, the team play, that really shone through and made a difference on the day.
Look, let's not forget, for Black Dragons, they are a team that got 1 point in Stage 2. They've turned up, they've given a great account of themselves here at the Major, and in that game as well. I was still believing that that could go to overtime, potentially, Des. But SSG, they have, again, shown great resilience to get it done when they need to, and to put themselves through to the big games, into the quarterfinals. And honestly, I'm not going to go as far as to say that, you know, any team could go on and win this, but SSG, I wouldn't like to play against them because they don't know when they're beaten.
I want to play against them because Ashen can't shut up, being frank. That's the only reason I'll be worried about. I do think they look good, but I still think there are a bit of errors, a bit of erraticness in their gameplay. A couple of times where players are moving by themselves and being punished and picked off. Black Dragons made similar mistakes, so it was okay here. I think against a team like, say, Virtus.pro, you probably will get chewed up and spat out by them because they'll be ready for the kind of chaos you'll be looking to bring. Yes, I would love some sushi observers. Thank you very much. So, promising signs. I still think there's a few things they can go away and work on and think about here for future games, but they have answered that question. Yeah, the whole piece around Skyscraper, they haven't played it the majority of this year. Are they any good on it? I'd say they're pretty good.
Yeah, I just think SSG have got a great mentality. You know, like I say, I think they've had to come all the way through to the 5th day, but they still turn up and just play their game with a lot of confidence that they can do it. And like I say, I think they're going to be very, very tough to beat potentially. And we've seen them down a couple of times. We've seen them go quiet. We've seen teams get rounds back at them, but they always come back into it and they always find that aggression again. And it served them really well. J9O on top of that one as we have our stats coming through. He had a couple of really big moments as well where he's got really important kills that have kind of turned the tide there. It was picking Hornet up as he tried to get himself up and aggressive around VIP. He was just waiting for him and it was really well done.
Not forgetting Benja as well. And only got 8 kills on this map, but I think he was 29 and 14. Oh, look at the timing on that from production. 29 and 14 across the series and 6 and 0 on the entry. Won't talk about Ashen's entry stats. But for Benja, great performance that he's had there as well. That's the kind of Benja that we knew and loved. The one that we saw back at SI last year especially. Really putting up big numbers and playing out of his mind for his first ever tournament. Really feels like he's starting to settle in for this SSG team and playing very, very well.
Yeah, entry definitely being an area that maybe that Space Station could improve when they move into the quarterfinals. Just going negative there, and it's always going to be difficult against them top teams if you're finding yourself behind. But overall, like I said, very solid performance from SSG. I don't think too many will be surprised. If anything, like I said, I think the surprise will be the performance out of Black Dragons. They've given themselves a fantastic account of themselves there.
And for me, it wasn't Ask and Hornet that also gave an account to themselves, right? It was
Nux has had a great game.
Florio as well. I think both of them actually played really well there, and I really hope we get to see a new and improved Black Dragons next year. Loads of experience to take from this, but I hear J9O is stood by with Anne for an interview, so let's head over there now.
Oh, hello! We were just chit-chatting about some of our previous things before coming into gaming. But of course, we're standing here with J9O. Yesterday, you qualified to SI. Today, you qualified to the main stage. Pretty good run, I guess we can say.
Great. Feeling absolutely phenomenal.
Wonderful. I love to hear that. What we hear from the first map, what we saw, was, again, an SSG special. We had to go for a bit of a comeback.
Yep. El Clasico. Yeah, I mean, not much else to say. We give the fans something to worry about a little bit, so, yeah.
We heard Ben just say prior to the game as well, Skyscraper, a map you haven't really played in the recent history. You had a great Skyscraper, but I'm sure you must be happy with how the team played as well.
Yeah. We haven't really played it, but we've obviously been scrimming it a lot and doing our due diligence on it, like before the game and all the prep and everything, so yeah, it's going good.
Awesome. Is there anything you want to say to the fans as well for supporting you all the way to the main stage?
Thank you very much. I mean, we don't tweet very much at all, but yeah, we notice you guys support still, and thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck on the main stage as well. That is it for our second game here over on the A stream. And now that we send SSG to the main stage, we have to send one more team. Will that be Liquid or will it be Sonics? We'll find out after this.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
believe there's only one more game left in phase 2 of the Montreal Major. One more team to send to that main stage and one more team to send home. Let's have one more look at the bracket as well to see how things have been shaping up so far over the course of this second stage here. We're looking at the 2-2 games. As a quick reminder of what we said earlier this morning, we've already sent Virtus.pro and SSG to the main stage. We unfortunately had to send the Chiefs and Black Dragons home. And as said, one more team to go to that main stage. It will be either Liquid or Sonic. So we'll start focusing on that game very shortly as well, because the last time these two rosters played against each other was about a year and a half ago. We're seeing Liquid now come in as well. The losses are obviously looking a little bit different coming into this game. We start talking about these teams here, starting with Liquid, a 3-mapper yesterday versus Secret. They won the first map and then lost the other 2 ones quite convincingly as well. Saw a pretty good game from Nesk. He was the only positive on entry as well, and the rest seemed to fall behind just a little bit. Maya is the player that could be of a bit of a concern, because he could be the key for this team. He's always hyped and energetic. He's a big positive voice for this team, but yesterday was not really what we are used to seeing from him. They have to go up against the Sonics today, and they themselves had a 2-0 versus Elevate yesterday. Pretty smooth sailing with a 7-1 on map 2. A relatively easier game, but I think this game could definitely be a bit of a different beast for them coming into this one. And one player I really want to talk about on this roster, we just saw him walking in, is Surf. This is his first major. He is currently leading a charge on the rating as well and on cost with 27 in 8 yesterday with 2 clutches as well. He is currently knocking Robbie off that rating throne from what we're seeing here, and a very impressive performance at his very first event. We obviously got to speak to these players as you were used to from us, and this is what they had to say prior to the game. Surf, you guys had a pretty solid game yesterday versus Elevate. What were you most happy with from your team?
I think just playing confident. I think going into the tournament, we weren't as confident with BO1s being only 1 map, but now we have 3 maps to show like what we're capable of, so there's more room for mistakes, but at the same time, we feel as if we make more mistakes, it's not that big of a deal, so there's less mistakes being made now, so it's just like kind of like, I don't know, it's reversed for some reason.
I love it. Well, you weren't really making any mistakes yesterday. An awesome game from you, and it's only your first major.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the way I'm performing, but at the same time, I'm just happy that, again, we're just playing confident. There's not really too much to really worry about other than just playing the way we play, and it's that simple.
Cool, awesome. Well, I mean, you're really spearheading the team. In this case, you're leading the rating as well. Do you think there's any player on the side of Liquid that you have to keep a close eye on as well?
No, not really. I mean, like I said, I think we're just going to go into the game playing our game. Not really too worried about who's on the other team. Score 0-0 going into it. It can be match point, still 0-0, doesn't matter. We're just going to play our game and, you know, hopefully we're the better team.
Awesome. Sounds like a good way to view it. So best of luck with the game, and thank you for your time. We haven't spoken to you in a while, Agonis, because your game was on the B stream yesterday as well. How do you feel about the loss against Secret?
It was tough. Like, they were a great team yesterday. We don't deserve to win. So, yeah, they deserve to win. They played better. So today's the next day. It's other day. So, yeah, looking forward for today's match.
Awesome. A new day then. What's the game plan for today's matchup?
So the game plan is basically like we fix some things that we did wrong yesterday, like a lot of after planes, like we did very bad. So yeah, we fix some things and we are focused more on us than what our enemy is gonna do. So yeah, that's the plan.
Seems like you have a good vision on it. You told me you just finished the map veto as well. How do you feel about the maps in the selection?
So the map veto, like I liked the map veto, like it was the expected ones. The first map, I don't know if I can say, but it's Clubhouse. Like it was our plan to pick. We finished our game plan a few minutes ago. So the second map is going to be Cafe. Like it was the expected pick for them side. The last one is Bank. Like yesterday was tough Bank, but today's going to be different. So yep.
Awesome. Well, endless work might be something for you with the way you just described this. Thank you so much and good luck with the game. Always good to hear from our players right ahead of the game. And once they are setting up, we will discuss the maps for this elimination and qualification game. We're coming in with a clubhouse pick from Liquid. It's the only map they won yesterday against Secret, but it was a very close one. A good map for the Sonics as well. A 7-0 versus G2 is definitely something to write home about. Sonics themselves go and pick a cafe, as we're seeing here. We haven't actually seen this one from Liquid yet at this event. We have seen a bit of a 50-50 from Sonics on this map. A 7-8 versus Dark Zero and a 7-2 versus G2. The decider of this matchup will be Bank. We've seen a 2-7, unfortunately, for Liquid on this map quite literally yesterday. We haven't seen this map yet from the Sonics since July, or they haven't won it since July. I gotta make sure I get my facts right on that one. They took a close loss versus SSG on this map. And for our caster duo that we have for this matchup as well, a bit of a switch up. We do have Guz and Lynx joining us for this match. Guys, are we excited to send yet another team home?
Well, I can tell you, Guz, we're in a bit of a tricky spot right now because, see, if you just had the OS boys, it'd be pretty easy. You know, there's a lot of SI qualifications riding on this game. If Sonics win, Game and Gladiators' chances of making SI are a lot lower. But I obviously would very much like Sonics to qualify to SI, so I think there's going to be a bit of, like, a little bit of tension on the broadcast today between us.
Yeah, a bit of friction.
Bit of friction, yeah.
And the odd thing is, I actually love Sonics. I think they're a phenomenal roster. They're great to watch, but I also want my OS boys to make the top 16 and not have to worry about the SI LCQs. So keen for this one, expecting a close 3-mapper. Unfortunately, the prior 2 matches were not the closest of affairs, so hopefully this one will deliver.
Well, guys, I cannot wait to see this brawl going on between the two of you as this game goes on as well. But let's go for the real brawl between Liquid and Sonics.
It might not be a brawl between Guz and I, only because I think our professionalism will win the day in the end. But first place team in North America going up against the second place team in Brazil, but I think for a long part of that league, even though Phase 1 at the end, people thought Liquid were the best team in Brazil, both these teams, depending on who you ask, predicted to be favorites to make a deep run at Montreal. It feels, Guz, like we always have a heartbreaker game like this. We have to say goodbye to one, and it's a real shame that it's these two teams we have to potentially say goodbye to.
Yeah, such is the nature of the Swiss bracket. Typically, you would anticipate the final day of this particular format to probably be the most competitive, but that has not really been the case this evening here in Montreal. So again, hopefully these two teams are able to deliver. Sonics with so much firepower. They've been really exciting and explosive to watch at this event. Liquid, a little bit more of same from what we've seen days of old, and in some respects, that's good. But it also typically isn't quite good enough.
No. And I think one of the big difference makers, of course, I feel like there's an obvious player to highlight on each team. Oh, that's nice. Little camaraderie right there for the social presence. But there's one player to highlight, I feel, on each team. And often, you know, we will choose one specific player, but there's a very clear top player right now for Liquid and Sonics. On Liquid, it's Maya. I think as anybody who has even heard of this guy in the past year would expect. It took them a little bit of time to get him fully comfortable on the roster, but now that he has, even though Liquid have been struggling, Maya has not really been struggling. And then on the Sonics, Anne already mentioned it, you got to talk about Surf. Surf and Ambi really have been two of the best players on the Sonics this stage so far, but Surf in particular, we're talking about well north of a 70% cost through the tournament, but in the past 4 maps he's played, 47 kills. And that's in only 36 rounds as well.
Yeah, it's been mighty impressive. I'm looking at his numbers now over the last 90 days, and despite posting up really impressive numbers, he's not typically playing the operator sets where you would anticipate those numbers to come from, right? Over on attack, he's playing the Habana, the Thermite, the Capital, so largely supportive operators, and defensively, sure, he gets a bit of a license to run around with the Warden, but again, falling back on the likes of the Wamai, the Mirror, etc. So being able to post numbers and play useful utility as well is so important at the moment. And you know what else is important at the moment, Carter? Shields.
Yes.
They've been
Absolutely.
a big talking point over this year of Rainbow Six Esports, and these two teams, no exception.
And that's exactly what I wanted to highlight next, which is it is very rare that even though they're two different regions, you almost get a mirror matchup in a way for what these teams like to excel in. You look at Sonics, they've got a Shield player, Canadian, who's playing the Blitz, playing the Monty, but more so the Blitz. You look at Liquid, counterpart Lagonis, playing the Shields,
extremely consistently. Then you look to the Sonics. Are they playing the Deimos? All right, you know, you got Ambi running it a decent amount, but then you look at Liquid, maybe they're running it a little less, but you've still got Maya playing it quite a bit. He is their go-to Deimos player. It's not switching hands nearly as much. And the fact that you have these different aspects of the meta, the Dokkaebi, Deimos, and Lion, the shields, the Grim even as well, those kind of execute operators, the Grim and the Ying that still have importance, the fact that you can look and see a counterpart on each of these teams, a parallel immediately obvious the moment you look at the statistics, that's another reason I think we think this is going to be close. Both these teams are very good at very similar things.
Both very strong teams, but both with quite a different path to this final match of Phase 2. Sonic's having to make a run through the lower portion after losing to Virtus Pro in their opening matchup. And then against SSG, both of those were very close, 6-8 in overtime. And I think for many, expected Sonics then to be able to rebound. I actually did that rebound game against G2. Incredibly dominant, 2-0. And I was like, okay, Sonics are back.
What was the round scoreline again? Was it a 14-2? Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's a little bit too much. Nobody needs to win that dominantly.
Yeah, a little bit lopsided. Then went on to 2-0 Elevate, of course.
Closer game.
As for Liquid, though, again, on the flip side, they started off really nicely. Best of 1, G2, 8-6. Then able to follow that up against Chiefs and just kept the good times rolling. Unfortunately, fell to W7M, and I think that was for many the match we kind of looked at as being maybe a bit of a red flag, unable to capture a map in that series, despite both being rather competitive. And so we'll see how they fight back here. Again, it was a loss against Secret as well to put them in this position. So maybe the best of 3 format has been a little less favorable for them.
Well, that's what I was really most shocked by was, you know, I was busy yesterday doing a lot of different things, and I caught primarily the first map of the Liquid game before I went back and watched it later. I was like, oh, 8-6 Liquid, you know, close game, that's good. Secret have been competitive, but Secret have had like, I think 2 max OT games up until this point. They've really struggled this tournament in comparison to Manchester, where they just breezed right through the top of the bracket. And then all of a sudden I come back later and Secret have just mollywopped Liquid on the second 2 maps. And it's like, what the hell happened here? And Liquid's struggles so far, I think, have been very surprising. Only in that when you've looked at their strengths, they've had Maya in really strong form, Palu in really strong form, Lagonis and Resets, who in stage 1 were kind of this really low floor, not really putting in the work, now have not only narrowed that gap between the top and the bottom, but also having really high impact moments, even if they aren't necessarily getting as many kills as Maya or Palu do. Really, I think if there's only one player might be able to highlight, Guz, maybe Nesk has been a bit hot or cold this event, really popping off in the Clubhouse game against Secret yesterday, but then struggling in other games, say, against G2 in the game that we saw earlier. But map 1 is finally about to begin. Clubhouse between Liquid and Sonics. 1 to win, 1 to go home, and for Sonics in particular, SI qualification via the points in jeopardy if they lose this game against Team Liquid. If they want to bounce back, if they want to make up for that poor stage 1, it has to start here. It has to start on Clubhouse.
And if you did miss the pre-show for this particular matchup, and for whatever reason you're in Australia waking up at 7 a.m. to watch this particular matchup, there's also something on the line for the Australians as well. Game & Gladiators currently sitting above Sonics on the SI Global standings, and a win here from Sonics will close that gap and make things very, very interesting. In fact, Sonics now the only team left in the standings that actually have the opportunity to jump above GG and potentially knock them out.
I already want to talk about the bans. I wondered if this reality was going to happen. You look at both of these teams, very rarely do they ban the shields, and more often than not, the teams, knowing Lagonis' strengths, knowing Canadian strengths, will ban a shield against them. But the nature of the bans is, if one team does not want to ban shields, and only one does, something's going to be up. Likely the Blitz, likely the Fuse. But now here, both teams taking away one of the shield operators, Monty and the Blitz taken down. So we highlighted that both these teams have a core shield player. Canadian for Sonics, Lagonis for Liquid. Neither will have the option to lean into that.
Who do you think it favors?
That is an excellent question, if I'm being entirely honest. And I think the ironic thing is, if you had looked at both of these teams in the stage, you'd think, wow, that's a real kneecapper. I mean, they rely on the shield so much. when really it doesn't feel like the Shields have been as successful, not only for these two teams, the event, but even necessarily for all teams. I think a lot of us expected them to be this oppressive force that the moment a team sent a blitz into the site, it was either going to be this crazy misdirection, allowing somebody to hit the back unnoticed, or they just mow down 3 people with the shield and the pistol. But with neither of these teams necessarily having that dominant success, I honestly don't know.
Well, only time will tell. Let's jump into this one. Sonics kicking things off on the defensive side, and it will be a full roam employed here for the opening round. Even the Bandit in play here in terms of hard breach denial with the Kaye taken off the board. That naturally means that hatches are far easier to open up for the attack, and that then sees the defense respond with a full map roam. Complemented by the mute as well from Canadian. That will help in shutting down some of the information gathering tools from Liquid, or at least look to try and stall that out, who they themselves are bringing double hard breach, likely to play in to this roam and try to flush out Sonics.
Will be a key to flush out players like Ambi, like Rexen or Surf, whoever decides to be roaming, though with a lot of the utility Sonics are bringing. No immediate roaming operator jumps out at you. I don't know why I said that. Of course it's Canadian going to be roaming. Always a bit of a paradoxical player. You think IGL hard support with a lot of youngsters, but he is typically the one going for these solo roams, going for these lurks, often trying to gather that early information. So Liquid immediately try to pounce. Candela's in. They basically pinched him behind this weight rack. You'll be able to drop down as the player on metal falls off, but there's still somebody in strip cutting him off. Really excellent clear to start right there. 2 prongs on the top, somebody cutting off on the top floor. And now Ambi put to 1 HP. Rexen downed as well. Both, I imagine, trying to play top main to allow Canadian to retreat, and even they almost get punished for their effort.
Yeah, really clean clear there onto Canadian. He tried his best to stall out time in through Jim, knew that dropping was a risk. Eventually his hand was forced and then cut off on that rotation back towards site. So clean work there from Liquid, and the damage inflicted elsewhere likely to confirm the round for them, or at the very least put them in a very favourable position at the midway point of the round. Surf over towards CC, however, is able to reclaim one back. That's Nesk on the ground. A bit of a talking point in the pre-show as to what kind of Nesk we may get today.
Oh, it's a dead one right now in round 1. Now you can see Liquid a little bit concerned about this. Still a lot of drones available for Liquid. 5 remaining as we enter the minute point, but they're going for this clear. They want to hunt them down. It'll be a 5v3 with 2 players very low HP, but I am concerned that Liquid might be wasting a lot of time, and Surf has been so good so far this tournament. Hipfire headshot, another 1v1 isolated, but look at how much time he's wasted just by remaining this persistent threat, this carrot that Liquid just cannot resist hunting down. Late reinforcement on the middle church panel as well. So because Liquid focus all that much on trying to clear out Surf, take down that lurker, now Sonics have a bit of a stronghold.
Will it be strong enough, though? Not much in the way of defensive utility still up here for Sonics, and low HP. 3 Candelas still up as well for Liquid, who will stack this triple wall position.
Those Candelas will go in. Remember, both Sonics players low HP, so even if Liquid have spent a lot of time, that damage they did early will pay dividends right now. As the Bandit falls, Ambi on 1 health, no utility to delay this any longer. Once that fire dissipates, once that Candela goes in, Sonics guns need to come alive to stop this execute from going down. Pre-fire behind the bar, but Grixer gone unnoticed inside of blue. It'll have to be a 1v3 with very low time to Sonics. They want to get there first. Flashbang goes in to delay just even a little bit more. Allow Liquid moving into the post to get to those exterior positions, hold outside of the church wall, and a high-low peek, watching Grixer swinging the single door right now. Once Liquid have gotten to the site and have created this structure, there's very little Grixer can do with no utility whatsoever to try and tip it into his favor. Very strong clear from Liquid, guys, I have to say. And if shields were going to be a problem, or the absence of them were going to be a problem, you wouldn't know for round 1.
Certainly not. Really clean start on top floor from Liquid with that pinch onto Canadian. In the meantime, a lot of damage done elsewhere. Did a good job disrupting the mainstairs hold that we saw from Ambi as well, under quite a bit of pressure. That was a hallmark of one of their previous Clubhouse matches here at the Montreal Major, where it was a little bit more effective. Good attempt from Surf, though, on this re-aggress in through CCTV. Brought the round into the realm of possibility, but unfortunate with a lack of utility and a good attacking pattern there from Liquid in the final stages of that round. They were able to get it across the line with a confident start.
I also think that Canadian deciding to take that risk, go for that solo roam. Now you know that Liquid are in good form right now to clear out a position like that. Because imagine if Canadian's able to get away with it. Maybe when the next defensive rounds we see, it's a bit too early to tell, but maybe they go for a bit more solo roams. But now you know, all right, we tried that. It did not work whatsoever. Surf briefly brought the man count back, but it was not effective. Now I imagine we'll see a pretty quick adaptation by the Sonics, especially once we get back to that church site. We won't see it, I don't think, on Gym Bedroom, Guz, because just 5-man anchoring on this site does not really work. And 4-man anchoring is what Sonics will have to do, and then no matter what position they decide to hold.
Well, Surf, the first to fall here in the second round, very early on in the piece from that bedroom window position. We didn't get to see whether or not it was a spawn peek attempt or whether or not it was bad timing, but either way, it's not the best of starts here for Sonics. Now, there is no Ying in play this time around from Liquid, so I suppose it's not the absolute end of the world. Otherwise, that direct counter onto the Candelas would not have been available. But nonetheless, it is still a loss. Jacuzzi to be opened up. No hard bridge denial being brought here from Sonics, understandably so. Kaid off the board. Well, pardon me, the bandit has been brought to the board, but not actively played. Currently over towards Garage is actually Ambi at the moment, so looking to counteract the map clear from Liquid, but at the moment, their efforts are a little bit more direct.
And they don't exactly have a lot of tools to make simply a direct take work, aside from, well, if you want to count the 5v4 as a tool, or maybe the concussions from the Zofia or the secondary utility, but as you said, there's no obvious Candelas or Bees or wow, Canadian just stunned at what to do on the nade right there. Rexon gets aggressive to try to bring a pick back. I like that play. Don't just let yourself settle into the 3v5. He's caught Liquid off guard and removed the Deimos as well. I don't believe a single Deathmark tracker had been used by Palu up until that point, so not only important to keep it close, but important kill given the utility still present.
So a minute 15 then on the clock as Sonics just keep this round interesting. But here's the split attack approach then from Liquid. It's Maya to vault in over towards CCTV and provide some counter pressure outside of the two players playing the Jacuzzi breach for Liquid. Push comes through though and it's immediately shut down. Good read from Ambi. 3 versus 3 minute on the clock.
And indeed, look at this. The moment that kill comes through, Liquid just try to push in. Rexon still holding the line onto the Jacuzzi breach in the bathroom. Oh, close. Tries to swap weapons. Thinks Lagonis will be a little bit slower than he is, and Rexon pays for that. Hopes he can get into position, and Liquid still have 40 seconds to play with in this 2v2. Big concern, though. Grixer and Ambi both still have C4s. Liquid will try to take as much control as they can. Resets in particular, giving Lagonis a wide gap to put this diffuser down, but Grixer wins such an important fight. Lagonis spotted pushing through the breach. He'll move into Logi, try to make this a 1v1. He'll have to get back to site eventually. But Sonic, such a good crossfire, playing passive, playing off of each other's swing, will not let Liquid's lead survive for long.
Because the guy's walking and you're saying nothing. I will not talk over you, just say the call.
Well, you can hear the comms from Sonics, just looking to refocus off the back of that round win. For me, though, a key moment in that round was probably the pick from Ambi over towards Con onto Maya. That split pressure really could have disrupted the defensive pattern from Sonics. I think Liquid were reliant on him finding a pick or at least a decent amount of pressure to then facilitate the stack over towards the Jacuzzi breach, but it didn't quite land. And then as they filtered through into the likes of that BPC, Sonics had a really good read and played quite well around the established utility that was still available.
And I do want to highlight something Rexon just talked about right there. It was an issue of the comms he was talking about. No broader trend, but one specific thing he wanted to fix. And one thing that I've always heard as a perennial problem Sonics have been the comms. I mean, if you've ever talked to them, you've got a lot of pretty vocal players. Rexon, fast talker, talks a lot. Ambi, fast talker, talks a lot. Canadian, very, very vocal. But even before he came on, it's always been the comms have always seemed to be one of the issues SQ have had. And in the game against Elevate yesterday, I talked to Ambi and he said, yeah, comms were a bit of a problem on Nighthaven. Part of the reason why it was so back and forth, but once we got that ironed out, they were golden. We were able to close out the series. So if you do see some mistimings between SQ or things like that, might be something to consider. And again, even if you have missed comms, if you have Rexon who's willing to take gunfights like that, able to win gunfights like that, even if you end up making mistakes, the reason Sonics can be such a big threat is they have a lot of players that can bail them out of really poor situations. On CCTV Cash in particular, you see a dot coming through from Rexon. Can't think of a better player I would put in a position like that.
So double hard breach attack here. And the impact EMP to help facilitate the wall from being opened up. Surf will consider the bandit trick, but good utility there from Liquid, and the frag grenade will ultimately force him back. So a win for Liquid in the early portion of this round, but to be fair, they have gotten the opening kill as well in both rounds so far. So it hasn't been the biggest of concerns for them. At the 2-minute point then, Reset's actually to lurk down below, in through Arsenal, may look to push through blue, through to red. Options are plenty from that particular position. There's more groundwork to be achieved elsewhere. Lagonis into bot garage. Ambi, though, is contesting. We'll see how eager he is to hold this particular position, keeping in mind that that lurk pressure from down below could find him in an awkward spot. And I think Stock as well is being pressured here by the attack.
You got 3 people, actually, that could all look towards Ambi's position, and, well, that's just sort of the strategy bearing fruit for Liquid right there. And Esk even turning attention to Bar will catch Canadian moving down below. You're going to start feeling a lot of heat if you're Rexen at the moment. You're supposed to play your life on Rafters right now, and with your Swamp player taken down, any support he had in Bar gone, Rexen not only might have to start taking fights, but as we can recognize, Liquid have a lot of utility to deal with this. The Capitao in particular, the Firebolts. Sure, the Doc can stim himself up. He is meant to withstand that Capitao utility, but with a 5v3, you have players that can just rush you, send up those Rafters, and take that fight with you before you can react.
Can Sonics fight back here in the 3rd round? They find themselves in a very rough position, and that bolt of utility is about to come through. The Flames land, and Rexen finds himself caught in between the Flames, in between a rock and a hard place, and the stim comes through, but here's the rush to follow. Rexen with no support should fall.
Should fall indeed. The flashbangs go out. How is this man still alive? Oh my god, 1 HP! Surf will try to provide some support from up top. He still gets a kill. Grixer helping out too. Garage has held on far longer than it should have. In Sonics, it might not be completely doable, but there's the smallest chance, the most narrow way through round 3. They'll tag up Palu, the man with a diffuser, moving into the site. Still 14 seconds left. Surf might be able to rotate down, land that C4. Grixer has another toxic canister, which will force Palu to push through, but despite pre-aiming right, the shots just simply do not land. Nesk gotta pick it up, and there is simply no time. Grixer 7 seconds to get into this position, fine with the diffusers going down with 1 shotgun shot. Will seal around that Sonics had no business winning.
Well, we joked a little bit before this match as to where we're drawing the line in the sand. I'm probably more in the Team Liquid camp, so that Gaming Gladiators may have a chance for the top 16, but after a round like that, I'm a little bit stressed, and we're only 3 rounds in. How the hell did Sonics bring that one back?
The fact that Rexen survived, not on, because we often say 1 HP as a more broad category, really means 1 bullet away from death. Rexen literally had, after both stims and both firebolts, 1 HP. Surviving there for any longer than he already did was ridiculous. Getting a kill there is downright absurd. But you have to commend Sonics, I think, guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Look past your Liquid bias. Commend Sonics for supporting Rexen in that very difficult position, because he had Grixer helping him out from top especially.
Sonics, you have my commendation for that round. Will it be short-lived, though? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I think for Liquid, though, that will be a very frustrating round for them to bounce back from. They had all the pieces in the right places, and the connection just was not quite there. The early round continues to be strong. It's 3 opening kills in a row for Liquid, but the mid to late round proving to be a challenge. And Sonics there back over towards CCTV and Cash with a phenomenal hold. To basement we go then. And I think the ball really is in the court for Sonics to throw something different at this site. Last time we saw an extensive roam with the hatches pre-opened, and Liquid absolutely decimated them off site. This time though, it looks like they are going to lean into playing a little bit more defensive on the objective itself. As you can see currently, every single player is on basement. Ambi though will continue this main stairs strat that he has been experimenting with here at the Major. And in fact, he's actually gone searching above for maybe a couple of drones. Looking to chip away at that utility.
Look at how hot someone's closing in on him, though. Look, that's Nesk on the IQ right there. Right on the heels of that drone moving on to main. Fortunately, Ambi not really to destroy too much damage to the intel economy, but he'll likely play the landing now on the first floor. You can hear that SMG-11 go off. I believe that is Ambi still, yep, firing some shots, just destroying some intel. They're looking to waste time via denying them that intel gathering device, because by ceding control of the whole map right here, and with the Cade being banned, Liquid should have no problem opening these hatches with the Hibana, with the Selmas, even hard breach charges in Maya's hands. Actually getting open those angles is not going to be a problem. Young Candelas will look to push Ambi back. He's pre-placed a smoke canister as well to make sure Well, I was going to say that he could retreat, but Ambi has basically not moved from that existing position. He's really looking to try and catch somebody from Liquid on a bit of an overextension.
Yeah, he's proven that he's rather content to play for life in this position as opposed to solely time. We'll have a peek-a-ball for the SMG. Well, the initial shots don't quite land, but the response will from Nesk, who's quietly got himself up to 4 kills, I may add. So a good start here for Liquid again in the early portion of this attack. But conversion has been the problem for them so far. Fortunately for them, though, the 3 nitros remaining have already been used, and Nesk is able to double down.
I mean, they've had a problem with conversion, but 5-3, I mean, similar to what we saw on Gym and Bedroom Mode Acquire, and I was about to say, if you want to replicate that success, Rexon putting his face where it doesn't belong and not getting punished for it. Rotates below the Moto hatch. And Maya, the Ying, another important operator. When Rexon peeked Gym window last time, it was the Deimos he killed with full utility. This time, it's the Ying with likely more important utility for this closer for Team Liquid. Resets on low HP as well, but Nesk has been creeping forward inch by inch, trying to catch Sonics off guard, fire some shots through the wall. Surf put to not low HP, but enough to maybe tip the scales in a gunfight. He'll reposition with that shotgun. Love that aggression from Surf right there. Completely retakes control of blue and can look over, support his team by peeking Moto. Rexon peeking the prone holes, but there's so little time for Liquid at this point. Palu needs to clutch, needs to hold these angles. Lagona should be able to put the diffuser down in time, and yes, he will. On the close angle, Palu loses that fight, though. Both kills going Sonic's way. Their lead only grows wider, and Liquid's problem on the conversion. 4 opening kills. And how many rounds do they have, guys? Is it 4? Because I don't think so.
That felt personal, Carter.
It wasn't supposed to be personal.
You looked me in the eyes.
But I did look you in the eye and say that, didn't I? It got personal about halfway through.
I never do that shit.
I never do that in scrims. I love that from Rexon. The self-awareness.
Yeah, Liquid find themselves in quite the predicament now, and tactical timeout will be called in response. They need to find composure in the late round. They keep setting themselves up nicely, whether it be with the opening kill, which has been the case in every single round, then typically in combination with good groundwork, with hard breach, and their utility sets have been rather good for the most part. Losing a couple of key engagements, even despite, for the most part, again, having good reads, Sonic's out-dueling them. You know, the short take there and Palu missing that fight, you know, finding it difficult to cover for the post, etc. Just a couple of examples like that are compounding for Team Liquid. And this is only bolstering the confidence of Sonics, who are going to continue to double down with this playstyle.
You know what's funny? Not to twist the knife a little bit, but it feels kind of like that VP Chiefs game earlier.
Okay.
But I don't mean that as a joke. I mean that as an actual serious point, because you and I were watching that game. What was the big problem Chiefs had? It seemed they'd start out fine. They would have that early to mid-round was very successful, but what was tripping them up? It was that transition to the site. It was that conversion, and it was often in positions on this exact map, like close on Moto door or in Moto itself, where somebody had slipped in, gone unnoticed. And in this case, it's not as flashy as maybe it was from VP earlier. Maybe it's not even as low time, but Rexon slipping in, unnoticed, makes it a 4v3. And Sonics have been overperforming in enough gunfights that that one kill, that difference between a 3v5 and a 3v4, actually becomes really, really winnable, especially when Surf decides to actually take that fight with Nesk inside of blue. That really, even ignoring the Rexon gunfight, that might be the big difference maker right there, because if Nesk is able to take blue, the site is in complete disarray.
Yeah. I think for me, Surf has been one of the more exciting players to watch at this event, and specifically this match in isolation. He's definitely had some good moments and rewarded accordingly with 6 kills thus far. And we'll see if he can continue to roll that momentum forward. We jump over to Gym Bedroom for round 5. And early signs from Liquid are that they may go for a bit more of a map clear this time around. Last time out, they were relying on a Maya flank into a triple stack jacuzzi, and it did fall flat. Unfortunately for Liquid, they are going to be playing straight into the room here from Sonics. You have Canadian over towards CC, actively tricking the breach. You also have both the Castle and the Legion of Ambi and Rexon respectively on this half of the map as well.
They haven't spotted that, though. They know somebody's actively tricking the wall because Lagonas just saw it, and then they had the drone spotting the guy red, and they spotted the Legion before all of that. So they do know that there is at least 2, but likely 3 players stacked on this side right now. We'll see how Liquid decide to react. They Deimos track one of them. Ambi, the player playing furthest down away from CCTV, once he gets that death mark, he immediately rotates back. He was on secret. There's nothing really Maya can do about that, so it's almost just kind of a waste of a death mark at that point. Not Maya's fault. But Ambi just in a good position that once he gets tracked, he can fall back and nullify that utility entirely. Sonic's also now falling back to the setup overall. Red Stairs shield and cash hold. But guys, we also saw in the Chiefs game earlier, gotta be careful how long you hold that Red Stairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Canadian then to bolster his position in cash with those Bandit batteries, and Rexon to help alongside, who will actually progress forward a little bit here and into a more aggressive position. Breach actively being held though at the moment from Liquid.
Actively being held. The Sonic's defense too. Thought maybe we'd see a complete reversion to a hold onto the site, but Sonics are defending cash like their lives depend on it. Another opening kill for Liquid, 5 in a row, but never quite a stark lead like that. Richter will make it a little bit smaller, but just a little bit. It's been the 3v5s that Sonics have been able to work their way out of. That kill is important, but a 2v4, a 2v5 for the briefest of moments is a little bit of a different situation.
Surely from here, Liquid are able to convert the rotation to come through from the attack, but these Zoto canisters will prevent the wall from being opened up. Only 35 seconds on the clock. Grixer will have enough util.
He's still, yeah, I was about to say, he's still got all 3. I mean, I kind of appreciate Liquid's foresight almost, or at least the go-getter attitude, and we still want to open the jacuzzi wall. 30 seconds left, but it's also only 30 seconds left. The position a 2v4 can be most winnable are moments like this, but nobody's in a direct position to counter the gym plant. He's planning right on that hatch, though, and will think better of it. Rotates off. He did see somebody moving down below. That's Grixer with the C4. Rexon, the only one close to the site right now, and he's solo HP. Everybody from Liquid moving in for the kill, but we got to put this diffuser down. We've only got barely any time left. Oh, no! He just found the way through! Oh, he's right behind you! Rexon! Almost lets it slip away. ADHD dividing his attention a little too much there. But oh my God! We are reaching chalk territory.
Oh no.
Cash Frank. Bro, I'm literally deaf. I can't hear this fucker. So pro tip, Paul, you can, if you place the C4 by gold and then sit by the jukebox, you can see him. Okay.
I'll keep that one in mind.
I was about to say, sit by goal, you can see him from the jukebox. I love that. Giving a little knowledge.
You wouldn't get that anywhere else.
So we're 5-0 in opening duels, and it's not going well for Liquid.
I don't think I've ever seen so many opening kills not converted in a match.
I actually love, you literally just got, Rexon wasn't sprinting or nothing. He's literally just like waddling with the super shorty, just hanging out. Everybody looking for the guy with the C4, looking towards main. And he literally looks at not one, but 2 players. He downs the guy with the super shorty first. That's the funniest part. He kills the buck and then downs the planter. It's just a comical sequence of events right there. After the attack timeout too, I mean.
Yeah.
It's not like that was actually a 2v5. That was actually a 2v5. I did not think that was gonna happen. I'm kind of stunned, to be honest with you guys. I mean, what do you even say at this point?
I think Sonics may be going to 6 Invitational 2025 at this rate, potentially, if they keep this going. The unfortunate thing is, it's not even a situation now, right, where it might be like a Sonic selection and Liquid can kind of roll over a bit and say, oh, let's wave the white flag and refocus. This is their map selection.
Well, that's what I was actually going to touch on, which is like, it's not like Clubhouse is a bad map for Sonics. They've played it multiple times throughout the NAL this year, or sorry, throughout this year overall, though less so since Canadian joined the roster. I think only 2 times overall, and one was that G2 game where they got a really, really strong scoreline. But this is Liquid's pick. As you said, this is the map you should be feeling better on. Again, Canadian does decide to solo roam on the opposite side of the map. It's really the 2 times you've had such a strong start for Liquid. Neska's peaks main stairs as Ambi goes for that trade, and it's another 5v3, guys.
Uh-oh.
Surely, they get it at 2 minutes remaining. It's unlosable.
Oh. No. Can't believe you went and said that. Well, we'll see. Can Liquid convert? Unironically, a 2-4 scoreline actually isn't that disastrous given how they've been in this match. Nesk for a 3rd. Rexon falls. Surf has been good this afternoon, and he does find one back.
You had to say his name. But there he goes. Maya cutting him down. Very boring round overall as Liquid just peek everything. Nest on for 3, Surf gets 1, then falls. So now they just pinch the site. Grixer losing most of that SMG-11 ammo. The kill's a little bit tight. Grixer surviving actually a hell of a long time given how much control Liquid have inside of CCTV itself. But they stopped the bleeding after choking. I mean, let's be honest, that could probably be like a 5-1 half for Liquid if they could just convert so many of those advantages, and yet a 2-4 feels like robbery in the end.
Liquid, though, able to refocus and rather dominant there in the final round of the half. I'm sure they'll take that one. You noted it as being boring. Was that because of just the way in which it played out, or more so because Sonic's lost it?
Because Sonic's lost it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, almost entirely that. No, it was boring in the way it played out, but not in like not in a bad way. It's just like, oh.
It's just one of those rounds where they're just, you know, finding random picks here and there.
Yeah, the Canadian is solo roaming a gym. Nesk wins the 1v1 because obviously it's Nesk. Peeks main stairs, wins the fight with Ambi. More impressive is just the quick reactions on that. And then once he gets that 3rd kill off screen, it's a 5v2. I felt the same way about the gym bedroom round, though to a lesser extent, because at least we had like, you know, we were 2 minutes in instead of 2 minutes left. But at that point, I mean, sure, Liquid have had problems converting, but 5v2 before we reach the minute in mark, like, come on. Nobody, like, literally nobody can throw that. It's impossible. It is literally impossible.
Well,
not literally, but it basically is impossible.
Maybe in the regions that you cast.
That's true. I don't have the experience you do. I don't know what Odium has in store sometimes, but that is an OS team. Look, see,
that is an obscure reference, yeah.
Are you impressed with that?
Very impressed.
Yeah, I know.
So round 7 then. Switch of sides, and Liquid elect to go basement for their opening defense. As is evident by their operator lineup, it is very anchor heavy. They're going to look to stall out time off the back of the Tuber Row. They have Echo for plant denial and information late. And keep in mind the Warden as well, available as a hard counter onto Canadian on the Ying, who notably is yet to find a kill, but such is life for Canadian sometimes.
It's the way it goes. I also don't think, Guz, I think you'd agree, not a big shock that as both shields are banned, Ying basically being played almost every round by every team, it feels like. Not really surprising given the strength she has, but also kind of the role she fills. If the Blitz can sprint in and distract or cause chaos, the Ying can do something very, very similar. This is a good setup for Liquid, by the way. Sonic's definitely in their Nighthaven game against Elevate yesterday struggled with the clock a little bit, specifically when a roam would slowly lure them into the building at the defense's pace and then have a lot of utility on the site. So that will be something that Sonics need to be cautious of. You got that 4-2, but in many ways, you should not have gotten that 4v2, considering the way Liquid were starting a lot of those rounds. But as you move in, as you get this control and open up these floorboards, be conscious of that clock and make sure you keep that Ying alive too.
Sonic's needing to be mindful of the mirror as well. Not bringing an Ashe as hard counter, but they do have the ranged hard breach that can deal with those windows. So we'll see what they like to go for, and right on cue. Grixer down main, will deal with the 1 triple. Pretty easy done, pretty easy work. Tuberale can stall that out temporarily, at least I believe that's where it's being used, and that is the case. It is still 2 in the pocket here for reset, so that will burn a little bit more time. Certainly a big influence, or big emphasis rather, from Liquid in trying to maintain control for this bot main position.
I almost wonder if you use this finals auto canister and then C4 the X-Kairos on the opposite side just to waste more time. I mean, we know, but Grixer only has 6. If you keep this mirror window up, sure you have the deployable shield, but it's just one more thing piling on for Sonics right now, and what is getting to be a very, very late round. Sure, they have this intel in sight, sure they have this information, but as Rexon goes down, Sonics have something workable. 4v3 as the Candelas go in, but now it's a stalemate. They've got to push forward, try to get this diffuser down. Great angle by Maya to find that, but it's all collapsed afterwards. Despite the Warden getting that pick, everything around it, Canadian in particular, I think a double kill with the pistol at the end there. Sonics up 5-2, another round that felt like it was trending away from them, and yet, here we are.
Well, right on cue, Canadian finding a couple of key picks. He was able to snake his way around through Armory, catch the Warden from behind. Dodging the Warden was a huge win con there for Sonics in that round, given that aggressive reposition down long in a good position to catch those attackers as they dropped down the hatch, immune to the flashes from the Candelas. But again, Canadians' pathing and timing just good enough to be able to find those picks, and doing so collect another round win for Sonics. It's a 2-5 scoreline, so a 3-round lead And Liquid just continue in the late round to have issues. I don't know what we can necessarily mark that down to specifically.
I don't think you can, in my opinion. Like,
it has been a rough day at the office, though, to kick things off.
Especially when, I mean, you know, you're already qualified for SI. Not a big deal if you're Liquid, but you made semifinals at Montreal. You were considered to be the best team in Brazil for basically everything up until the final best of 3, where you lost to FaZe, and they became the 4-time back-to-back-to-back-to-back winners of Brazil. But you're still a favorite to go deep in this tournament. And sure, you really get unlucky in that you don't get maybe like a Chiefs, maybe like a Black Dragons that have been struggling, a team you played against a lot. No, you get Sonics. Best team at NA. Really strong IGL, really strong individual players. That is what the team you have to face to survive in Montreal. And you're doing really well for the first, like, minute and a half, 2 minutes. You're wasting time, you're getting advantages, you're denying utility. It's all going great. And then some guy on dock with 1 HP, hip-fire headshots you on rafters, and it all starts going awry. Canadian with a pistol gets ahead of your warding glasses. It has just been, frankly, ridiculous stuff, but still very good place in the Sonics. But still for your Liquid, you're just like, dude, come on. I'm doing everything right, and it's still not going well.
Yeah, man, that's a testament to Sonics, especially on a map with such an established meta like Clubhouse. Being able to find the smallest edge on any particular objective or position or circumstance is very much easier said than done on a map like this.
100%.
So they have definitely been rewarded in this match. Triple drone on the roof.
I say the whole gang is there.
Yeah.
It's average Sonics attack at this point. A lot of people droning, finding information. I think Platwall might be open from like a Selma charge or something. I'm not entirely sure. You have 2, and now we're going for the con push. Canella's going in with blind red. Dokkaebi call goes out at the same time. I just try to bait out these rotations. He swings in. I think actually shoots the mute jammer off the... No, not mute jammer. Bandit battery off the back of it. Excuse me. And we'll allow the con wall to be opened up. Another rotation from the Sonics at the moment. But look at how spread out they are.
Could time become a concern for Sonics in this round? 60 seconds on the clock. Another Candela expended by Canadian. Elsewhere, the EMP and exothermic for Kennel's wall, and that will be opened up successfully. Rotation then to follow.
All this utility's going out, and there's no follow-up by the Sonics at the moment. Paulo sends a C4 through the con wall, and so Grixer falls to it. Nice shot by Rexon, but Liquid, again, have the advantage, have this lead, but they've had it so many times before, and will they let it slip away? Lagona's on for 2 now as Canadian and Surf idly watching as the round slips through their fingers. Surf immediately moves in through the plat wall, but Resets is just there waiting. This kind of feels like how the previous round should have gone. Liquid with all their positions, all of the time on their side, everything going their way. And now with no Canadian 2-piece, no bobbing and weaving through the site, Liquid get around that finally, from beginning to end, they deserve.
Yeah, clean work there from Liquid in the prior round. Sonics tried to experiment a little bit with that con here and initially had decent pressure come through off the back of the Candelas. Perhaps didn't find as much as they would have liked, and then saw the Nitro in response begin the disruption. Rotation followed from Sonics and eventually opened up Kennel's wall, but I think at that point they were already in a bit of a rough spot. Here is said Nitro style, Grixer fell. Ultimately then Canadian left alone. There was really nothing he could do from that position, and as Liquid had reaggressed, they're still playing with a decent amount of confidence and positivity, Liquid, for my liking over the course of this matchup. The, again, conversion and execution hasn't quite been there, but I wouldn't say they've at any point really dropped their heads and you know, dug their heels in the ground and said, oh, we're not going to do anything differently. We're just going to see if we can brute force this particular playstyle. It hasn't been the case. And
I think that's
rewarded that.
That's kind of the funny thing is, like, I think if we're being objective, Liquid have probably been the better team overall. Obviously.
Well, you said that, not me.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why I said it, because from you, it's biased. You with your Eggo waffle cardigan, whatever this is.
You don't like it?
No, I do like it.
Thank you.
It's actually very soft.
That means a lot coming from Steve Jobs.
What I'm releasing today is Sonic's SI qualification. It's a new line of products of NA being on top. Not my best, but it was okay. I tried. But anyway, the point I was making was, Liquid have in many ways, I feel like, been the better team. If you want to like grade it just on time in the lead, 5v3s, 5v2s, and then it's been a lot of, to be fair, really good individual plays from the Sonics that have earned those rounds. But Liquid have had such a strong start to so many of these rounds that the conversion, of course, has been an issue, and Sonics deserve all 5 rounds they've got, absolutely. But Liquid have been doing so many things right, and to see them not get rewarded with a lot of these wins is just mind-boggling. But then in that round, of course, basically everything from beginning to end, stalling out the Sonics, forcing basically everyone to push in with little intel. It works out. You feel good afterwards. As we go to Gym Bedroom, it could be a similar story. If Sonic spend too much time droning Guz, they get caught up on Garage or caught up on CCTV and Cash, we could really see the same thing, and I think this 2-round lead from the Sonics can evaporate very quickly.
I think that could be the nature of attack as well. Just generally in Siege, smaller mistakes typically get exposed a little bit more and can be far more devastating in most situations comparatively to defense. And so I think if Liquid, again, can maintain their mental, they might be in a position here to chip away at this lead.
Rexon creeping in, though. Capital Bolt's going out. Nesk has to peek a little bit, but good follow-up by Ambi. Playing on the Swamp Stairs, we'll get an opening pick for the Sonics. I think that might be the first one this entire series up until this point. I think it's been 8 in a row for Team Liquid. Now, finally, Sonics have a 5v4, one of the strongest positions they've been in up until this point. Lagonis now falling back, and it will be a complete sight hold from Lagonis. Sorry, from Liquid as a whole.
Yep, first opening pick for Sonics.
Would it be funny if they choke it?
I don't know if funny is the right word, but it would be...
I mean, with this low time...
Yeah. Looks like Jacuzzi has at least been opened up, but Resets has been able to fortify his position in bathroom, and so that push through may still be a challenge. Has been identified by Canadian, however, and he'll rotate around. Will it be a Jim Winjo execute, or will it be Jacuzzi? 35 seconds.
30 seconds now. Positions like what Meyer are holding right now can really trip up the attack, but this late round droning will spot him close on the Gym window. So if it is going to be an execute from there, they are aware of the Bandit playing close. Now moving behind the weight rack, again, trying to keep one step ahead of the offense. The Canadians' reaction just a little too quick. Ambi as well, moving in with the rest of the team, now setting this up, but look at this angle from Lagonis. Downs him, but it's not completely low on time. The 180 from the Warden might just keep it alive, but no utility. He's got to land this C4. Can Palu get in the position? With so low HP, this plan will not be denied. Valkyrie and Warden both one shot away from death. And Sonics will escort them with a welcoming hand. Match point 6-3. Their first opening pick and 100% conversion.
I almost thought that you had wished the opening kill conversion going the way of the opposition into fruition, right? Because it had all the inklings of Sonics losing that round with the denial from below.
That was me tempting fate and knowing that I'd be right.
It was a tease.
I say that. However, switch positions. Palu with the C4 still in hand, and maybe Lagonis. Maybe that's a different story. Then again...
Were you at least a little bit nervous?
Oh, I was extremely nervous. Are you kidding me? Lagonis hits that 180 and domes the guy coming in from strip. Yeah, I was about to lose my mind. I was very, very scared. Look at this. I mean, this is ridiculous from Lagonis. That kill, obviously, but the flick on a Grixer behind that. And also, very noble sacrifice from Grixer right there, because by giving up his life, the attacker, I think Canadian, was able to walk in, grab the diffuser, and back up before Lagonis could get that angle again and maybe take him down. So very important that Grixer took the fight. Dying, less important, but the fact that he took that fight allowed them to get the diffuser and get into the post.
A worthy sacrifice.
Exactly. Worthy very much so, because now Sonics are up 6-3 on Clubhouse. Mentioned very briefly that this is a good map for the Sonics, but this is one that Liquid have also played a lot since SI and have only dropped, I believe, once, maybe twice. This is a map they play a lot, a map they win on a lot, and yet Sonics find themselves up 6-3. And another opening pick as Lagonis, found ratting on the Scopos inside a kitchen, gets hit by the Hibana pre-fire, and now another 5v4.
And the question mark as well in chat. So Sonics with the early advantage here in round number 10. The threat of the Scopos dealt with on the roam, but there are still roamers in play. The Valkyrie and the Bandit, so Nesk and Parley respectively, certainly a dangerous duo. are still situated on the second floor. That being said, Sonics may look to take a little bit more of a direct approach. In the meantime, Nesk has rotated off, but Palu to play a sentry position over towards main stairs. Does Sonics have a read on this?
Well, if there's anybody you want on Liquid to make the patience play, it's Palu. Anybody who's going to sit there, hold for the time being, but also that is willing to wait as long as he needs for the security that he's been misdrone. Now he peeks out. Rexon still checks it. I admire that, but Palu's able to get the kill and nobody in a position to trade. The Candela's going out. They've actually just moved down to the bottom floor. Bottom main is castled off, so Palu cannot support the team, meaning the anchors have to go big, and big do they go. Resets for 2, Nesk for 1, Surf for none, as Liquid stave off defeat.
Massive from Resets, playing that long position. I didn't see his POV necessarily, but I would make the educated guess that he wasn't flashed during that execute and was able to make that play, cut down the attack from Sonics, who were a little bit one-dimensional. I don't see that in necessarily a negative sense, because I do think that the kitchen hatch stack was probably the right play in that situation, but not landing that trade proving to be quite devastating in that round, and Liquid just keep this match alive, which has very much been the trend of this opening map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think, you look at the call they make, they got a 5v4 early. Palu gets that trade, as we knew, but I think Sonics knew earlier than we did. Bottom main is castled off, so you know it's basically a guaranteed 4v3 on site, and you're the side with the Candelas. So you throw them in, you gamble it, of course, but still gamble on being able to overcome that man advantage. But as you say, Resets maybe playing anti-flash or something, tucked behind the box, dodges the Candelas entirely, puts Liquid in a position where that was a call that very well could have worked from the Sonics, but one that doesn't end up panning out. But it is still the first place team from North America on map point, on Liquid's pick. And as we go to CCTV and Cash, I think if there was any game you would think the attack is most likely, or any site the attack is most likely to end the game on, Guz, maybe you disagree, I would consider it this one.
Yeah. I feel like over the last few months, the CC Cash meta has devolved into a bit of chaos.
Let me hold Garage. Oh, they have a Capital. Great.
And if they don't have the Capital, they have the Grim. Oh,
they don't have the Grim, they've got the Ying.
Yeah.
They have the Ying, they have the Monty.
Yeah. Whoever is tasked with playing Rafters in 2024 is a brave individual.
Like Rexon.
Yeah.
Big dog.
Well, it's Nesk this time around, though, on the dock. Double digits for him in this matchup, so performing up to expectation. Has had a couple of underwhelming maps here at Montreal, but certainly this is not one of them. Still will need to put in a performance here in this particular round. If Sonics are to go for a garage hit, and again, their composition, especially with the Capital in place, suggesting that that will be the case, and the drone work as well from the North Americans, indicative of that. Oh, down below!
Wow! 3 times in a row now. Ambi's the one, or at least got an opening pick for the Sonics 3 times in a row. Ambi's been the one to start it off twice. They maintain that advantage, though, and one of the players they kill, that Doc. You were able to find the Rafters player without expending a single bit of Capital utility. The fire bolts, you can cut off Red now. You can cut off the site. The ability to go in for a plant now is a lot more likely, though. You do have to open flat wall.
Yeah, massive win condition now. Lost for Liquid. And that garage control and pressure from Sonics will surely set themselves up for a default plant.
Ooh!
That was not ideal.
That timing right there. What was it? I think just reactivates or maybe misses because the EMP. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, able to open it up. Bricks are closing it out on resets now. Very brief hiccup on the journey, Guz, but I believe Sonic's still in a position to end it. C4 used very early as well. Palu will find Surf ready and waiting. Not the man with the diffuser, though. Capital does still hold it. Canadian on plat wall. The only issue here with 40 seconds left, he needs to be covered by Rexon, by the 2 attackers inside a garage. He uses the smoke grenade as cover, and Palu's now really wishing he had that C4. He could throw it over top, stop the game right here, but instead it's gotta be the Vector. 3 kills for the Mira, but now Sonics are in the post. And what are you going to do? Canadian is in a very tricky spot, but Rexon on plat can win this. Can win this for Sonics, win it 7-4. He's already got 1. Let's see if he can get 2. Palu knows he has to take this fight, just sees him for the briefest of seconds. But it's the IGL up close. that slips through the cracks and gets the 7-4 for Sonics. Liquid's pick going their way.
Some big moments and some big individual plays in that opening map from Sonics. Subverting expectations of, at minimum, a close opening map. I don't think a 7-4 would really be considered close, especially given it was Liquid's selection. But the fashion in which this map played out, absolutely insane. The opening 8 rounds, Liquid got the first kill, but their conversion rate, Carter, was just abhorrent.
What's the math right there? We've got 8 rounds where Liquid got the opening pick. They won 3 of them. It's one of those annoying fractions. It ends in like a repeating decimal, so I'm not entirely sure. But still, 3 out of 8 is not great for a conversion rate.
I don't have a math major, but it was lower than it should be.
Lower than half, we can guarantee you at least. But no, Sonic's taking that map, I think, a little bit quicker than we expected. But to be perfectly honest, I mean, there's a winnable game in there for Liquid. I mean, look at this round right there. Absolutely winnable game for Liquid in there with the amount of 1vx's we have. Not even really 1vx's, but 2vx's or 3vx's were the big one. 1-2 body leads that Liquid gave away. If you just add those up, that's a regulation victory with Liquid getting 4 rounds in this actual result. So many times they were able to outplay the Sonics, and yet it was those individual players in the Sonics, likely aided by the calling from everybody, whether it's Canadian or whoever, allowed them to reposition and get Liquid and catch them off guard completely. Strong attacks to end the game, though.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of talk, I think, in the pre-show about the mirror matchup and what the operator bans may shape up to be. I do wonder if, on reflection, Liquid maybe weren't in the best of positions to go for the double shield ban. Maybe that came back to bite them a little bit. Will we see it in the second map? Is that maybe the win con, being taken away and extracted from their gameplay that cost them in this match potentially, especially late round?
I don't know, but we do have Cafe coming up next, and if you thought Clubhouse was difficult to attack for Liquid, it's Sonic's pick, and that map's a whole lot harder to clear with the utility and the positions you can hold. But that is 1-0 for the Sonics, 1 map away from qualifying to the Montreal main stage. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
I've often heard it said, Guz, that it's not how you start, it's how you finish that's most important. And when you have Liquid winning 8 opening engagements in a row, yet losing a game 7-4, I think there is no better instance of that saying ringing true than Sonic's performance on Clubhouse.
Absolutely. I wish that I could disagree with you just for the banter, but I cannot because the numbers do not lie. What an incredible first map from Sonics, and Liquid needing to refocus here for the second of Cafe. Unfortunately for them though, it is the selection of Sonics, who are now not only one map away from live stage, but in doing so, qualifying for the top 16 for 6 Invitational 2025 in Boston, and even more critically, at least for me, knocking out Game and Gladiators from OS.
Well, that's great, and I feel bad for the GG guys. I've met them, I like them. But let's be honest. Sonics are the best team in North America, at least based on the rankings. And also, at this point, you know, outlasting the other NA teams at Montreal. Sure, they've got SSG there, but we'll see how that ends up panning out. But an American team missing an American SI, it just doesn't seem right. It just does not seem right. Sonics, and Canadian especially, do not want to miss the 6 Invitational. 1 map away, but potentially 2 maps away from having to go through the LCQ if Liquid are able to make this comeback, if they're able to bounce back on Cafe and then close out Bank afterwards. We'll see how much fight they have in them, how much Hugzord, Nesk, Lagonis, and the rest have been able to put their heads together and figure a way back into this series.
Do they do it? No, they do not. Liquid elect not to go for the double shield ban this time around. We saw that back on Club with the Monty and the Blitz off the ball, but it is just the Montang this time, and so that will have impact on both teams. But with the Blitz still available, there's a bit more maneuverability, and maybe Liquid can play into Aruni as well.
I was gonna say, a lot of the times when you see one of those bans, usually the Castle or the Aruni, the big thing it's targeting is basically stopping you from extending into Stage and Cigar on the 3rd floor site. Though Aruni also useful, say on reading, you put an Aruni gate on that door. If you're able to stall enough time on the top floor, they then might have to clear it when they go down or something like that. It's also just more utility the attack has to clear, whether it's Castles with the bulletproofs, Aruni with the electronics. But with the Azami being taken out as well, often when you have either the Castle the Azami or the Aruni the Azami in this case, playing Stage, extending that far out, it's just not happening anymore.
Not fun to play into as the attack, really. Especially if you're a team that doesn't love playing the rappel game either, because you get stalled out the building for so long. You need to focus your efforts into the util clear, but not to be this time around. As we jump into the action, Sonics, off the back of a phenomenal first map, will start their campaign here on Cafe. On defense, could we go for the opening round? But for me, I'm focusing more of my own personal attention on Liquid, right? Especially if we see a similar trend established where they're good in the early round. Let's see how their late round is this time around. What's going right, what's going wrong, and how have they adjusted from what they've learned back on the first map.
8-3 so far on the opening duels overall for Liquid. Nesk as well, I believe 5-1, if I'm correct, on the entry engagements for him in particular. We highlighted Nesk as a player that's been a bit hot and cold. Not bad at all, but some games he's really, really good, and some games he's just a little bit absent. Thankfully, when you have players like Maya, Palu, and even Resets, if he's putting up good numbers, that might not matter in the end, but still a player that when he is on, you do not want to lose a map when he has that really good performance, because often him, Maya, and Palu, if you get all of them activated at the same time, that can propel you to a really strong regulation victory, not just a close game. We'll see how Cafe is able to work out. I think as we saw earlier, briefly highlighted in the prep phase, Canadian was trying to hide the Echo away from Team Liquid. We'll see if they were able to spot it, but there is no IQ on the board right now. So if they have not learned of the Echo's presence, moments like this, Canadian moving the Yokai outside to try and catch anybody on the rappel could be very, very important.
It does mean that Palu has a critical role in this round with those shock drones. There's so much utility that he can look to contest. Most notably the Yokais, but also the canisters from Goyo as well, which will be pre-placed, presumably for the default coffee plant position. So we may get a view in a moment's time as to how much utility he's able to clear, at least with this initial shock drone.
I just spotted the Yokai sprinting in.
Does he actually get it, though? Not quite.
That moves quick. It's already inside his sight. Can't go chasing it with like 8 people like stomping their feet around. Look at this team of Ratatouille that look like that. And people walking around the kitchen, he's running across the floor. Have you seen Ratatouille?
I have. Not for a long time, though.
Okay. was about to say, you don't strike me as a movie person. You should probably... Really? Oh, wait, no, I literally have...
You have me on Letterboxd.
Wow, I actually just trolled as a friend right there. That's my bad. I'm actually really sorry about that.
You can cast the rest of this round.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. I understand that. Palu has been good so far, or at least, Guz, I think you can agree. Liquid have been good at clearing out this Vulcan pack so far. Heard a couple destroyed. He's even got a Twitch drone still in pocket.
Yeah. But utility hasn't really been a major concern for Liquid throughout this match so far. Their utility clearance and groundwork, generally speaking, back on Clubhouse, was rather solid. It more so came down to positioning and the playmaking opportunities that Sonics were able to find seemingly out of nowhere in most cases back on that first map that Liquid couldn't shut down. Back to the usual game, Palu again, another shock drone in place. 40 seconds on the clock, and I think both teams at this point in time kind of content with how it's played out, but the drop to come through.
I was going to say, now we're starting to trend to that point where those individual decisions from the Sonics might end up mattering a whole lot. There you go. Grixer lurking around the double door position, able to catch Lagonis as he moves into the site. Palu the next to fall, pops up again. Grixer tagging up the player in freezer quite heavily, locks onto the head afterwards. All that setup, all that work, and it is a flawless round for Sonics to start. I was content with that first 2.5 minutes, guys. I saw the utility clear, I loved it, and then guess what happens? Sonics rat in the late round, and Liquid aren't aware of it.
Yep.
Run, Pablo, run! 1 round at a time. Let's go mining bunk, mining bunk. One round at a time.
How was he moving like that? What was he doing with his arm? You know what's funny? This is a very niche NA reference. Not even really niche. I was watching Grixer stream one time, and he actually hit the craziest clutch I've ever seen from that exact position that he was playing right
Really?
there. It was in ranked. He did like a freezer draw, and he had a shotgun, an M590 instead of the T5. And one guy was coming out of freezer. He pops up, shoots that guy, hops back down, and as he hops back up, there's a guy vaulting over the top, and he kills him too. It was crazy. 3K for him in that round, though. I mean, what do you really say about that? I mean, Liquid have all that set up. They clear the Vulcan packs. Don't think they really find the Yokais, but I mean, Sonics just anchoring, holding the same positions they held before, and Liquid don't have an opening kill, so at least it's not really a failed conversion, but like, kind of felt like the same problem we saw before, even if it was a 5v5.
I think it was Super that I heard say it was like make them do the work. And we saw that perfectly in terms of the body language and positioning from Sonics. Rather static, but didn't really feel the need to have to move around all too much. They still also had a Yokai up as well, which did help facilitate that opening engagement. And so whilst the util clearance overall was pretty good from Liquid, they did fall short in that department in not spotting out those Yokais. And we saw that little mini game play out throughout the round where Parley was finding them difficult to track. So a testament to Canadian in positioning those correctly, and then the rest of the team converting upon that information and the opportunities that then presented with limited time on the clock.
Talk about the ops real quick. Saw Doc 2 times in a row now. I believe it was Surf last time, and Rexon picking up that tool again. Likely going to be playing around Pixel, as it is not a top floor defense, but basically if you're defending any site that isn't the bottom floor, you will have some presence on the top floor. Rexon out over by Pixel instead. Destroying some of the utilities, some of the drones that placed Bs will go out, try to spot him. Ambi trying to pop up, replicate some of that success Grixer had in round 1, but he does not reach those same heights. No 3 kills for him. In fact, it is 0 inside of round 2. Surf also taking a lot of HP, or taking a lot of damage, but Rexon will be able to stim him back up. Sonics are looking to make Liquid do the work. Well, it'll be a little bit harder. Canadian with that pulse, able to land a C4, but Liquid maintain that advantage. I think everyone has already fallen back down to the bottom. It is a mining and fireplace defense at the moment, so all this vertical is great, but you will have to move to the opposite side at some point.
As is typically the case, Canadian with the pulse information from below, and talk about pressure from below. Surf with the shotgun, able to find Nesk, who had a good start to this round, but will play no further role. 60 seconds then on the clock. And Liquid need to be a little bit more particular in their positioning in the late round, because Sonics time and time again continue to maneuver themselves into round-winning positions. Palu outside on Terrace. The drop to come through, diffuser in hand, and it will be a reading stack at least initially.
At least initially, but Grixer again trying to hit the rat behind the bookcase, and there's no intel. The Ash sprints in, diffuser now dropped. Hits the prone afterwards, trying to hold that. How does he even win it? Bit of an awkward flick to prone like that, but bearing 9, no problem. Case control, 2K. Grixer, a really strong performance through rounds 1 and 2.
Grixer's win con is just hit prone button and get kill.
He's been, I will say, even though maybe it's just a new confidence in Sonics, you know, Rexon likes to peek. Ambi likes to peek. Surf, a bit more passive, likes to peek. Grixer's always been that lurker. He's always been a bit more patient to let the team come to them. And when this defense so far, it's been the exact same thing.
That's the exact strategy that has served him and the team pretty well in this match so far. A couple of issues continuing to compound for Liquid, a lack of time in the late round and, well, seemingly a lack of information as well.
Another failed conversion.
Yep. It's a very damning stat at this point.
9-4.
Well, they still had 3 drones and they committed to the reading drop without properly getting vision on this position.
Keeps feeling like that dilemma. They just feel like we've seen it from a lot of teams. It seems like something so simple, but the time really starts getting to them. They start saying, hey, we've only got 35 seconds left, only got 30 seconds left. It's a 3v3. We got to make a play. And so many players, Jigsaw was somebody who did this very well at the tournament. Throughout Chief's run, has been kind of getting into site or positions on or near the site that go undroned. Rexon did it earlier a couple times on map 1. Grixer has done it twice now on map 2, though I think that position with the Yeko being the more egregious of the two, as at least you might expect somebody playing that position as the Legion. But in reading, if you're going to go for that drop, you need to check that. It's not just like somewhere inside of the site. You've got to make sure if you're walking through a room that's not actually on the site itself that you have that information. As we are going to reading and Fireplace as our third defense. Could be the exact same thing if Canadian's ratting on the Solus or if Grixer's holding Nang with a shotgun, but that's a little bit of a different situation. The Solus tries to move all the way upstairs, gets cut off as a result. Liquid with another 4v3, but as opposed to last time, this feels very, very early.
Yeah, Rexon committing to an aggressive jump out and ultimately punished. And with that, Liquid retain their man advantage into this final minute 50. And this is, again, another really good opportunity for Liquid to just settle. They still have plenty of drones available. And they can look to break down this defense. Another for Palu. Serve falls and Ness. Well, the Bearing 9 serves him well.
I didn't even know he was there. I didn't know Ambi was still on this top floor. Grixer, a bit of a reversal from the last time, not baiting on the site, but instead trying to hit the flank. There's really not a lot of options for him, unfortunately, to bring this round back. Dokkaebi call going out, spots one, but there's already another player deep, close inside of the site behind that bookcase. Lagonis with the diffuser. Nice shotgun kill right there, but unfortunately, I think lacking a bit of the information could pre-fire the bookcase. That's a nice shot, but let's not get too ridiculous. It's already got a post point. We've already got the time on Liquid's side. And with somebody moving up Red Hall, not a whole lot Grixer can do. Did he get a little too close for comfort? Perhaps. But ultimately, Liquid were still comfortable to put their first round on the board.
I think we do the big again.
Solid work there then from Liquid. Bit of an awkward start to the round for Sonics, especially for Canadian. He began that roam over towards Closet, trying to play into the utility on the Solus and disrupting the drone economy, but then got caught. And as I believe you were trying to point out to me, it is a successful conversion for Liquid.
Not just that. Who got these 2 picks?
Ness. Took me a moment.
7-1 so far on the entries. I want to highlight that still, this is a very strong player for Liquid right now at a moment where he absolutely needs to be. In a bit of a strange way, even though the Liquid stats kind of looked better for them on Clubhouse than the Sonics did. I mean, everyone generally kind of being pretty competitive or pretty even on Clubhouse. It was Palu and Nesk leading the way, though Palu with a bit of a sleeper 13-7 on map 1. But Nesk still putting in very, very good numbers so far. And if he's consistently getting you these entries, the fact that you are able to convert that last round, though it comes after the failure of the second, it is still important, and it is still something that I think Liquid will feel very good on, that the early round really is not a problem. It just needs to continue to be this late round focus, tightening things up, like we just saw in round 3 that got them that first attack. Go back down to Kitchen, and for the first time this half so far, this game so far, a shield is picked, and it is Liquid to do it.
There was a small part of me that forgot that the Blitz was actually still available in this match, and we'll see it's a great effect already here from Lagonis on the map clear.
Hello.
Contesting white stairs already. Canadian up close.
Ooh, hunting him down, but it's just a pinch. Palu instead, ooh, cutting off that Valkyrie's rotation. Ambi tries to get the trade, but bit off almost a little more than he could chew. With the Blitz moving in from the top and Palu holding down below. The VIP player now on quite low HP. Nesk also working his way into the lobby, though you can see the Goyo. Clearly worried about it, but Lagonis again looking to move into a position to capitalize off of this control established by Nex. To get this 5v3, he will finally swing out, spots the Warden, tags him a little lower, but instead it's Surf to find that pick. Lagonis trying to sprint in, but oh my god! Surf going massive with the MP5, Ambi just adding insult to injury. Liquid seem to have the play. Set up off that control from Nesk, send the Blitz in, pinch out the player in VIP close on the door, it doesn't matter, just get the advantage. And yet Surf thinks otherwise. With one magazine, he gets 3 for 1. Resets might move his way into the site, but he's got no control of the diffuser. He gets 1 impactless frag so far, and his efforts will only be validated if he wins this 1v4. Reveal his position by shooting open that barricade. Sonics do not need to push this. They've got the diffuser. They have a 3-way crossfire. Front, left, and right angles covered. Resets will check one first. Misses that shot, and it's easy for Surf to swing around the corner. 4 pieces for the rookie. His first international event continues to show why he might just be one of the best players in Montreal.
You're something like Batman, bro. Where'd you come from? The UAV.
Yeah, huge effort from that bar position. But a testament really to the entire structure from Sonics there in identifying where the shield of the Blitz was and then formulating a plan to establish those crossfires, apply a ton of pressure onto those positions and not give any ground, any picks for free to Liquid, who tried to brute force and exploit that position. Didn't quite convert it. And there's been a couple of those rounds so far where Surf has had a mighty individual effort, not always, you know, necessarily translating to a round win, but in that case it very much was. Here is that replay package. And yeah, just zooming around, finding all those picks, no trade.
It's next to the question, because I don't think anybody was intending to challenge Surf. But that is who they ended up fighting in the end. 6-3, or 0-3, sorry. I was about to highlight Lagonis' stats, and then I had to squint a little closer as my vision is going. 0-3 for Lagonis so far. Not terrible, though. I'm not going to highlight that as like a reason they're losing. Really, it's just Sonics are individually just there today. It can sometimes be as simple as that. Rexon is making the right moves in really important moments. Grixer is making the right moves in really important moments. And Surf, in the case of last round, is hitting shots when they absolutely need to connect. 3-1 as a result. Only dropped 1 round on their defenses so far. We're going back now to Mining and Fireplace, the second site they went to, and one where, gotta say it, guys, Liquid got an opening pick, got a 5v4, then what happened? We're unable to convert. 3 opening picks so far, by the way. Just want to get that out there. Why are you looking at me like that?
Every time you bring up the lack of opening kill conversion, you stare into my soul.
I do. Why could that be?
Well, Carter, if Sonics are to go on and win this series, qualify for main stage, they will essentially replace Gaming Gladiators in the global standings for the top 16 for SI25. Great for NA, not so much for Rose.
Very good for NA right there. Very rare Canadian opening duel victory. 9/19, getting a 5v4 for Sonics. Blitz taking a lot of damage. I was talking to Jesse about this and highlighted a bit at the beginning of the show as well. Shield play not exactly being as consistent as a lot of teams would like. Seems like they're getting countered, not necessarily easily, but always taking a lot of damage when they actually try to get control.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that trend at this event. Seems like defensive units are cluing in a little bit more as to how they could try and nullify these powerful shields. Minute on the clock though, and at least some control up above for Liquid. 3rd floor vacated. Every nook and cranny now cleared. Liquid need to be mindful of any potential movements in terms of a flank opportunity that Sonics may look to go for, but such has been the case in these 4 versus 5s. To the advantage of Sonics, they have, more often than not, double down, triple down on their efforts on site itself, and not giving away much in the way for free. The only, I was going to say only player on the first 4 is Surf, but Envy as well down below, so keep that in mind in the late round.
Recalling the words of Super right now, make them do the work. Make them come to you seems to be the mantra of the Sonics in round 5. Palu will answer it. He makes it a 4v4 very late and takes control of red stairs. An important position if you want to put the diffuser actually down inside of mining. Lagonis will move off of that control, and as Maya cuts down the cap can, Liquid have suddenly made a round out of seemingly nothing. Palu cuts off the red rotate close, and it's just Surf flanking up above. Snapshot onto Maya. But Liquid have very quietly crept into round 5, and I don't think Surf's still fully realizing the position he's in. Blitz just waiting outside in Red Hall, not even sprinting after him. Playing a bit of defense right now as he knocks him against the wall. Liquid content with the 4v5, and they insert Palu at the bottom of red stairs, and that is just enough to not only reclaim that advantage, but to get an execute, move into the post plant, and close out round 5.
Let's go breeding Russia.
Lagonis is the primary planter for Team Liquid, and he identified an opportunity there in the previous round with a little bit of utility and assistance to dash across, plant in a position that wasn't susceptible to a Nitro cell from down below, and then backed in the rest of the team to cover. Red Hall, for instance, that was probably the biggest weak point there for the attack, but the kill was found, the plant secured, and Surf was then left in a bit of an awkward position where his roam had little impact.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot, because if somebody else holds out, if you have a 2v3 even, Surf's flank has a lot more probability of being impactful, because somebody can draw attention on the site, Surf can take the 1v1 on the top floor, he clearly wins it, as we all just saw, and then at that point, especially Lagonis on a shield, he's in a really tricky spot. Do you sprint at the one guy on site? Do you try and just back up and do what you were doing? But with Surf not having any support on that site, it kind of looks silly in the end, even though I think that was the right play to make. It absolutely was good to retake the vertical control, take the fight with the guy on the top floor. Just by events that happen around that, it ends up, unfortunately, having less of an impact than he would have liked.
So then the final round of the half, Liquid continue to look competitive, although Sonics probably, as a whole, a little bit better. And we'll see if they can actually grow their lead here in the final round of the half. In terms of the attacking composition, we are going to see Deimos in play this time around, and so that means that the Blitz has been substituted out.
Lagonis on the Deimos. I think Maya dropping 19 kills against G2 on the top be enough to make him the insta-lock Deimos, but Lagonis said, no. I'm getting slapped around on the Blitz. I would like the Deathmark trackers, please. See what he's able to do with it. It is a reading room defense from Sonics at the moment, so you can't necessarily go below and get vertical on those players playing Cocktail right now. Could have an impact later on once you actually secure the vert itself, or maybe to hunt down any roamers moving around the cafe at the moment. Look at this lurk from Maya, though. Moving up to the top floor as Rex and Tuss find that Deimos very early on. It'll be the other intel op. The Dokkaebi start giving information to Maya down below. We'll spot one up above. Cam also off. Working up red when nobody from Sonics knows right now. The round might end before he can have an impact. He gets that kill on Ambient, but now his presence is known. A 1v1 appears inside of mining. It's Canadian holding passive. And yet all of this energy, all of this aggression from Maya, it is just being answered with nothing. The only thing they get in response is gunfire from the Sonics. Bullets and no quarter given. So Nesk in a really tricky spot with very little options will fall just like the rest to angles already being held. 4v2 for Sonics. Frankly, feels like that's exactly what it should be, which kind of weird after Clubhouse.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And another example of just the cool, calm, collected, and certainly patient approach from Sonics, just continuing to be rewarded. There's been few instances over the course of this series where Liquid are the ones catching Sonics off guard, catching freebies, getting free openings, being able to apply meaningful pressure. Typically, it's gone the other way, where Liquid are maybe being forced into plays that aren't particularly high percentage. And Sonics, who, again, are looking sharp mechanically as well. are converting these opportunities really nicely.
I think what we just heard right there, very good for your point. Rexon says, I heard that guy pull a nade and I swung.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, Maya tries to catch Sonics off guard by looking at Brown, and by the time he actually surprises Ambi, they've already entered a 3v4. There are attempts by Liquid to do that. There are attempts by Liquid, or were attempts in that attack, to actually surprise Sonics, and it just didn't work most of the time, whereas for Sonics, they were getting those lucky timings. They were getting those good positions to swing around and get an important kill to make it a 4v3 or a 3v4. One of the two. So they get a 4v2, but I mentioned that feels like that half was deserved overall. It didn't feel like Liquid were necessarily throwing advantages like we saw in Clubhouse. It really felt like wherever the momentum was trending over the course of the round was really where it ended up landing, or the round ended up landing in any specific camp. So as Liquid go to their defenses, now let's look for the same thing. How are they going to be wasting time? How are they going to be holding these sites? We're on the first floor right now, and well, there is nobody on white stairs or inside of VIP.
Yeah, Sonics identified that, and it looks like they may posture for a freezer-centric hit. Time and time again, teams will be attacking this site with a VIP hold, and it will take a lot of time and effort to clear it, but certainly not the case this time around, and even reception as well, left unguarded by Liquid.
It's got to be part of the plan, right?
Bait and switch, I suppose. Ambi does get caught.
That was the Kochek player. Another one coming down Brown now. Rexon will look to find that kill, though the Fender immediately falls off that fight. An opportunity for a trade. Right as I say that, Grixer does find that opening.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of Sonics about that play there.
I was about to say, felt like I was watching Rexon in the late round as Maya creeps up to the Selma breach and is able to peek that very player, Rexon, on the ace afterwards. Grixer now on cleanup duty as the round is starting to get a bit messy for Sonics. He's taking control of reading, but Nesk, I believe, hears it, or is at least aware of this possibility, which is good game sense from him. Doesn't really need to do much right now, but the Dokkaebi call goes out. And now he's in a bit of a rough spot. You can't turn off the call, or he'll try to, actually. Grixer hears it, so he moves to the soft wall, sees the head hole, and there's Nesk ready and waiting. Canadian just in the sight, by the way. Has melee Lagonis, but it's only good for a 2v2. Surf and Grixer separated by the floors right now, so they will need to regroup and coalesce on the bottom as Grixer drops Freezer and Surf playing the brown bar. They do not have Diffuser. That was held by Canadian and now dropped inside of the site. Surf has lost a lot of HP moving down to this bottom floor. But if he pre-fires that prone angle right there, and if Maya overexposes himself, could find himself in a really tricky position. Resets on the close angle too. We'll just see somebody around the bomb chassis. But still, Sonics do not have this Diffuser. But Grixer is able to creep over, grab it, knock it onto the floor, and try his best to put this Diffuser down with Surf watching, rotating around. Resets is able to get the trade. Grixer tries to bait this out, call Resets bluff, and move us into the post. In the dead of night, Sonics have managed to make this a winnable situation. 1v1, Flashbang, Grixer's final secondary utility goes out. With the super shorty, Resets might be favored, goes for the race swing. It comes up short.
Way to work the fucking round!
Massive performance for Grixer, bringing back a round that Sonics were doing their best to throw away.
Keep it dialed, keep it dialed. Yo, Dame, let that guy rock bake there, hey? Heat check.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, you're pussy.
You got time.
I'm really loving the vibes from Sonics over the course.
Vibes are good right now. Vibes are very, very good.
And a bit of a contrast to a far quieter Team Liquid over the course of this series. Some flashes of brilliance from the defense there in the prior round, and I really did think that their disruptive nature was going to maybe be enough to get the result across the line. But again, when it comes to the clutch, Sonics have just been far better so far in this match, in 2 versus 2, able to remain composed, and even down into 1v1 post, up close, shots landing.
One round, guys. Score is 0-0. 1 round at a time. It's
Super
not
calling the
done.
reset mentally, and I think that's probably the right approach. A 3-round lead, but that can dissipate.
You're better than
Look at this shit.
Super calling it 0-0, just 1 round at a time. Pretend it is a brand new game. And it did feel very much like Sonics were Liquid and Liquid were Sonics in that round. As you mentioned, a lot of the plays that Liquid were making on the defense, they were catching Sonics off guard. It was really, really strong by Liquid just to get those kills over on Sonics. Say Sonics were trying their best to throw away. Really, the only reason that was they're throwing was Sonics were just a little surprisingly missing shots where they have been so clean this whole time. It's not a fault of theirs, of course, but I mean, you look at the scoreline, Surf obviously 9-3. I mean, we don't even need to talk about Surf at this point. But Grixer, second lowest rated player at the tournament so far, having an outstanding cafe. 11-3 at the moment, breaking double digits through that round. Also getting a 3K in the basement, or the kitchen round earlier on. Grixer, most of his kills have really come from, hey, we are in danger of losing this round. So on Freezer, I peek, 3K, we win. Reading, I crouch behind the bookcase, peek, we win. That round, lurking upstairs at the Dokkaebi, able to get another multi-frag and get Sonics that third round. He has been the closer for the Sonics when things have seemed dark.
The blitz initially teased from Canadian here for the 8th round, but he repicks on to the Kali, and those Lancers should provide pretty good value into the lineup presented by Liquid. Most notably, the Castle and the Mirror combination. He could deal with that from range and help alleviate some of the pressure onto the other attackers who will be looking to get boots on the ground. Ambi as well with Ash, and so those charges can be effective as well. It is a top floor extension from Liquid, as expected. As you can see, 3 outlines on the top floor. The first of the Lancers there from Canadian. Was it effective? Well, he jumps up and confirms that it, in fact, wasn't. Does need to be mindful of this swing here. Nesk in washrooms is looking to find an angle as Canadian struggles to open up the mirror.
You always got to be careful when you use those lances on a mirror that is placed inside. Of course, it's susceptible to a whole lot of things. This double mirror setup actually allowing Nesk, just seeing the edge of the Ash. Takes a fight with her, but the mirror window is now cracked. As much as they have been struggling with the top white mirror window, the other one a little bit easier to find. But half the round is gone now, and Sonics have been almost entirely focused on that utility clear. It is a reading room defense. This is not the site. Sonics are starting to tunnel vision on this utility that is important, but ultimately is not the target. Drop down Skylight now, reset swinging around. We'll find Rexon. He's got to be a bit careful as Canadian pushes up Whitehall, but it's Surf actually taking control of the Palace position, giving Sonics the lead.
60 seconds then on the clock. Ambi probably trying to find himself in this match, only the 2 kills so far. As we see Liquid reposition accordingly. Sonics have been so good in gaining late round information throughout this match. 5 drones still remain as well, and that could be a difference maker for them in the round.
Absolutely. There's a Dokkaebi call as well. We'll see what information they can find. Z-ping on the Kali. Canadian hard scoping for that kill, not letting Lagonis move an inch out of his line of sight. Grixer will move into train as a result of that information. As Maya starts fighting back, it's important that Sonics do not let up off the gas. Grixer 11-3 right now, who has been very good in these situations where the intel from Liquid are lapsing. When there are some gaps in their defense, Canadian moving to the opposite side, stunned by the Yokai, but will make it in sight. Starts putting this diffuser down. Grixer holding red, but will lose an important engagement to Palu. With a slow peek and the shotgun, not enough against Surf's M4. It has been a slow game, and yet one undeniable truth remains. Sonics have gotten the better of Liquid. Attack or defense, it does not matter. 6-2, 1 round away from the 6th Invitational.
I've never seen a Cali like this. No, he was under the vert.
The vibes in the Sonics camp
Yeah, he was under the vert the whole time.
continue to be fun to watch. And I think that's probably an apt word for this series from their perspective. They played some pretty fun Siege, and it's been really effective. In that prior round, again, Liquid with an okay start, but with a wealth of information available to Sonics, some really good problem-solving skills as well implemented, able to isolate those players who were forced to disperse. In doing so, they confirmed the round, and as you mentioned, not only are they 1 round away from the final phase here at the Montreal Major, but also 1 round away from the top 16 in the global standings.
And what a comeback for them. What a bounce back. I mean, stage 1 was, it was horrible. The wheels falling off the wagon. Trading out your IGL halfway through stage 1. Dropping Grixer, bringing him back, making a run in LCQ, yet failing to qualify for Manchester. BDS were in a similar position last year, and ultimately they fell short to qualify for SI at Atlanta, needing to make it to the semi-finals. And they ultimately were not able to do that. But Sonics here have a bit of an easier road. All they had to do was make it to main stage. All they had to do was make it to quarters. And after bouncing back from that stage 1, bringing on Canadian, winning the NA League, sure, they went down 0-2, but Guz, maybe you disagree, but it felt like with how close those games were, Sonics, this comeback was always there. It felt like this performance was always in them.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it in the first Elim game against G2 that I wouldn't be shocked, and I don't think many would be surprised if Sonics are to make this run. And I think this match will really be the cherry on top as to why they deserve that distinction. They've played, again, really good Siege this afternoon. But the job's not done, and as Super said himself, a 0-0 mindset must be employed. Otherwise, mistakes could creep in. Liquid get the opening kill. How much does that mean? Well, perhaps not much.
Let's find out. Maya gets the second, and still not a guarantee given the trend of this game, but that still matters a whole lot more than just one. 100% increase, 1 to 2. Don't scoff at that. Could matter quite a bit. Liquid again catching Sonics off guard with resets, playing behind the skylight balcony, or the skylight desk. Now 2 players have fallen since then as well. Liquid have just taken isolated 1v1s against SQ, won every single one of them. But look at this, Canadian hops in the window. No way, Grixer's in, no, he's in train.
Huh?
They've got no idea this is going on. The Yokais aren't in position. They'll only realize after the fact. He's already hopped out the window, but they've got a 5v2. They can start flying out of windows, flying back into the site. There's no way that Liquid go out like this. They found out that Grixer's inside of train, so that bit of information is there, but the hatch is closed. There's no vertical angle to look on this Twitch. They've got to sprint through the site. They've got to push on through. They've got to break Sonic's stranglehold, but half the time is gone. Only 10 seconds remaining. The countdown begins. Canadian holding outside. Surely this is it. You've got the man count. You're not gonna let him do it to you. And will they? Will they get on in time? Just 1 second to spare. A 1v1 in the end, but Maya, less cheers, more a sigh of relief. As potentially one of the most massive chokes is narrowly averted.
I think all they can do is laugh, and a nervous laugh at that at the conclusion of the round for Liquid. How have they allowed that to happen? I mean, credit to Sonics again to find an opportunity and a win condition out of absolutely nowhere and almost converting it. But Liquid, wow. Insane that they've allowed that plant to go down, but ultimately the retake a success. Credit to the Grixer sneaking into train. I don't think anybody saw that coming, and he did a good job of stalling out that push, but just short of the mark. They only needed to find a couple more seconds, Sonics, but
I mean,
unable to do so.
Literally, if Grixer just gets a kill, that's 7-2 for the Sonics. They're not faulting Grixer. You're at a 2v5. Like, everybody's moving onto the site. Like, not your fault. Like, they just outnumber you. You know, like 2.5 to 1, basically. But still, the fact that we got that close. I mean, geez, what a read by the Sonics, as you said. Grixer working his way in, calling the Canadian, and the confidence to go for it, too. 1 second separated Maya hitting that counter defuse and Sonics qualifying for the 6 Invitational. Even in victory, Sonics are still at the forefront of Liquid's mind with how close that round was. So as we go to Cocktail, likely, I doubt we'll see a round play out just like that. As even Liquid, I think, will be more cautious of the site from here going forward.
I will say, though, it was one of the rare rounds throughout this series where Sonics, through the early to mid portion, gave away 3 uncontested picks. It did unravel pretty quickly for the attack. That's a trend that has certainly not been the case for them. And so, a very small blemish on a record so far this afternoon. That's been very strong. Above would go for round number 10. And a lot of utility brought once more by the attack to deal with the likes of the Castle barricades. Drone work from Sonics continues to be a big strength for them. No mirror in play, and so Ambi can use those Ash charges elsewhere this time around for the barbed wire on the drop down red. Still has another one in the pocket if he elects to use it as well. There is a shop extension in play. Again, the expectation with the Castle on the board. We'll see how Liquid look to play around this.
Got 3 players biased towards the side right now, though. Maya will find one playing over towards Cocktail. Looking to hit that Shaiko peek right there. Just see the sliver of the head peeking the skylight. Canadian thinks better on the Deimos of all operators. Won't be a factor in this round going forward. And be worried about his backside with somebody flanking up red. Quick shot on Lagonis and almost a faster reaction onto the player swinging red stairs. Palu backing out a shop right now. The castle barricade's not broken though, so Palu is a bit cut off. Yet Ambi could say the same. Him and Grixer will consolidate, but not a lot Sonics can do at the moment.
Yeah, Liquid will establish a double cross in through Lounge, and so that means these players pushing from red stairs could find themselves in a tricky position. Skylight drop could be a potential opportunity. Rexon identifying that. Sweeps the diffuser up, tucks it under his arm. 50 seconds on the clock. They do, again, have good late round info.
They do. They have that Dokubi call as well. Ambi will see one inside his stage, and they get a very important pick. Rexon gets the kill immediately after that Skylight drop. Still in a disadvantage, but at least you've worked your way into the site. Knows a 1v1 is waiting for him on Cocktail with that Z-ping information. We'll keep firing shots through the wall, but Sonics have been walking such a difficult tightrope this entire round up until this point. But Grixer is able to deal with some of that backside pressure, and now they can start focusing more towards the front. Rexon is so worried about these players, though, that he has yet to put the diffuser down. Still 15 seconds left, but time is a factor. It's starting to slip away. He gets over towards Grixer, and the Dokubi has to hold. SMG-11 for close, but what is that flick? Just an errant spray. He takes the head off Maya, and Nesca's gotta go big! So good this series, but the one kill he needed to land is the one that will slip away. 7-4, 7-3, Sonics make main stage at Montreal and qualify for the 6th Invitational.
Elation for Sonics in North America, and heartbreak again for Team Liquid, falling short once more overseas. A tricky day at the office for them. Sonics started off so well in this matchup and continue to adopt a play style that Liquid time and time again struggled to shut down.
And you gotta say, again, a team that I think many thought would make a deep run in Montreal, getting second in Brazil. Both these teams bouncing back from poor stage ones, though at least Liquid qualified for Manchester and redeemed themselves there. But they were not really the dark horse this event like they were in Manchester. They were a favorite, somebody we thought could make a top 4 run and build further off that promise. Many even, I know Liquid fans have always been a little bit unlucky when it comes to how far they can go, but I think many even thinking maybe this time we see another run. If they got top 4 at Manchester, surely they make main stage this time. And maybe against another team they would. But it is undeniable today that Sonics deserve this spot. 2-0, of course, but those late rounds, I think, are going to be living rent-free in Liquid's head for days to come.
It's going to be tricky to go to sleep tonight, I think, if you're a Liquid player or perhaps a Liquid fan. And again, to illustrate that point, the last 4 rounds on Cafe, the last 4 rounds, Liquid got the opening pick and unfortunately only able to convert 2 of those, or 1 rather, of those opportunities. That's just the story of the day between these two. And again, a lot of that does go back to Sonics, though. They were just continuing to manufacture plays, for the most part, out of nowhere, certainly from the perspective of Liquid, out of nowhere, and it made it so difficult to tame them inside of the server. Liquid continued to try different ideas, compositions, strategies, positions, etc., and nothing was quite sticking. Sonics continued to adapt, and they continued to mentally reset as well, and I think that was spearheaded really nicely by Super, especially over the course of that second map.
And not to get ahead of myself, but you know what a lot of that game reminded me of? For Beast Coast from Manchester.
Oh.
I'm not saying that Sonics are going to win, hold on. But what was one of the defining factors of Beast Coast that event? The ability for every single player, especially Gunnar, but every single player to win the round. Even when things were going against them, the ability to manufacture rounds or moments or openings, as you said, and even when the strategy was failing, to still win it and make it decisive. That's a quality that I think, to be fair, every tournament winner has had. But that is something that was defining for Beast Coast at that event when that series was won on the margins. And we're seeing that from Sonics right now. Even if their best is getting, or if the team's getting the best of them in the early round, they're still able to position themselves late, catch them off guard, and have those players, everybody hitting shots, to actually make this a dominant game. 7-4 and 7-3 on the final map. Ambi, of course, having a rough game, and it literally didn't even matter.
Yeah, and that as well, confirming all of the final matches here for Phase 2 to be lopsided 2-0 results. As we have a look back at the series, it is very funny how that works. Back on Clubhouse, Liquid a little bit more competitive, able to snatch 4 rounds. But again, at the death and clutch moments, Sonics reigned supreme, and very much the same tale on the second map of Cafe. Maybe not to the same extreme.
No, not to the same
We had a
extent.
couple more fringe cases on the first map that were maybe a little bit more egregious towards Liquid, but Sonics on the second map outclassing their opponents, and Grixer especially had some stellar moments across both maps, but ends the day as the highest rated inside of the server.
Yeah, and to highlight Grixer, I think if maybe one difference you'd think of is really not a lot of multi-frags on the side of Liquid. Grixer had, I think, 3Ks that game, of course, and a 1VX as well. Sonic's just a lot more of that star power today, and it's shocking going against a team of stars like are on Team Liquid. Nesk, Maya, Palu. It's always a shame when those players are not top 8, when they're not main stage, and we don't get to see them. But we will get to see the Sonics, of course. Do believe we have an interview set up and ready with Ann down below. And it's Rexon, fresh off qualifying to the main stage, and SI to talk to us.
Yes, we do. Standing next to Rexon after your victory here, you qualified to the main stage for the Montreal Major. But not only just that, it's also a qualification to SI. That must be a great feeling.
Yes. So obviously going into this event, we knew that we needed to at least make playoffs to make SI and also to make the stage, because that's everyone's dream. At least in competing as the one, first make the stage, 2 win it. So huge relief that we made both of those, and I'm pretty happy with us, like our performance.
Very glad to hear. And I mean, talking about performance, your performance on the first map was absolutely insane. Some huge plays coming out from you there. After that 1v4, what is going on in your mind?
So with that round, I think I started with like 1 HP. We did an extension over to catch side. We came down to, I think, like a 3v5, 2v5. It was me and Pablo. We had vision, so we told Pablo to play below for a C4, and I was tuck logged. I had 20 seconds, no drones. We shot about 7 in the first 30 seconds. So I told Pablo, you go below, I'll rat here. And then, as I've mentioned previously, I can't hear it on one ear. So I walked through the rotate, and I look right, and I see no one there, and I see all of them looking the wrong way. And my team just screamed like, left, left, left. And I killed the guy, and I was like, oh my God, we won the round. And then, obviously, huge momentum shift. So that was pretty good for us.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, good to hear that. Now, you're going to the main stage. We have another NA team, but is there any team in particular that you really want to play against?
I mean, not one in particular. I mean, I want to win the event, so in order to be the best, you got to beat the best, and that's more so what we're looking forward to. So, obviously, if we play our game like we have been, besides the 2 6-8 losses, we've been blowing these teams out the water, and that's what we plan to do.
Good to keep that in mind, of course. Now, to close with the interview, is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
I mean, for the few that we have, I appreciate the support, guys. Obviously, we have the Christ and Antichrist, Seth, and Troy in the same team, so it's pretty interesting to see how that plays out. But I'm just happy to play with these guys. It's our first event together since we won the NAL and made SI, made the major, main stage. We got a lot to look forward to.
Awesome, that's great. Well, once again, congratulations on making the main stage, and SI, thank you for your time as well. And I'm sure it'll be more than just a few Sonics fans out there happy with this qualification to the main stage. But that concludes our final Phase 2 game. For one more time, let's have a look at the bracket. And it's completed as it is. We're seeing our final 3 teams that have made it to the main stage today. Virtus.pro, SSG, and of course, we just saw the Sonics make it too. We sent the Chiefs and Black Dragons, and unfortunately, Liquid home as well. But they're going to the airport, and we do have the schedule for the upcoming playdate. As we said, this is gonna be with a live audience, and this will be your 4 matches coming into Friday. We're looking at some inter-regional matchups as well. Always very exciting to see that too. I'm sure you'll have a favorite of these 4 matches that we got coming up ahead of ourselves. But as we said, guys, that is it for us here in Phase 2. I'd like to get a big thank you out there for all the casters that were involved, all the observers, and a big thank you to production as well. It was a very smooth show. We will see you again in the Autumn Veritorium. Verden Auditorium. Yeah, just not mess it up. That's perfectly fine. But keep in mind, this is an ice hockey venue, and it might be quite cold in there. So please keep that in mind when you're picking out your outfit for the day. That is it for me as well. My watch is over for Phase 2. We'll have Minik there as the host for the live finals, where Endless will join us as well. And I will see you on Friday at the Verden Auditorium. Thank you so much.
I really want to at some point just get a Brazilian coach who can be my personal life hype man. Like, if I don't ever feel like getting out of bed in the morning or something, I'm just there like, oh, I really can't bother today. And some guy goes, vamos, vamos! You'd just be like, whoa, 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 I'm up, let's go. Your day would start then, wouldn't it? With a heart attack, no less. But wow.
I don't know how well it'd start. I'd be a constant state of being on edge. Absolutely not, says Jigsaw. Takes down Orwin. Pasha, however, he manages to get 2. It brings us back to a 1v1.
That things off will be lovely for him. Finds his man 2. Starts with an ace in round 1.
Not easy. Is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both deaths without barely moving his feet.
Let's fucking go!
Okay, so there's no intel. The Ash sprints in. Diffuser now dropped. Hits the prone afterwards, trying to hold that. How does he even win it? Onyx Rat in the late round. And the Liquid aren't aware of it.
Run, Pablo, run! One round at a time. Let's go on. Mining Monk.
Thank you.